Chapter 18 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Thus guided on their course they bore, until they neared the mainland shore, when frequent on the hollow blast, wild shouts of merriment were cast. Lord of the Isles. The joyful shouts and hearty cheers of the Ariel's crew continued for some time after her commander had reached her deck. Barnstable answered the congratulations of his officers by cordial shakes of the hand, and after waiting for the ebullition of delight among the seamen to subside a little, he beckoned with an air of authority for silence. "I thank you, my lads, for your good will," he said, when all were gathered around him in deep attention. "They have given us a tough chase, and if you had left us another mile to go, we had been lost. That fellow is a king's cutter, and though his disposition to run to leeward is a good deal mollified, yet he shows signs of fight. At any rate, he is stripping off some of his clothes, which looks as if he were game. Luckily for us, Captain Manuel has taken all the marines ashore with him, though what he has done with them or himself is a mystery, or we should have had our decks lumbered with live cattle. But as it is, we have a good working breeze, tolerably smooth water, and a dead match. There is a sort of national obligation on us to whip that fellow, and therefore, without more words about the matter, let us turn to and do it, that we may get our breakfasts." To this specimen of marine eloquence the crew cheered as usual, the young men burning for the combat, and the few old sailors who belonged to the schooner shaking their heads with infinite satisfaction, and swearing by sundry strange oaths that their captain could talk, when there was need of such thing, like the best dictionary that ever was launched. During this short harangue and the subsequent comments, the Ariel had been kept under a cloud of canvas as near to the wind as she could lie, and as this was her best sailing, she had stretched swiftly out from the land to a distance whence the cliffs and the soldiers, who were spread along their summits, became plainly visible. Barnstable turned his glass repeatedly from the cutter to the shore, as different feelings predominated in his breast before he again spoke. "If Mr. Griffith is stowed away among those rocks," he at length said, "he shall see as pretty an argument discussed in as few words as he ever listened to, provided the gentlemen in yonder cutter have not changed their minds as to the road they intend to journey. What think you, Mr. Mary?" "I wish with all my heart and soul, sir," returned the fearless boy, "that Mr. Griffith was safe aboard us. It seems the country is alarmed, and God knows what will happen if he is taken. As to the fellow to windward, he'll find it easier to deal with the Ariel's boat than with her mother, but he carries a broad sail. I question if he means to show play." "Never doubt him, boy," said Barnstable. "He is working off the shore like a man of sense, and besides he has his spectacles on, trying to make out what tribe of Yankee Indians we belong to. You'll see him come to the wind presently, and send a few pieces of iron down this way, by way of letting us know where to find him. Much as I like your first lieutenant, Mr. Mary, I would rather leave him on the land this day than see him on my decks. I want no fighting captain to work this boat for me, but tell the drummer, sir, to beat to quarters." The boy, who was staggering under the weight of his melodious instrument, had been expecting this command, and without waiting for the midshipman to communicate the order, he commenced that short rub-a-dub air that will at any time rouse 1,000 men from the deepest sleep, and cause them to fly to their means of offence with a common soul. The crew of the Ariel had been collected in groups, studying the appearance of the enemy, cracking their jokes, and waiting only for this usual order to repair to the guns, and at the first tap of the drum they spread with steadiness to the different parts of the little vessel where their various duties called them. The cannon were surrounded by small parties of vigorous and athletic young men. The few marines were drawn up in array with muskets. The officers appeared in their boarding caps, with pistols stuck in their belts, and naked sabres in their hands. Barnstable paced his little quarter deck with a firm tread, dangling a speaking trumpet by its lanyard on his forefinger, or occasionally applying the glass to his eye, which, when not in use, was placed under his arm, while his sword was resting against the foot of the mainmast. A pair of heavy ship's pistols were thrust into his belt also, and piles of muskets, boarding pikes, and naked sabres were placed on different parts of the deck. The laugh of the seamen was heard no longer, and those who spoke uttered their thoughts only in low and indistinct whispers. The English cutter held her way from the land until she got an offing of more than 2 miles, when she reduced her sails to a yet smaller number, and heaving into the wind, she fired a gun in a direction opposite to that which pointed to the Ariel. "Now I would wager a quintal of codfish, Master Coffin," said Barnstable, "against the best cask of porter that was ever brewed in England, that fellow believes a Yankee schooner can fly in the wind's eye. If he wishes to speak to us, why don't he give his cutter a little sheet and come down?" The coxswain had made his arrangements for the combat with much more method and philosophy than any other man in the vessel. When the drum beat to quarters, he threw aside his jacket, vest, and shirt with as little hesitation as if he stood under an American sun, and with all the discretion of a man who had engaged in an undertaking that required the free use of his utmost powers. As he was known to be a privileged individual in the Ariel, and one whose opinions in all matters of seamanship were regarded as oracles by the crew, and were listened to by his commander with no little demonstration of respect, the question excited no surprise. He was standing at the breech of his long gun, with his brawny arms folded on a breast that had been turned to the color of blood by long exposure, his grizzled locks fluttering in the breeze, and his tall form towering far above the heads of all near him. "He hugs the wind, sir, as if it was his sweetheart," was his answer, "but he'll let go his hold soon, and if he don't, we can find a way to make him fall to leeward." "Keep a good full," cried the commander in a stern voice, "and let the vessel go through the water. That fellow walks well, Long Tom, but we are too much for him on a bowline, though if he continue to draw ahead in this manner, it will be night before we can get alongside him." "Aye, aye, sir," returned the coxswain. "Them cutters carries a press of canvas when they seem to have but little. Their gaffs are all the same as young booms, and spread a broad head to their mainsails. But it's no hard matter to knock a few cloths out of their bolt ropes, when she will both drop astarn and to leeward." "I believe there is good sense in your scheme this time," said Barnstable, "for I am anxious about the frigate's people, though I hate a noisy chase. Speak to him, Tom, and let us see if he will answer." "Aye, aye, sir," cried the coxswain, sinking his body in such a manner as to let his head fall to a level with the cannon that he controlled, when, after divers orders and sundry movements to govern the direction of the piece, he applied a match with a rapid motion to the priming. An immense body of white smoke rushed from the muzzle of the cannon, followed by a sheet of vivid fire, until, losing its power, it yielded to the wind, and as it rose from the water, spread like a cloud, and passing through the masts of the schooner, was driven far to leeward, and soon blended in the mists which were swiftly scudding before the fresh breezes of the ocean. Although many curious eyes were watching this beautiful sight from the cliffs, there was too little of novelty in the exhibition to attract a single look of the crew of the schooner from the more important examination of the effect of the shot on their enemy. Barnstable sprang lightly on a gun, and watched the instant when the ball would strike with keen interest, while Long Tom threw himself aside from the line of the smoke with a similar intention, holding one of his long arms extended toward his namesake, with a finger on the vent, and supporting his frame by placing the hand of the other on the deck, as his eyes glanced through an opposite porthole, in an attitude that most men might have despaired of imitating with success. "There go the chips," cried Barnstable. "Bravo, Master Coffin, you never planted iron in the ribs of an Englishman with more judgment. Let him have another piece of it, and if he like the sport, we'll play a game of long bowls with him." "Aye, aye, sir," returned the coxswain, who, the instant he witnessed the effects of his shot, had returned to superintend the reloading of his gun. "If he holds on half an hour longer, I'll dub him down to our own size, when we can close and make an even fight of it." The drum of the Englishman was now for the first time heard rattling across the waters, and echoing the call to quarters that had already proceeded from the Ariel. "Ay, you have sent him to his guns," said Barnstable. "We shall now hear more of it. Wake him up, Tom, wake him up." "We shall start him on end, or put him to sleep altogether shortly," said the deliberate coxswain, who never allowed himself to be at all hurried, even by his commander. "My shot are pretty much like a shoal of porpoises, and commonly sail in each other's wake. Stand by, heave her breech forward. So, get out of that, you damned young reprobate, and let my harpoon alone." "What are you at there, Master Coffin?" cried Barnstable. "Are you tongue-tied?" "Here's one of the boys skylarking with my harpoon in the lee scuppers, and by and by, when I shall want it most, there'll be a no man's land to hunt for it in." "Never mind the boy, Tom. Send him aft here to me, and I'll polish his behaviour. Give the Englishman some more iron." "I want the little villain to pass up my cartridges," returned the angry old seaman. "But if you'll be so good, sir, as to hit him a crack or two now and then, as he goes by you to the magazine, the monkey will learn his manners, and the schooner's work will be all the better done for it. A young herring-faced monkey, to meddle with a tool ye don't know the use of. If your parents had spent more of their money on your edication, and less on your outfit, you'd a been a gentleman to what ye are now." "Hurrah, Tom, hurrah!" cried Barnstable, a little impatiently. "Is your namesake never to open his throat again?" "Ay, ay, sir, all ready," grumbled the coxswain. "Depress a little. So, so, a damned young baboon behaved curmudgeon. Overhaul that forward fall more. Stand by with your match. But I'll pay him. Fire!" This was the actual commencement of the fight, for as the shot of Tom Coffin travelled, as he had intimated, very much in the same direction, their enemy found the sport becoming too hot to be endured in silence, and the report of the second gun from the Ariel was instantly followed by that of the whole broadside of the Alacrity. The shot of the cutter flew in a very good direction, but her guns were too light to give them efficiency at that distance, and as one or two were heard to strike against the bends of the schooner and fall back innocuously into the water, the coxswain, whose good humour became gradually restored as the combat thickened, remarked with his customary apathy, "Them count for no more than love taps. Does the Englishman think that we are firing salutes?" "Stir him up, Tom. Every blow you give him will help to open his eyes," cried Barnstable, rubbing his hands with glee as he witnessed the success of his efforts to close. Thus far the coxswain and his crew had the fight, on the part of the Ariel, altogether to themselves, the men who were stationed at the smaller and shorter guns standing in perfect idleness by their sides. But in 10 or 15 minutes the commander of the Alacrity, who had been staggered by the weight of the shot that had struck him, found that it was no longer in his power to retreat if he wished it, when he decided on the only course that was left for a brave man to pursue, and steered boldly in such a direction as would soonest bring him in contact with his enemy, without exposing his vessel to be raked by his fire. Barnstable watched each movement of his foe with eagle eyes, and when the vessel had got within a lessened distance, he gave the order for a general fire to be opened. The action now grew warm and spirited on both sides. The power of the wind was counteracted by the constant explosion of the cannon, and instead of driving rapidly to leeward, a white canopy of curling smoke hung above the Ariel, or rested on the water, lingering in her wake, so as to mark the path by which she was approaching to a closer and still deadlier struggle. The shouts of the young sailors, as they handled their instruments of death, became more animated and fierce, while the coxswain pursued his occupation with the silence and skill of one who laboured in a regular vocation. Barnstable was unusually composed and quiet, maintaining the grave deportment of a commander on whom rested the fortunes of the contest, at the same time that his dark eyes were dancing with the fire of suppressed animation. "Give it them!" he occasionally cried, in a voice that might be heard amid the bellowing of the cannon. "Never mind their cordage, my lads! Drive home their bolts, and make your marks below their ridge ropes!" In the meantime the Englishman played a manful game. He had suffered a heavy loss by the distant cannonade, which no metal he possessed could retort upon his enemy, but he struggled nobly to repair the error in judgment with which he had begun the contest. The two vessels gradually drew nigher to each other, until they both entered into the common cloud created by the fire, which thickened and spread around them in such a manner as to conceal their dark hulls from the gaze of the curious and interested spectators on the cliffs. The heavy reports of the cannon were now mingled with the rattling of muskets and pistols, and streaks of fire might be seen glancing like flashes of lightning through the white cloud which enshrouded the combatants, and many minutes of painful uncertainty followed before the deeply interested soldiers who were gazing at the scene discovered on whose banners victory had alighted. We shall follow the combatants into their misty wreath, and display to the reader the events as they occurred. The fire of the Ariel was much the most quick and deadly, both because she had suffered less and her men were less exhausted, and the cutter stood desperately on to decide the combat. After grappling hand to hand, Barnstable anticipated her intention and well understood her commander's reason for adopting this course, but he was not a man to calculate coolly his advantages when pride and daring invited him to a more severe trial. Accordingly he met the enemy halfway, and, as the vessels rushed together, the stern of the schooner was secured to the bows of the cutter by the joint efforts of both parties. The voice of the English commander was now plainly to be heard in the uproar, calling to his men to follow him. "Away there, boarders! Repel boarders on the starboard quarter!" shouted Barnstable through his trumpet. This was the last order that the gallant young sailor gave with this instrument, for as he spoke he cast it from him, and seizing his saber, flew to the spot where the enemy was about to make his most desperate effort. The shouts, execrations, and tauntings of the combatants now succeeded to the roar of the cannon, which could be used no longer with effect, though the fight was still maintained with spirited discharges of the small arms. "Sweep him from his decks!" cried the English commander as he appeared on his own bulwarks, surrounded by a dozen of his bravest men. "Drive the rebellious dogs into the sea!" "Away there, marines!" retorted Barnstable, firing his pistol at the advancing enemy. "Leave not a man of them to sup his grog again." The tremendous and close volley that succeeded this order nearly accomplished the command of Barnstable to the letter, and the commander of the Alacrity, perceiving that he stood alone, reluctantly fell back on the deck of his own vessel in order to bring on his men once more. "Boarder, graybeards and boys, idlers and all!" shouted Barnstable, springing in advance of his crew. A powerful arm arrested the movement of the dauntless seaman, and before he had time to recover himself, he was drawn violently back to his own vessel by the irresistible grasp of his coxswain. "The fellow's in his flurry," said Tom, "and it wouldn't be wise to go within reach of his flukes, but I'll just step ahead and give him a set with my harpoon." Without waiting for a reply, the coxswain reared his tall frame on the bulwarks, and was in the attitude of stepping on board of his enemy, when a sea separated the vessels, and he fell with a heavy dash of the waters into the ocean. As 20 muskets and pistols were discharged at the instant he appeared, the crew of the Ariel supposed his fall to be occasioned by his wounds, and were rendered doubly fierce by the sight and the cry of their commander to "Revenge Long Tom! Board her, Long Tom, or death!" They threw themselves forward in irresistible numbers, and forced a passage with much bloodshed to the forecastle of the Alacrity. The Englishman was overpowered, but still remained undaunted. He rallied his crew and bore up most gallantly to the fray. Thrusts of pikes and blows of sabres were becoming close and deadly, while muskets and pistols were constantly discharged by those who were kept at a distance by the pressure of the throng of closer combatants. Barnstable led his men in advance and became a mark of peculiar vengeance to his enemies as they slowly yielded before his vigorous assaults. Chance had placed the two commanders on opposite sides of the cutter's deck, and the victory seemed to incline towards either party whenever these daring officers directed the struggle in person. But the Englishman, perceiving that the ground he maintained in person was lost elsewhere, made an effort to restore the battle by changing his position, followed by one or two of his best men. A marine who preceded him leveled his musket within a few feet of the head of the American commander, and was about to fire when Mary glided among the combatants and passed his dirk into the body of the man who fell at the blow. Shaking his piece with horrid imprecations, the wounded soldier prepared to deal his vengeance on his youthful assailant, when the fearless boy leaped within its muzzle and buried his own keen weapon in his heart. "Hurrah!" shouted the unconscious Barnstable from the edge of the quarter-deck, where, attended by a few men, he was driving all before him. "Revenge, Long Tom, and victory!" "We have them!" exclaimed the Englishmen. "Handle your pikes! We have them between two fires!" The battle would probably have terminated very differently from what previous circumstances had indicated, had not a wild-looking figure appeared in the cutter's channels at that moment, issuing from the sea and gaining the deck at the same instant. It was Long Tom, with his iron visage rendered fierce by his previous discomfiture, and his grizzled locks drenched with the briny element from which he had risen, looking like Neptune with his trident. Without speaking, he poised his harpoon, and with a powerful effort pinned the unfortunate Englishman to the mast of his own vessel. "Starn all!" cried Tom by a sort of instinct when the blow was struck, and catching up the musket of the fallen marine, he dealt out terrible and fatal blows with its butt on all who approached him, utterly disregarding the use of the bayonet on its muzzle. The unfortunate commander of the Alacrity brandished his sword with frantic gestures, while his eyes rolled in horrid wildness, when he writhed for an instant in his passing agonies, and then, as his head dropped lifeless upon his gored breast, he hung against the spar, a spectacle of dismay to his crew. A few of the Englishmen stood chained to the spot in silent horror at the sight, but most of them fled to their lower deck, or hastened to conceal themselves in the secret parts of the vessel, leaving to the Americans the undisputed possession of the Alacrity. Two-thirds of the cutter's crew suffered either in life or limbs by this short struggle, nor was the victory obtained by Barnstable without paying the price of several valuable lives. The first burst of conquest was not, however, the moment to appreciate the sacrifice, and loud and reiterated shouts proclaimed the exultation of the conquerors. As the flush of victory subsided, however, recollection returned, and Barnstable issued such orders as humanity and his duty rendered necessary. While the vessels were separating and the bodies of the dead and wounded were removing, the conqueror paced the deck of his prize as if lost in deep reflection. He passed his hand frequently across his blackened and blood-stained brow, while his eyes would rise to examine the vast canopy of smoke that was hovering above the vessels like a dense fog exhaling from the ocean. The result of his deliberations was soon announced to the crew. "Haul down all your flags," he cried. "Set the Englishman's colours again, and show the enemy's jack above our ensign in the Ariel." The appearance of the whole Channel fleet within half gunshot would not have occasioned more astonishment among the victors than this extraordinary mandate. The wondering seamen suspended their several employments to gaze at the singular change that was making in the flags, those symbols that were viewed with a sort of reverence. But none presumed to comment openly on the procedure except Long Tom, who stood on the quarter-deck of the prize, straightening the pliable iron of the harpoon, which he had recovered with as much care and diligence as if it were necessary to the maintenance of their conquest. Like the others, however, he suspended his employment when he heard this order, and manifested no reluctance to express his dissatisfaction at the measure. "If the Englishmen grumble at the fight and think it not fair play," muttered the old coxswain, "let us try it over again, sir. As they are somewhat short of hands, they can send a boat to the land and get off a gang of them lazy riptiles, the soldiers who stand looking at us like so many red lizards crawling on a beach, and we'll give them another chance. But damn me, if I see the use of whipping them, if this is to be the better end of the matter." "What's that you're grumbling there, like a dead northeaster, you horse mackerel?" said Barnstable. "Where are our friends and countrymen who are on the land? Are we to leave them to swing on gibbets or rot in dungeons?" The coxswain listened with great earnestness, and when his commander had spoken, he struck the palm of his broad hand against his brawny thigh with a report like a pistol, and answered, "I see how it is, sir. You reckon the redcoats have Mr. Griffith in tow. Just run the schooner into shoal water, Captain Barnstable, and drop an anchor where we can get the long gun to bear on them, and give me the whale boat and 5 or 6 men to back me. They must have long legs if they get an offing before I run them aboard." "Fool, do you think a boat's crew could contend with 50 armed soldiers?" "Soldiers!" echoed Tom, whose spirits had been strongly excited by the conflict, snapping his fingers with ineffable disdain. "That for all the soldiers that were ever rigged. One whale could kill 1,000 of them, and here stands the man that has killed his round hundred of whales." "Pshaw, you grampus, do you turn braggart in your old age?" "It's no bragging, sir, to speak a log book truth. But if Captain Barnstable thinks that old Tom Coffin carries a speaking trumpet for a figure head, let him pass the word for'ard to man the boats." "No, no, my old master at the Marling Spikes," said Barnstable kindly. "I know thee too well, thou brother of Neptune. But shall we not throw the bread-room dust in those Englishmen's eyes, by wearing their bunting awhile, till something may offer to help our captured countrymen?" The coxswain shook his head and cogitated a moment, as if struck with sundry new ideas, when he answered, "Ay, ay, sir, that's blue water philosophy, as deep as the sea. Let the riptiles clew up the corners of their mouths to their eyebrows now, when they come to hear the rail Yankee truth of the matter, they will sheet them down to their leather neckcloths." With this reflection the coxswain was much consoled, and the business of repairing damages and securing the prize proceeded without further interruption on his part. The few prisoners who were unhurt were rapidly transferred to the Ariel. While Barnstable was attending to this duty, an unusual bustle drew his eyes to one of the hatchways, where he beheld a couple of his marines dragging forward a gentleman, whose demeanour and appearance indicated the most abject terror. After examining the extraordinary appearance of this individual for a moment in silent amazement, the lieutenant exclaimed, "Who have we here? Some amateur in fights, an inquisitive, wonder-seeking non-combatant, who has volunteered to serve his king, and perhaps draw a picture or write a book to serve himself? Pray, sir, in what capacity did you serve in this vessel?" The captive ventured a sidelong glance at his interrogator, in whom he expected to encounter Griffith, but perceiving that it was a face he did not know, he felt a revival of confidence that enabled him to reply, "I came here by accident, being on board the cutter at the time her late commander determined to engage you. It was not in his power to land me, as I trust you will not hesitate to do. Your conjecture of my being a non-combatant—" "Is perfectly true," interrupted Barnstable. "It requires no spy-glass to read that name written on you from stem to stern. But for certain weighty reasons—" He paused to turn at a signal given him by young Mary, who whispered eagerly in his ear, "'Tis Mr. Dillon, kinsman of Colonel Howard. I've seen him often, sailing in the wake of my cousin Cicely." "Dillon!" exclaimed Barnstable, rubbing his hands with pleasure. "What, Kit of that name? He with the Savannah face, eyes of black, and skin of the same colour? He's grown a little whiter with fear, but he's a prize at this moment, worth 20 alacrities." These exclamations were made in a low voice, and at some little distance from the prisoner, whom he now approached and addressed. "Policy, and consequently duty, require that I should detain you for a short time, sir, but you shall have a sailor's welcome to whatever we possess, to lessen the weight of captivity." Barnstable precluded any reply by bowing to his captive and turning away to superintend the management of his vessels. In a short time it was announced that they were ready to make sail, when the Ariel and her prize were brought close to the wind and commenced beating slowly along the land, as if intending to return to the bay whence the latter had sailed that morning. As they stretched in to the shore on the first tack, the soldiers on the cliffs rent the air with their shouts and acclamations, to which Barnstable, pointing to the assumed symbols that were fluttering in the breeze from his masts, directed his crew to respond in the most cordial manner. As the distance and the want of boats prevented any further communication, the soldiers, after gazing at the receding vessels for a time, disappeared from the cliffs and were soon lost from the sight of the adventurous mariners. Hour after hour was consumed in the tedious navigation against an adverse tide, and the short day was drawing to a close before they approached the mouth of their destined haven. While making one of their numerous stretches to and from the land, the cutter in which Barnstable continued passed the victim of their morning's sport, riding on the water, the waves curling over his huge carcass as on some rounded rock, and already surrounded by the sharks, who were preying on his defenseless body. "See, Master Coffin," cried the lieutenant, pointing out the object to his coxswain as they glided by it, "the shovel-nosed gentlemen are regaling daintily. You have neglected the Christian's duty of burying your dead." The old seaman cast a melancholy look at the dead whale, and replied, "If I had the creature in Boston Bay, or on the sandy point of Moneymoy, 'twould be the making of me, but riches and honour are for the great and the larned, and there's nothing left for poor Tom Coffin to do but to veer and haul on his own rolling tackle, that he may ride out on the rest of the gale of life without springing any of his old spars." "How now, Long Tom," cried his officer, "these rocks and cliffs will shipwreck you on the shoals of poetry yet. You grow sentimental." "Them rocks might wrack any vessel that struck them," said the literal coxswain, "and as for poetry, I wants none better than the good old song of Captain Kidd. But it's enough to raise solemn thoughts in a Cape Poge Indian to see an 80-barrel whale devoured by sharks. 'Tis an awful waste of property. I've seen the death of 200 of the creatures, though it seems to keep the rations of poor old Tom as short as ever." The coxswain walked aft while the vessel was passing the whale, and seating himself on the taffrail with his face resting gloomily on his bony hand, he fastened his eyes on the object of his solicitude, and continued to gaze at it with melancholy regret, while it was to be seen glistening in the sunbeams, as it rolled its glittering side of white into the air, or the rays fell unreflected on the black and rougher coat of the back of the monster. In the meantime the navigators diligently pursued their way for the haven we have mentioned, and to which they steered with every appearance of the fearlessness of friends and the exultation of conquerors. A few eager and gratified spectators lined the edges of the small bay, and Barnstable concluded his arrangement for deceiving the enemy by admonishing his crew that they were now about to enter on a service that would require their utmost intrepidity and sagacity. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Our trumpet called you to this gentle parle. King John. As Griffith and his companions rushed from the offices of St. Ruth into the open air, they encountered no one to intercept their flight or communicate the alarm. Warned by the experience of the earlier part of the same night, they avoided the points where they knew the sentinels were posted, though fully prepared to bear down all resistance, and were soon beyond the probability of immediate detection. They proceeded for the distance of half a mile, with rapid strides and with the stern and sullen silence of men who expected to encounter immediate danger, resolved to breast it with desperate resolution. But as they plunged into a copse that clustered around the ruin which has been already mentioned, they lessened their exertions to a more deliberate pace, and a short but guarded dialogue ensued. "We have had a timely escape," said Griffith. "I would much rather have endured captivity than have been the cause of introducing confusion and bloodshed in the peaceful residence of Colonel Howard." "I would, sir, that you had been of this opinion some hours earlier," returned the pilot with a severity in his tones that even conveyed more meaning than his words. "I may have forgotten my duty, sir, in my anxiety to inquire into the condition of a family in whom I feel a particular interest," returned Griffith, in a manner in which pride evidently struggled with respect. "But this is not a time for regrets. I apprehend that we follow you on an errand of some moment, where actions would be more acceptable than any words of apology. What is your pleasure now?" "I much fear that our project will be defeated," said the pilot gloomily. "The alarm will spread with the morning fogs, and there will be musterings of the yeomen and consultations of the gentry that will drive all thoughts of amusement from their minds. The rumor of a descent will, at any time, force sleep from the shores of this island to at least 10 leagues inland. Ay, you have probably passed some pleasant nights with your eyes open, among them yourself, master pilot," said Manuel. "They may thank the Frenchman Thoreau in the old business of '56, and our own daredevil, the bloody Scotchman, as the causes of their quarters being so often beaten up. After all, Thoreau with his fleet did no more than bully them a little, and the poor fellow was finally extinguished by a few small cruisers, like a drummer's boy under a grenadier's cap. But honest Paul sang a different tune for his countrymen to dance to, and—" "I believe you will shortly dance yourself, Manuel," interrupted Griffith quickly, "and in very pleasure that you have escaped an English prison." "Say rather an English gibbet," continued the elated marine, "for had a court martial or a court civil discussed the manner of our entrance into this island, I doubt whether we should have fared better than the daredevil himself, honest blank." "Pshaw!" exclaimed the impatient Griffith. "Enough of this nonsense, Captain Manuel. We have other matters to discuss now. What course have you determined to pursue, Mr. Gray?" The pilot started like a man aroused from a deep musing at this question, and after a pause of a moment he spoke in a low tone of voice, as if still under the influence of deep and melancholy feeling. "The night has already run into the morning watch, but the sun is backward to show himself in this latitude in the heart of winter. I must depart, my friends, to rejoin you some 10 hours hence. It will be necessary to look deeper into our scheme before we hazard anything, and no one can do the service but myself. Where shall we meet again?" "I have reason to think that there is an unfrequented ruin at no great distance from us," said Griffith. "Perhaps we might find both shelter and privacy among its deserted walls." "The thought is good," returned the pilot, "and 'twill answer a double purpose. Could you find the place where you put the marines in ambush, Captain Manuel?" "Has a dog a nose, and can he follow a clean scent?" exclaimed the marine. "Do you think, Signor Pilota, that a general ever puts his forces in an ambuscade where he can't find them himself? 'Fore God, I knew well enough where the rascals lay snoring on their knapsacks some half an hour ago, and I would have given the oldest majority in Washington's army to have had them where a small intimation from myself could have brought them in line, ready dressed for a charge. I know not how you fared, gentlemen, but with me the sight of 20 such vagabonds would have been a joyous spectacle. We would have tossed that Captain Burrowcliffe and his recruits on the point of our bayonets, as the devil would pitch." "Come, come, Manuel," said Griffith a little angrily, "you constantly forget our situation and our errand. Can you lead your men hither without discovery before the day dawns?" "I want but the shortest half hour that a bad watch ever travelled over to do it in." "Then follow, and I will appoint a place of secret rendezvous," rejoined Griffith. "Mr. Gray can learn our situation at the same time." The pilot was seen to beckon through the gloom of the night for his companions to come forward, when they proceeded with cautious steps in quest of the desired shelter. A short search brought them in contact with a part of the ruinous walls, which spread over a large surface, and which, in places, reared their black fragments against the sky, casting a deeper obscurity across the secret recesses of the wood. "This will do," said Griffith, when they had skirted for some distance the outline of the crumbling fabric. "Bring up your men to this point, where I will meet you, and conduct them to some more secret place, for which I shall search during your absence." "A perfect paradise after the cable tiers of the Ariel," exclaimed Manuel. "I doubt not but a good spot might be selected among these trees for a steady drill, a thing my soul has pined after for 6 long months." "Away, away!" cried Griffith. "Here is no place for idle parades. If we find shelter from discovery and capture until you shall be needed in a deadly struggle, 'twill be well." Manuel was slowly retracing his steps to the skirts of the wood, when he suddenly turned and asked, "Shall I post a small picket, a mere corporal's guard, in the open ground in front, and make a chain of sentinels to our works?" "We have no works, we want no sentinels," returned his impatient commander. "Our security is only to be found in secrecy. Lead up your men under the cover of the trees, and let those 3 bright stars be your landmarks. Bring them in a range with the northern corner of the wood." "Enough, Mr. Griffith," interrupted Manuel. "A column of troops is not to be steered like a ship by compass and bearings and distances. Trust me, sir, the march shall be conducted with proper discretion, though in a military manner." Any reply or expostulation was prevented by the sudden disappearance of the marine, whose retreating footsteps were heard for several moments as he moved at a deliberate pace through the underwood. During this short interval the pilot stood reclining against the corner of the ruins in profound silence, but when the sounds of Manuel's march were no longer audible, he advanced from under the deeper shadows of the wall and approached his youthful companion. "We are indebted to the marine for our escape," he said. "I hope we are not to suffer by his folly." "He is what Barnstable calls a rectangular man," returned Griffith, "and will have his way in matters of his profession, though a daring companion in a hazardous expedition. If we can keep him from exposing us by his silly parade, we shall find him a man who will do his work like a soldier, sir, when need happens." "'Tis all I ask. Until the last moment he and his command must be torpid, for if we are discovered, any attempt of ours, with some 20 bayonets and a half pike or 2, would be useless against the force that would be brought to crush us." "The truth of your opinion is too obvious," returned Griffith. "These fellows will sleep a week at a time in a gale at sea, but the smell of the land wakes them up, and I fear 'twill be hard to keep them close during the day." "It must be done, sir, by the strong hand of force," said the pilot sternly. "If it cannot be done by admonition, if we had no more than the recruits of that drunken martinet to cope with, it would be no hard task to drive them into the sea. But I learned in my prison that horse are expected on the shore with the dawn. There is one they call Dillon, who is on the alert to do us mischief." "The miscreant!" muttered Griffith. "Then you also have had communion, sir, with some of the inmates of St. Ruth?" "It behooves a man who is embarked in a perilous enterprise to seize all opportunities to learn his hazard," said the pilot evasively. "If the report be true, I fear we have but little hopes of succeeding in our plans." "Nay, then, let us take the advantage of the darkness to regain the schooner. The coasts of England swarm with hostile cruisers, and a rich trade is flowing into the bosom of this island from the 4 quarters of the world. We shall not seek long for a foe worthy to contend with, nor for the opportunities to cut up the Englishman in his sinews of war, his wealth." "Griffith," returned the pilot, in his still low tones that seemed to belong to a man who never knew ambition nor felt human passion, "I grow sick of this struggle between merit and privileged rank. It is in vain that I scour the waters which the King of England boastingly calls his own, and capture his vessels in the very mouths of his harbors, if my reward is to consist only of isolated promises and hollow professions. But your proposition is useless to me. I have at length obtained a ship of a size sufficient to convey my person to the shores of honest plain-dealing America, and I would enter the hall of Congress on my return, attended by a few of the legislators of this learned isle, who think they possess the exclusive privilege to be wise and virtuous and great. Such a retinue might doubtless be grateful both to your own feelings and those who would receive you, said Griffith, modestly, but would it effect the great purposes of our struggle, or is it an exploit, when achieved, worth the hazard you incur? Griffith felt the hand of the pilot on his own, pressing it with a convulsive grasp, as he replied in a voice, if possible, even more desperately calm than his former tones. There is a glory in it, young man. If it be purchased with danger, it shall be rewarded by fame. It is true I wear your Republican livery, and call the Americans my brothers, but it is because you combat in behalf of human nature. Were your cause less holy, I would not shed the meanest drop that flows in English veins to serve it, but now it hallows every exploit that is undertaken in its favor, and the names of all who contend for it shall belong to posterity. Is there no merit in teaching these proud islanders that the arm of liberty can pluck them from the very empire of their corruption and oppression? Then let me go and ascertain what we most wish to know. You have been seen there, and might attract— You little know me, interrupted the pilot. The deed is my own. If I succeed, I shall claim the honor, and it is proper that I incur the hazard. If I fail, it will be buried in oblivion, like 50 others of my schemes, which, had I power to back me, would have thrown this kingdom in consternation, from the lookouts on the boldest of its headlands to those on the turrets of Windsor Castle. But I was born without nobility of 20 generations to corrupt my blood and deaden my soul, and am not trusted by the degenerate wretches who rule the French marine. 'Tis said that ships of 2 decks are building from our own oak, said Griffith, and you have only to present yourself in America to be employed most honorably. Ay, the republics cannot doubt the man who has supported their flag, without lowering it an inch, in so many bloody conflicts. I do go there, Griffith, but my way lies on this path. My pretended friends have bound my hands often, but my enemies never. Neither shall they now. 10 hours will determine all I wish to know, and with you I trust the safety of the party till my return. Be vigilant, but be prudent. If you should not appear at the appointed hour, exclaimed Griffith, as he beheld the pilot turning to depart, where am I to seek and how serve you? Seek me not, but return to your vessel. My earliest years were passed on this coast, and I can leave the island, should it be necessary, as I entered it, aided by this disguise and my own knowledge. In such an event, look to your charge, and forget me entirely. Griffith could distinguish the silent wave of his hand when the pilot concluded, and the next instant he was left alone. For several minutes the young man continued where he had been standing, musing on the singular endowments and restless enterprise of the being with whom chance had thus unexpectedly brought him in contact, and with whose fate and fortune his own prospects had, by the intervention of unlooked-for circumstances, become intimately connected. When the reflections excited by recent occurrences had passed away, he entered within the sweeping circle of the ruinous walls, and after a very cursory survey of the state of the dilapidated building, he was satisfied that it contained enough secret places to conceal his men until the return of the pilot should warn them that the hour had come when they must attempt the seizure of the devoted sportsman, or darkness should again facilitate their return to the Ariel. It was now about the commencement of that period of deep night, which seamen distinguish as the morning watch, and Griffith ventured to the edge of the little wood to listen if any sounds or tumult indicated that they were pursued. On reaching a point where his eye could faintly distinguish distant objects, the young man paused and bestowed a close and wary investigation on the surrounding scene. The fury of the gale had sensibly abated, but a steady current of sea air was rushing through the naked branches of the oaks, lending a dreary and mournful sound to the gloom of the dim prospect. At the distance of a short half-mile, the confused outline of the pile of St. Ruth rose proudly against the streak of light which was gradually increasing above the ocean, and there were moments when the young seaman even fancied he could discern the bright caps that topped the waves of his own disturbed element. The long, dull roar of the surf, as it tumbled heavily on the beach or dashed with unbroken violence against the hard boundary of rocks, was borne along by the blast distinctly to his ears. It was a time and a situation to cause the young seaman to ponder deeply on the changes and chances of his hazardous profession. Only a few short hours had passed since he was striving, with his utmost skill and with all his collected energy, to guide the enormous fabric in which so many of his comrades were now quietly sleeping on the broad ocean, from that very shore on which he now stood in cool indifference to the danger. The recollection of home, America, his youthful and enduring passion, and the character and charms of his mistress blended in a sort of wild and feverish confusion, which was not, however, without its pleasures, in the ardent fancy of the young man, and he was slowly approaching, step by step, toward the Abbey, when the sound of footsteps, proceeding evidently from the measured tread of disciplined men, reached his ears. He was instantly recalled to his recollection by this noise, which increased as the party deliberately approached, and in a few moments he was able to distinguish a line of men marching in order towards the edge of the wood, from which he had himself so recently issued. Retiring rapidly under the deeper shadow of the trees, he waited until it was apparent the party intended to enter under its cover also, when he ventured to speak. "Who comes, and on what errand?" he cried. "A skulker, and to burrow like a rabbit, or jump from hole to hole like a wharf rat?" said Manuel sulkily. "Here have I been marching within half musket shot of the enemy, without daring to pull a trigger even on their outposts, because our muzzles are plugged with that universal extinguisher of gunpowder called prudence. 'Fore God, Mr. Griffith, I hope you may never feel the temptation to do an evil deed, which I felt just now, to throw a volley of small shot into that dog kennel of a place, if it were only to break its windows, and let in the night air upon the sleeping sot, who is dozing away the fumes of some as good old South Side. Hark ye, Mr. Griffith, one word in your ear." A short conference took place between the two officers, apart from the men, at the close of which, as they rejoined the party, Manuel might be heard urging his plans on the reluctant ears of Griffith in the following words: "I could carry the old dungeon without waking one of the snores, and consider, sir, we might get a stock of as rich cordial from its cellars as ever oiled the throat of a gentleman." "'Tis idle, 'tis idle," said Griffith impatiently. "We are not robbers of hen roosts, nor wine gaugers, to be prying into the vaults of the English gentry, Captain Manuel, but honourable men, employed in the sacred cause of liberty in our country. Lead your party into the ruin, and let them seek their rest. We may have work for them with the dawn." "Evil was the hour when I quitted the line of the army, to place a soldier under the orders of an awkward squad of tarry jackets," muttered Manuel, as he proceeded to execute an order that was delivered with an air of authority that he knew must be obeyed. "As pretty an opportunity for a surprise and a forage thrown away as ever crossed the path of a partisan. But by all the rights of man, I'll have an encampment in some order. Here, you sergeant, detail a corporal and 3 men for a picket, and station them in the skirts of this wood. We shall have a sentinel in advance of our position, and things shall be conducted with some air of discipline." Griffith heard this order with great inward disgust, but as he anticipated the return of the pilot, before the light could arrive to render his weak exposure of their situation apparent, he forbore exercising his power to alter the arrangement. Manuel had therefore the satisfaction of seeing his little party quartered, as he thought, in military manner, before he retired with Griffith and his men into one of the vaulted apartments of the ruin, which by its open and broken doors invited their entrance. Here the marines disposed themselves to rest, while the 2 officers succeeded in passing the tedious hours without losing their characters for watchfulness, by conversing with each other, or at whiles suffering their thoughts to roam in the very different fields which fancy would exhibit to men of such differing characters. In this manner hour after hour passed, in listless quiet or sullen expectation, until the day had gradually advanced, and it became dangerous to keep the sentinels and picket in a situation where they were liable to be seen by any straggler who might be passing near the wood. Manuel remonstrated against any alteration, as being entirely unmilitary, for he was apt to carry his notions of tactics to extremes whenever he came in collision with a sea officer. But in this instance his superior was firm, and the only concession the captain could obtain was the permission to place a solitary sentinel within a few feet of the vault, though under the cover of the crumbling walls of the building itself. With this slight deviation in their arrangements, the uneasy party remained for several hours longer, impatiently awaiting the period when they should be required to move. The guns first fired from the Alacrity had been distinctly audible, and were pronounced by Griffith, whose practised ear detected the metal of the piece that was used, as not proceeding from the schooner. When the rapid though distant rumbling of the spirited cannonade became audible, it was with difficulty that Griffith could restrain either his own feelings or the conduct of his companions within those bounds that prudence and their situation required. The last gun was, however, fired, and not a man had left the vault, and conjectures as to the result of the fight succeeded to those which had been made on the character of the combatants during the action. Some of the marines would raise their heads from the fragments which served them as the pillows on which they were seeking disturbed and stolen slumbers, and after listening to the cannon would again compose themselves to sleep, like men who felt no concern in a contest in which they did not participate. Others, more alive to events and less drowsy, lavishly expended their rude jokes on those who were engaged in the struggle, or listened with a curious interest to mark the progress of the battle by the uncertain index of its noise. When the fight had been some time concluded, Manuel indulged his ill humour more at length. "There has been a party of pleasure within a league of us, Mr. Griffith," he said, "at which, but for our present subterraneous quarters, we might have been guests, and thus laid some claim to the honour of sharing in the victory. But it is not too late to push the party on as far as the cliffs, where we shall be in sight of the vessels, and we may possibly establish a claim to our share of the prize money." "There is but little wealth to be gleaned from the capture of a king's cutter," returned Griffith, "and there would be less honour were Barnstable encumbered with our additional and useless numbers." "Useless," repeated Manuel. "There is much good service to be got out of 23 well-drilled and well-chosen marines. Look at those fellows, Mr. Griffith, and then tell me if you think them an encumbrance in the hour of need." Griffith smiled and glanced his eye over the sleeping group, for when the firing had ceased the whole party had again sought their repose, and he could not help admiring the athletic and sinewy limbs that lay scattered around the gloomy vault in every posture that ease or whim dictated. From the stout frames of the men his glance was directed to the stack of firearms, from whose glittering tubes and polished bayonets strong rays of light were reflected even in that dark apartment. Manuel followed the direction of his eyes, and watched the expression of his countenance with inward exultation, but he had the forbearance to await his reply before he manifested his feeling more openly. "I know them to be true men," said Griffith, "when needed. But, hark! What says he? Who goes there? What noise is that?" repeated the sentinel, who was placed at the entrance of the vault. Manuel and Griffith sprang at the same instant from their places of rest, and stood unwilling to create the slightest sounds, listening with the most intense anxiety to catch the next indications of the cause of their guardian's alarm. A short stillness, like that of death, succeeded, during which Griffith whispered, "'Tis the pilot. His hour has been long past." The words were hardly spoken when the clashing of steel in fierce and sudden contact was heard, and at the next instant the body of the sentinel fell heavily along the stone steps that led to the open air, and rolled lifelessly to their feet, with the bayonet that had caused his death projecting from a deep wound in his breast. "Away, away, sleepers, away!" shouted Griffith. "To arms!" cried Manuel, in a voice of thunder. The alarmed marines, suddenly aroused from their slumbers at these thrilling cries, sprang on their feet in a confused cluster, and at that fatal moment a body of living fire darted into the vault, which re-echoed with the reports of 20 muskets. The uproar, the smoke, and the groans which escaped from many of his party could not restrain Griffith another instant. His pistol was fired through the cloud which concealed the entrance of the vault, and he followed the leaden messenger, trailing a half-pike, and shouting to his men, "Come on, follow, my lads, they are nothing but soldiers." Even while he spoke, the ardent young seaman was rushing up the narrow passage, but as he gained the open space, his foot struck the writhing body of the victim of his shot, and he was precipitated headlong into a group of armed men. "Fire, Manuel, fire!" shouted the infuriated prisoner. "Fire while you have them in a cluster." "Ay, fire, Mr. Manuel," said Burrowcliffe with great coolness, "and shoot your own officer. Hold him up, boys, Hold him up in front. The safest place is nighest to him." "Fire!" repeated Griffith, making desperate efforts to release himself from the grasp of 5 or 6 men. "Fire, and disregard me." "If he do, he deserves to be hung," said Burrowcliff. "Such fine fellows are not sufficiently plenty to be shot at like wild beasts in chains. Take him from before the mouth of the vault, boys, and spread yourselves to your duty." At the time Griffith issued from the cover, Manuel was mechanically employed in placing his men in order, and the marines, accustomed to do everything in concert and array, lost the moment to advance. The soldiers of Burrowcliff reloaded their muskets and fell back behind different portions of the wall, where they could command the entrance to the vault with their fire, without much exposure to themselves. This disposition was very coolly reconnoitred by Manuel in person through some of the crevices in the wall, and he hesitated to advance against the force he beheld while so advantageously posted. In this situation several shots were fired by either party, without effect until Burrowcliff, perceiving the inefficacy of that mode of attack, summoned the garrison of the vault to a parley. "Surrender to the forces of His Majesty King George III," he cried, "and I promise you quarter." "Will you release your prisoner and give us free passage to our vessels?" asked Manuel. "The garrison to march out with all honours of war, and officers to retain their side arms?" "Inadmissible," returned Burrowcliff with great gravity. "The honour of His Majesty's arms and the welfare of the realm forbid such a treaty, but I offer you safe quarters and honourable treatment." "Officers to retain their side arms, your prisoner to be released, and the whole party to return to America on parole, not to serve until exchanged." "Not granted," said Burrowcliff. "The most that I can yield is a good portation of the generous south side, and if you are the man I take you for, you will know how to prize such an offer." "In what capacity do you summon us to yield, as men entitled to the benefit of the laws of arms, or as rebels to your king?" "Ye are rebels all, gentlemen," returned the deliberate Burrowcliff, "and as such ye must yield, though so far as good treatment and good fare goes, you are sure of it while in my power. In all other respects you lie at the mercy of His most gracious Majesty." "Then let His Majesty show His gracious face, and come and take us, for I'll be—" The asseveration of the marine was interrupted by Griffith, whose blood had sensibly cooled, and whose generous feelings were awakened in behalf of his comrades, now that his own fate seemed decided. "Hold, Manuel," he cried, "make no rash oaths. Captain Burrowcliff, I am Edward Griffith, a lieutenant in the Navy of the United American States, and I pledge you my honour to a parole." "Release him," said Burrowcliff. Griffith advanced between the two parties, and spoke so as to be heard by both. "I propose to descend to the vault and ascertain the loss and present strength of Captain Manuel's party. If the latter be not greater than I apprehend, I shall advise him to a surrender on the usual conditions of civilized nations." "Go," said the soldier. "But stay, is he a half and half, an amphibious? Pshaw, I mean a marine?" "He is, sir, a captain in the corps." "The very man," interrupted Burrowcliff. "I thought I recollected the liquid signs of his voice. It would be well to speak to him of the good fare of St. Ruth, and you may add that I know my man. I shall besiege instead of storming him, with the certainty of a surrender when his canteen is empty. The vault he is in holds no such beverage as the cellars of the Abbey." Griffith smiled in spite of the occasion and his vexation, and making a slight inclination of his head, he passed into the vault, giving notice to his friends by his voice, in order to apprise them who approached. He found 6 of the marines, including the sentinel, lying dead on the ragged pavement, and 4 others wounded, but stifling their groans by the order of their commander, that they might not inform the enemy of his weakness. With the remainder of his command, Manuel had entrenched himself behind the fragment of a wall that intersected the vault, and regardless of the dismaying objects before him, maintained as bold a front and as momentous an air as if the fate of a walled town depended on his resolution and ingenuity. "You see, Mr. Griffith," he cried, when the young sailor approached this gloomy but really formidable arrangement, "that nothing short of artillery can dislodge me. As for that drinking Englishman above, let him send down his men by platoons of 8 or 10, and I'll pile them up on those steps 4 and 5 deep." "But artillery can and will be brought if it should be necessary," said Griffith, "and there is not the least chance of your eventual escape. It may be possible for you to destroy a few of the enemy, but you are too humane to wish to do it unnecessarily." "No doubt," returned Manuel with a grim smile, "and yet methinks I could find present pleasure in shooting 7 of them. Yes, just 7, which is one more than they have struck off my roster." "Remember your own wounded," added Griffith. "They suffer for want of aid, while you protract a useless defence." A few smothered groans from the sufferers seconded this appeal, and Manuel yielded. though with a very ill grace, to the necessity of the case. "Go then and tell him that we will surrender as prisoners of war," he said, "on the conditions that he grants me my side arms, and that suitable care shall be taken of the sick. Be particular to call them sick, for some lucky accident may yet occur before the compact is ratified, and I would not have him learn our loss." Griffith, without waiting for a second bidding, hastened to Burrow-Cliff with his intelligence. "His side arms," repeated the soldier, when the other had done. "What are they, I pray thee?" "A marling spike, for if his equipments be no better than thine own, my worthy prisoner, there is little need to quarrel about their ownership." "Had I but 10 of my meanest men, armed with such half pikes, and Captain Burrow-Cliff and his party were put at deadly strife with us," retorted Griffith, "he might find occasion to value our weapons more highly." "For such fiery gentlemen as yourself would have routed my command," returned Burrow-Cliff, with undisturbed composure. "I trembled for my ranks when I saw you coming out of the smoke, like a blazing comet from behind a cloud, and I shall never think of Somersets without returning inward thanks to their inventor. But our treaty is made. Let your comrades come forth and pile their arms." Griffith communicated the result to the captain of marines, when the latter led the remnant of his party out of his sunken fortress into the open air. The men who had manifested throughout the whole business that cool subordination and unyielding front, mixed with the dauntless spirit that to this day distinguishes the corps of which they were members, followed their commander in sullen silence, and stacked their arms with as much regularity and precision as if they had been ordered to relieve themselves after a march. When this necessary preliminary had been observed, Burrow-Cliff unmasked his forces, and our adventurers found themselves once more in the power of the enemy, and under circumstances which rendered the prospect of a speedy release from their captivity nearly hopeless. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. If your father will do me any honor, so. If not, let him kill the next Percy himself. I look to be either Earl or Duke, I can assure you. Falstaff. Manuel cast sundry discontented and sullen looks from his captors to the remnant of his own command, while the process of pinioning the latter was conducted with much discretion under the directions of Sergeant Drill, when meeting in one of his dissatisfied glances with the pale and disturbed features of Griffith, he gave vent to his ill humour by saying, "This results from neglecting the precautions of military discipline. Had the command been with men who, I may say, without boasting, have been accustomed to the duties of the field, proper pickets would have been posted, and instead of being caught like so many rabbits in a burrow, to be smoked out with brimstone, we should have had an open field for the struggle. Or we might have possessed ourselves of these walls, which I could have made good for 2 hours at least, against the best regiment that ever wore King George's facings." "Defend the outworks before retreating to the citadel," cried Burrow-Cliff. "'Tis the game of war, and shows science. But had you kept closer to your burrow, the rabbits might now have all been frisking about in that pleasant abode. The eyes of a timid hind were greeted this morning, while journeying near this wood, with a passing sight of armed men in strange attire, and as he fled with an intent of casting himself into the sea, as fear will sometimes urge one of his kind to do, he luckily encountered me on the cliffs, who humanely saved his life by compelling him to conduct us hither. There is often wisdom in science, my worthy contemporary in arms, but there is sometimes safety in ignorance." "You have succeeded, sir, and have a right to be pleasant," said Manuel, seating himself gloomily on a fragment of the ruin, and fastening his looks on the melancholy spectacle of the lifeless bodies, as they were successively brought from the vault and placed at his feet. But these men have been my own children, and you will excuse me if I cannot retort your pleasantries. Ah, Captain Burrowcliff, you are a soldier, and know how to value merit. I took those very fellows who sleep on these stones so quietly from the hands of nature, and made them the pride of our art. They were no longer men, but brave lads, who ate and drank, wheeled and marched, loaded and fired, laughed or were sorrowful, spoke or were silent, only at my will. As for soul, there was but one among them all, and that was in my keeping. Groan, my children, groan freely now. There is no longer a reason to be silent. I've known a single musket bullet cut the buttons from the coats of 5 of them in a row, without raising the skin of a man. I could ever calculate with certainty how many it would be necessary to expend in all regular service, but this accursed banditti business has robbed me of the choicest of my treasures. You stand at ease now, my children. Groan, it will soften your anguish. Burrowcliff appeared to participate in some degree in the feelings of his captive, and he made a few appropriate remarks in the way of condolence while he watched the preparations that were making by his own men to move. At length his orderly announced that substitutes for barrows were provided to sustain the wounded, and inquired if it were his pleasure to return to their quarters. "Who has seen the horse?" demanded the captain. "Which way did they march? Have they gained any tidings of the discovery of this party of the enemy?" "Not from us, your honour," returned the sergeant. "They had ridden along the coast before we left the cliffs, and it was said their officer intended to scour the shore for several miles and spread the alarm. Let him. It is all such gay gallants are good for. Drill, honour is almost as scarce an article with our arms just now as promotion. We seem but the degenerate children of the heroes of Poictiers. You understand me, sergeant?" "Some battle fought by his Majesty's troops against the French, your honour," returned the orderly, a little at a loss to comprehend the expression of his officer's eye. "Fellow, you grow dull on victory," exclaimed Burrowcliff. "Come hither. I would give you orders. Do you think, Mr. Drill, there is more honour, or likely to be more profit, in this little morning's amusement than you and I can stand under?" "I should not, your honour. We have both pretty broad shoulders." "That are not weakened by undue burdens of this nature," interrupted his captain significantly. "If we let the news of this affair reach the ears of those hungry dragoons, they would charge upon us open-mouthed, like a pack of famished beagles, and claim at least half the credit, and certainly all the profit." "But, your honour, there was not a man of them even—" "No matter, Drill. I've known troops that have been engaged and have suffered, cheated out of their share of victory by a well-worded dispatch. You know, fellow, that in the smoke and confusion of a battle a man can only see what passes near him, and common prudence requires that he only mention in his official letters what he knows can't be easily contradicted. Thus your Indians, and indeed all allies, are not entitled to the right of a general order, any more than to the right of a parade. Now, I dare say you have heard of a certain battle of Blenheim?" "Lord, your honour, 'tis the pride of the British army, that and the Culloden. 'Twas when the great Corporal John beat the French king and all his lords and nobility with half his nation in arms to back him. Ay, there is a little of the barrack readings in the account, but it is substantially true. Know you how many French were in the field that day, Mr. Drill?" "I've never seen the totals of their muster, sir, in print, but judging by the difference betwixt the nations, I should suppose some hundreds of thousands. And yet to oppose this vast army the Duke had only 10 or 12,000 well-fed Englishmen. You look astounded, sergeant." "Why, your honour, that does seem rather an overmatch for an old soldier to swallow. The random shot would sweep away so small a force." "And yet the battle was fought, and the victory won. But the Duke of Marlborough had a certain Mr. Eugene, with some 50 or 60,000 high dutchers to back him. You never heard of Mr. Eugene?" "Not a syllable, your honour. I always thought that Corporal John was a gallant and great general." "You thought right, Mr. Drill. So would a certain nameless gentleman be also, if his Majesty would sign a commission to that effect. However, a majority is on the high road to a regiment, and with even a regiment a man is comfortable. In plain English, Mr. Drill, we must get our prisoners into the Abbey with as little noise as possible, in order that the horse may continue their gambols along the coast without coming to devour our meal. All the fuss must be made at the War Office. For that trifle you may trust me. I think I know who holds a quill that is as good in its way as the sword he wears. Drill is a short name, and can easily be written within the folds of a letter." "Lord, your honour," said the gratified halberdier, "I'm sure such an honour is more. But your honour can ever command me?" "I do, and it is to be close, and to make your men keep close, until it shall be time to speak, when I pledge myself there shall be noise enough." Burrowcliff shook his head with a grave air, as he continued, "It has been a devil of a bloody fight, sergeant. Look at the dead and wounded. A wood on each flank, supported by a ruin in the centre. Oh, ink! Ink can be spilt on the details with great effect. Go, fellow, and prepare to march." Thus enlightened on the subject of his commander's ulterior views, the non-commissioned agent of the captain's wishes proceeded to give suitable instructions to the rest of the party, and to make the more immediate preparations for a march. The arrangements were soon completed. The bodies of the slain were left unsheltered, the seclusion of the ruin being deemed a sufficient security against the danger of any discovery until darkness should favor their removal, in conformity with Burrowcliff's plan to monopolize the glory. The wounded were placed on rude litters composed of the muskets and blankets of the prisoners. When the conquerors and vanquished moved together in a compact body from the ruin, in such a manner as to make the former serve as a mask to conceal the latter from the curious gaze of any casual passenger. There was but little indeed to apprehend on this head, for the alarm and terror consequent on the exaggerated reports that flew through the country effectually prevented any intruders on the usually quiet and retired domains of St. Ruth. The party was emerging from the wood, when the cracking of branches and rustling of dried leaves announced, however, that an interruption of some sort was about to occur. "If it should be one of their rascally patrols!" exclaimed Burrowcliff, with very obvious displeasure. "They trample like a regiment of cavalry. But, gentlemen, you will acknowledge yourselves that we were retiring from the field of battle when we met the reinforcement, if it should prove to be such." "We are not disposed, sir, to deny you the glory of having achieved your victory single-handed," said Griffith, glancing his eyes uneasily in the direction of the approaching sounds, expecting to see the pilot issue from the thicket in which he seemed to be entangled, instead of any detachment of his enemies. "Clear the way, Caesar!" cried a voice at no great distance from them. "Break through the accursed vines on my right, Pompey! Press forward, my fine fellows, or we may be too late to smell even the smoke of the fight." "Hum!" ejaculated the captain, with his philosophic indifference of manner entirely re-established. "This must be a Roman legion just awoke from a trance of some 17 centuries, and that the voice of a centurion. We will halt, Mr. Drill, and view the manner of an ancient march." While the captain was yet speaking, a violent effort disengaged the advancing party from the thicket of brambles in which they had been entangled, when two blacks, each bending under a load of firearms, preceded Colonel Howard into the clear space where Burrowcliff had halted his detachment. Some little time was necessary to enable the veteran to arrange his disordered dress, and to remove the perspiring effects of the unusual toil from his features before he could observe the addition to the captain's numbers. "We heard you fire," cried the old soldier, making at the same time the most diligent application of his bandana, "and I determined to aid you with a sortie, which, when judiciously timed, has been the means of raising many a siege, though had Montcalm rested quietly within his walls, the plains of Abram might never have drunk his blood." "Oh, his decision was soldierly, and according to all rules of war," exclaimed Manuel, "and had I followed his example, this day might have produced a different tale." "Why, who have we here?" cried the colonel in astonishment. "Who is it that pretends to criticize battles and sieges dressed in such a garb?" "'Tis a dux incognitorum, my worthy host," said Berrowcliff, "which means in our English language a captain of marines in the service of the American Congress." "What! Have you then met the enemy?" "Ay, and by the fame of the immortal Wolfe, you have captured them," cried the delighted veteran. "I was pressing on with a part of my garrison to your assistance, for I had seen that you were marching in this direction, and even the report of a few muskets was heard." "A few!" interrupted the conqueror. "I know not what you call a few, my gallant and ancient friend. You may possibly have shot at each other by the week in the days of Wolfe and Abercrombie and Braddock, but I, too, have seen smart firing, and can hazard an opinion in such matters. There was as pretty a roll made by firearms at the battles on the Hudson as ever rattled from a drum. It is all over, and many live to talk of it, but this has been the most desperate affair, for the numbers, I ever was engaged in. I speak always with a reference to the numbers. The wood is pretty well sprinkled with dead, and we have contrived to bring off a few of the desperately wounded with us, as you may perceive." "Bless me!" exclaimed the surprised veteran, "that such an engagement should happen within musket shot of the Abbey, and I know so little of it. My faculties are on the wane, I fear, for the time has been when a single discharge would rouse me from the deepest sleep." "The bayonet is a silent weapon," returned the composed captain, with a significant wave of his hand. "'Tis the Englishman's pride, and every experienced officer knows that one thrust from it is worth the fire of a whole platoon." "What, did you come to the charge?" cried the colonel. "By the Lord Berrowcliff, my gallant young friend, I would have given 20 tierces of rice and 2 able-bodied negroes to have seen the fray. It would have been a pleasant spectacle to witness, sans disputation," returned the captain. "But victory is ours without the presence of Achilles this time. I have them, all that survived the affair, at least all that have put foot on English soil." "Ay, and the king's cutter has brought in the schooner," added Colonel Howard. "Thus perish all rebellion for evermore. Where's Kit, my kinsman, Mr. Christopher Dillon? I would ask him what the laws of the realm next prescribe to loyal subjects. Here will be work for the jurors of Middlesex, Captain Berrowcliff, if not for a Secretary of State's warrant. Where is Kit, my kinsman, the ductile, the sagacious, the loyal Christopher? The cacique non est, as more than one bailiff has said of sundry clever fellows in our regiment, when there has been a pressing occasion for their appearance," said the soldier. "But the cornet of horse has given me reason to believe that his provincial lordship, who repaired on board the cutter to give intelligence of the position of the enemy, continued there to share the dangers and honours of naval combat." "Ay, 'tis like him," cried the colonel, rubbing his hands with glee. "'Tis like him. He has forgotten the law and his peaceful occupations at the sounds of military preparation, and has carried the head of a statesman into the fight with the ardour and thoughtlessness of a boy." "The cacique is a man of discretion," observed the captain, with all his usual dryness of manner, "and will doubtless recollect his obligations to posterity and himself, though he be found entangled in the mazes of a combat. But I marvel that he does not return, for some time has now elapsed since the schooner struck her flag, as my own eyes have witnessed." "You will pardon me, gentlemen," said Griffith, advancing towards them with uncontrollable interest, "but I have unavoidably heard part of your discourse, and cannot think you will find it necessary to withhold the whole truth from a disarmed captive. Say you that a schooner has been captured this morning?" "It is assuredly true," said Borrowcliff, with a display of nature and delicacy in his manner that did his heart infinite credit; "but I forbore to tell you, because I thought your own misfortunes would be enough for one time. Mr. Griffith, this gentleman is Colonel Howard, to whose hospitality you will be indebted for some favours before we separate." "Griffith!" echoed the colonel in quick reply. "Griffith! What a sight for my old eyes to witness the child of worthy, gallant, loyal Hugh Griffith a captive, and taken in arms against his prince! Young man, what would thy honest father, what would his bosom friend, my own poor brother Harry, have said, had it pleased God that they had survived to witness this burning shame and lasting stigma on thy respectable name?" "Had my father lived, he would now have been upholding the independence of his native land," said the young man, proudly. "I wish to respect even the prejudices of Colonel Howard, and beg he will forbear urging a subject on which I fear we never shall agree." "Never, while thou art to be found in the ranks of rebellion," cried the colonel. "Oh, boy, boy, how I could have loved and cherished thee, if the skill and knowledge obtained in the service of thy prince were now devoted to the maintenance of his unalienable rights. I love thy father, worthy Hugh, even as I loved my own brother Harry." "And his son should still be dear to you," interrupted Griffith, taking the reluctant hand of the colonel into both his own. "Ah, Edward, Edward," continued the softened veteran, "how many of my day dreams have been destroyed by thy perversity! Nay, I know not that Kit, discreet and loyal as he is, could have found such a favour in my eyes as thyself. There is a cast of thy father in that face and smile, Ned, that might have won me to anything short of treason. And then Cicely, provoking, tender, mutinous, kind, affectionate, good Cicely, would have been a link to unite us for ever." The youth cast a hasty glance at the deliberate Borrowcliff, who, if he had obeyed the impatient expression of his eye, would have followed the party that was slowly bearing the wounded towards the Abbey, before he yielded to his feelings, and answered, "Nay, sir, let this then be the termination of our misunderstanding. Your lovely niece shall be that link, and you shall be to me as your friend Hugh would have been had he lived, and to Cecilia twice a parent." "Boy, boy," said the veteran, averting his face to conceal the working of his muscles, "you talk idly. My word is now plighted to my kinsman Kit, and thy scheme is impracticable." "Nothing is impracticable, sir, to youth and enterprise, when aided by age and experience like yours," returned Griffith. "This war must soon terminate." "This war!" echoed the colonel, shaking loose the grasp which Griffith held on his arm. "Ay, what of this war, young man? Is it not an accursed attempt to deny the rights of our gracious sovereign, and to place tyrants, reared in kennels, on the throne of princes, a scheme to elevate the wicked at the expense of the good, a project to aid unrighteous ambition, under the mask of sacred liberty and the popular cry of equality, as if there could be liberty without order, or equality of rights where the privileges of the sovereign are not as sacred as those of the people." "You judge us harshly, Colonel Howard," said Griffith. "I judge you," interrupted the old soldier, who by this time thought the youth resembled any one rather than his friend Hugh. "It is not my province to judge you at all. If it were, but the time will come, the time will come. I am a patient man, and can wait the course of things. Yes, yes, age cools the blood, and we learn to suppress the passions and impatience of youth. But if the ministry would issue a commission of justice for the colonies, and put the name of old George Howard in it, I am a dog if there should be a rebel alive in 12 months. Sir," turning sternly to Borrowcliff, "in such a case I could prove a Roman, and hang, yes, I do think, sir, I could hang my kinsman, Mr. Christopher Dillon." "Spare the cacique such unnatural elevation before his time," returned the captain with a grave wave of his hand. "Behold," pointing towards the wood, "there is a more befitting subject for the gallows. Mr. Griffith, yonder man calls himself your comrade." The eyes of Colonel Howard and Griffith followed the direction of his finger, and the latter instantly recognized the pilot, standing in the skirts of the wood, with his arms folded, apparently surveying the condition of his friends. "That man," said Griffith in confusion, and hesitating to utter even the equivocal truth that suggested itself, "that man does not belong to our ship's company." "And yet he has been seen in your company," returned the incredulous Borrowcliff. "He was the spokesman in last night's examination, Colonel Howard, and doubtless commands the rear guard of the rebels." "You say true?" cried the veteran. "Pompey, Caesar, present fire!" The blacks started at the sudden orders of their master, of whom they stood in the deepest awe, and presenting their muskets, they averted their faces, and shutting their eyes, obeyed the bloody mandate. "Charge!" shouted the colonel, flourishing the ancient sword with which he had armed himself, and pressing forward with all the activity that a recent fit of the gout would allow. "Charge, and exterminate the dogs with the bayonet! Push on, Pompey! Dress, boys, dress!" "If your friend stands this charge," said Borrowcliff to Griffith, with unmoved composure, "his nerves are made of iron. Such a charge would break the cold streams, with Pompey in the ranks." "I trust in God," cried Griffith, "he will have forbearance enough to respect the weakness of Colonel Howard. He presents a pistol, but he will not fire. The Romans deem it prudent to halt. Nay, by heaven, they countermarch to the rear. Hola! Colonel Howard, my worthy host, fall back on your reinforcements. The wood is full of armed men. They cannot escape us. I only wait for the horse to cut off the retreat." The veteran, who had advanced within a short distance of the single man who thus deliberately awaited the attack, halted at this summons, and by a glance of his eye ascertained that he stood alone. Believing the words of Borrowcliff to be true, he slowly retired, keeping his face manfully towards his enemy until he gained the support of the captain. "Recall the troops, Borrowcliff," he cried, "and let us charge into the wood. They will fly before his Majesty's arms like guilty scoundrels as they are. As for the negroes, I'll teach the black rascals to desert their master at such a moment. They say fear is pale, but damn Borrowcliff, if I don't believe his skin is black. I've seen him of all colors, blue, white, black, and party colored," said the captain. "I must take the command of matters on myself. However, my excellent host, let us retire into the abbey, and trust me to cut off the remainder of the rebels." In this arrangement the colonel reluctantly acquiesced, and the three followed the soldier to the dwelling at a pace that was adapted to the infirmities of its master. The excitement of the onset and the current of his ideas had united, however, to banish every amicable thought from the breast of the colonel, and he entered the abbey with a resolute determination of seeing justice dealt to Griffith and his companions, even though it should push them to the foot of the gallows. As the gentleman disappeared from his view among the shrubbery of the grounds, the pilot replaced the weapon that was hanging from his hand in his bosom, and turning with a saddened and thoughtful brow, he slowly re-entered the wood. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. When these prodigies do so conjointly meet, let not men say, these are their reasons, they are natural, for I believe they are portentous things unto the climate that they point upon. Casca. The reader will discover, by referring to the time consumed in the foregoing events, that the Ariel, with her prize, did not anchor in the bay already mentioned until Griffith and his party had been for several hours in the custody of their enemies. The supposed capture of the rebel schooner was an incident that excited but little interest and no surprise among a people who were accustomed to consider their seamen as invincible, and Barnstable had not found it a difficult task to practice his deception on the few rustics whom curiosity induced to venture alongside the vessels during the short continuance of daylight. When, however, the fogs of evening began to rise along the narrow basin, and the curvatures of its margin were lost in the single outline of its dark and gloomy border, the young seaman thought it time to apply himself in earnest to his duty. The Alacrity, containing all his own crew, together with the Ariel's wounded, was gotten silently under way, and driving easily before the heavy air that swept from the land, she drifted from the harbour until the open sea lay before her, when her sails were spread, and she continued to make the best of her way in quest of the frigate. Barnstable had watched this movement with breathless anxiety, for on an eminence that completely commanded the waters to some distance, a small but rude battery had been erected for the purpose of protecting the harbour against the depredations and insults of the smaller vessels of the enemy, and a guard of sufficient force to manage the 2 heavy guns it contained was maintained in the work at all times. He was ignorant how far his stratagem had been successful, and it was only when he heard the fluttering of the Alacrity's canvas as she opened it to the breeze he felt that he was yet secure. "'Twill reach the Englishman's ears," said the boy Mary, who stood on the forecastle of the schooner by the side of his commander, listening with breathless interest to the sounds. "They set a sentinel on the point as the sun went down, and if he is a trifle better than a dead man or a marine asleep, he will suspect something is wrong." "Never," returned Barnstable, with a long breath that announced all his apprehensions were removed, "he will be more likely to believe it a mermaid fanning herself this cool evening than to suspect the real fact. What say you, Master Coffin? Will the soldiers smell the truth?" "They're a dumb race," said the coxswain, casting his eyes over his shoulders to ascertain that none of their own marine guard was near him. "Now, there was our sergeant, who ought to know something, seeing that he has been afloat these 4 years, maintained, dead in the face and eyes of what every man who has ever doubled Good Hope knows to be true, that there was no such vessel to be fallen in with in them seas as the Flying Dutchman. And then again, when I told him that he was a know-nothing, and asked him if the Dutchman was a more unlikely thing than that there should be places where the inhabitants split the year into 2 watches, and had day for 6 months, and night the rest of the time, the greenhorn laughed in my face, and I do believe he would have told me I lied, but for one thing." "And what might that be?" asked Barnstable gravely. "Why, sir," returned Tom, stretching his bony fingers as he surveyed his broad palm, "by the little light that remained, though I am a peaceable man, I can be roused." "And you have seen the Flying Dutchman?" "I never doubled the East Cape, though I can find my way through Le Maire in the darkest night that ever fell from the heavens, but I have seen them that have seen her, and spoken her too." "Well, be it so. You must turn Flying Yankee yourself to-night, Master Coffin. Man your boat at once, sir, and arm your crew." The coxswain paused a moment before he proceeded to obey this unexpected order, and pointing towards the battery, he inquired with infinite phlegm, "For shore work, sir? Shall we take the cutlasses and pistols, or shall we want the pikes?" "There may be soldiers in our way with their bayonets," said Barnstable, musing. "Arm as usual, but throw a few long pikes into the boat. And hark ye, Master Coffin, out with your tub and whale line, for I see you have rigged yourself anew in that way." The coxswain, who was moving from the forecastle, turned short at this new mandate, and with an air of remonstrance ventured to say, "Trust an old whaler, Captain Barnstable, who has been used to these craft all his life. A whale boat is made to pull with a tub and a line in it as naturally as a ship is made to sail with ballast and—" "Out with it," interrupted the other, with an impatient gesture that his coxswain knew signified a positive determination. Heaving a sigh at what he deemed his commander's prejudice, Tom applied himself without further delay to the execution of the orders. Barnstable laid his hand familiarly on the shoulder of the boy, and led him to the stern of his little vessel in profound silence. The canvas hood that covered the entrance to the cabin was thrown partly aside, and by the light of the lamp that was burning in the small apartment, it was easy to overlook from the deck what was passing beneath them. Dillon sat supporting his head with his two hands, in a manner that shaded his face, but in an attitude that denoted deep and abstracted musing. "I would that I could see the face of my prisoner," said Barnstable, in an undertone that was audible only to his companion. "The eye of a man is a sort of lighthouse to tell one how to steer into the haven of his confidence, boy." "And sometimes a beacon, sir, to warn you there is no safe anchorage near him," returned the ready boy. "Rogue," muttered Barnstable, "your cousin Kate spoke there." "If my cousin Plowden were here, Mr. Barnstable, I know that her opinion of yon gentleman would not be at all more favourable. And yet I have determined to trust him. Listen, boy, and tell me if I am wrong. You have a quick wit, like some others of your family, may suggest something advantageous." The gratified midshipman swelled with the conscious pleasure of possessing his commander's confidence, and followed to the taffrail over which Barnstable leaned, while he delivered the remainder of his communication. "I have gathered from the longshoremen who have come off this evening to stare at the vessel which the rebels have been able to build, that a party of seamen and marines have been captured in an old ruin near the Abbey of St. Ruth this very day." "'Tis Mr. Griffith!" exclaimed the boy. "Ay, the wit of your cousin Catherine was not necessary to discover that. Now I have proposed to this gentleman with the Savannah face that he should go into the Abbey and negotiate an exchange. I will give him for Griffith and the crew of the Alacrity, for Manuel's command and the Tigers." "The Tigers!" cried the lad with emotion. "Have they got my Tigers too? Would to God that Mr. Griffith had permitted me to land." It was no boy's work they were about, and room was scarcer in their boat than live lumber. But this Mr. Dillon has accepted my proposition, and has pledged himself that Griffith shall return within an hour after he is permitted to enter the Abbey. Will he redeem his honour from the pledge? "He may," said Mary, musing a moment, "for I believe he thinks the presence of Mr. Griffith under the same roof with Miss Howard a thing to be prevented if possible. He may be true in this instance, though he has a hollow look." "He has bad-looking lighthouses, I will own," said Barnstable, "and yet he is a gentleman, and promises fair. 'Tis unmanly to suspect him in such a matter, and I will have faith. Now listen, sir, the absence of older heads must throw great responsibility on your young shoulders. Watch that battery as closely as if you were at the masthead of your frigate on the lookout for an enemy. The instant you see lights moving in it, cut and run into the offing. You will find me somewhere under the cliffs, and you will stand off and on, keeping the Abbey in sight until you fall in with us." Mary gave an attentive ear to these and divers other solemn injunctions that he received from his commander, who, having sent the officer next to himself in authority in charge of the prize, the third in command being included in the list of the wounded, was compelled to entrust his beloved schooner to the vigilance of a lad whose years gave no promise of the experience and skill that he actually possessed. When his admonitory instructions were ended, Barnstable stepped again to the opening in the cabin hood, and for a single moment before he spoke, once more examined the countenance of his prisoner with a keen eye. Dillon had removed his hands from below his sallow features, and as if conscious of the scrutiny his looks were to undergo, had concentrated the whole expression of his forbidding aspect in a subtle gaze of hopeless submission to his fate. At least, so thought his captor, and the idea touched some of the finer feelings in the bosom of the generous young seaman. Discarding instantly every suspicion of his prisoner's honour, as alike unworthy of them both, Barnstable summoned him in a cheerful voice to the boat. There was a flashing of the features of Dillon at this call, which gave an indefinable expression to his countenance, that again startled the sailor, but it was so very transient, and could so easily be mistaken for a smile of pleasure at his promised liberation, that the doubts it engendered passed away almost as speedily as the equivocal expression itself. Barnstable was in the act of following his companion into the boat, when he felt himself detained by a slight hold of his arm. "What would you have?" he asked of the midshipman who had given him the signal. "Do not trust too much to that Dillon, sir," returned the anxious boy in a whisper. "If you had seen his face as I did when the binnacle light fell upon it, as he came up the cabin ladder, you would put no faith in him." "I should have seen no beauty," said the generous lieutenant, laughing. "But there is Long Tom. as hard-featured a youth of 20 as ever washed in brine, who has a heart as bigger than that of a kraken. A bright watch to you, boy, and remember a keen eye on the battery." As he was yet speaking, Barnstable crossed the gunwale of his little vessel, and it was not until he was seated by the side of his prisoner that he continued aloud, "Cast the stops off your sails, Mr. Mary, and see all clear to make a run of everything. Recollect you are short-handed, sir. God bless ye, and do you hear? If there is a man among you who shuts more than one eye at a time, I'll make him, when I get back, open both wider than if Tom Coffin's friend, the Flying Dutchman, was booming down upon him. God bless ye, Mary, my boy. Give 'em the square sail if this breeze off-shore holds on till morning. Shove off." As Barnstable gave the last order, he fell back on his seat, and drawing back his boat cloak around him, maintained a profound silence until they had passed the two small headlands that fanned the mouth of the harbor. The men pulled with muffled oars their long, vigorous strokes, and the boat glided with amazing rapidity past the objects that could be yet indistinctly seen along the dim shore. When, however, they had gained the open ocean, and the direction of their little bark was changed to one that led them in a line with the coast and within the shadows of the cliffs, the coxswain, deeming that the silence was no longer necessary to their safety, ventured to break it as follows: "A square sail is a good sail to carry on a craft dead afore it, and in a heavy sea, but if 50 years can teach a man to know the weather, it's my judgment that should the Ariel break ground, after the night turns at 8 bells, she'll need her mainsail to hold her up to her course." The lieutenant started at this sudden interruption, and casting his cloak from his shoulders, he looked abroad on the waters as if seeking those portentous omens which disturbed the imagination of his coxswain. "How now, Tom?" he said sharply. "Have ye turned croaker in your old age? What see you to cause such an old woman's ditty?" "'Tis no song of an old woman," returned the coxswain, with solemn earnestness, "but the warning of an old man, and one who has spent his days where there were no hills to prevent the winds of heaven from blowing on him unless they were hills of salt water and foam. I judge, sir, there'll be a heavy north-easter setting in upon us afore the morning watch is called." Barnstable knew the experience of his old messmate too well not to feel uneasiness at such an opinion, delivered in so confident a manner, but after again surveying the horizon, the heavens, and the ocean, he said, with a continued severity of manner, "Your prophecy is idle. This time, Master Coffin, everything looks like a dead calm. This swell is what is left from the last blow. The mist overhead is nothing but the nightly fog, and you can see with own eyes that it is driving seaward. Even this land breeze is nothing but the air of the ground mixing with that of the ocean. It is heavy with dew and fog, but it's as sluggish as a Dutch galliot." "Ay, sir, it is damp, and there is little of it," rejoined Tom, "but as it comes only from the shore, so it never goes far on the water, it is hard to learn the true signs of the weather, Captain Barnstable, and none get to know them well but such as study little else or feel but little else. There's only one who can see the winds of heaven, or who can tell when a hurricane is to begin or where it will end. Still a man isn't like a whale or a porpoise that takes the air in his nostrils and never knows whether it is a southeaster or a northeaster that he feeds upon. Look broad off to leeward, sir. See the streak of clear sky shining under the mists. Take an old seafaring man's word for it, Captain Barnstable, that whenever the light shines out of the heavens in that fashion, 'tis never done for nothing. Besides, the sun set in a dark bank of clouds, and the little moon we had was dry and windy." Barnstable listened attentively and with increasing concern, for he well knew that his coxswain possessed a quick and almost unerring judgment of the weather, notwithstanding the confused medley of superstitious omens and signs with which it was blended. But again throwing himself back in his boat, he muttered, "Then let it blow. Griffith is worth a heavier risk, and if the battery can't be cheated, it can be carried." Nothing further passed on the state of the weather. Dillon had not ventured a single remark since he entered the boat, and the coxswain had the discretion to understand that his officer was willing to be left to his own thoughts. For nearly an hour they pursued their way with diligence, the sinewy seamen who wielded the oars urging their light boat along the edge of the surf with unabated velocity and apparently with untired exertions. Occasionally Barnstable would cast an inquiring glance at the little inlets that they passed, or would note with a seaman's eye the small portions of sandy beach that were scattered here and there along the rocky boundaries of the coast. One in particular, a deeper inlet than common, where a run of fresh water was heard gurgling as it met the tide, he pointed out to his coxswain by significant but silent gestures as a place to be especially noted. Tom, who understood the signal as intended for his own eye alone, made his observations on the spot with equal taciturnity, but with all the minuteness that would distinguish one long accustomed to find his way, whether by land or water, by landmarks and the bearings of different objects. Soon after this silent communication between the lieutenant and his coxswain, the boat was suddenly turned, and was in the act of dashing upon the spit of sand before it, when Barnstable checked the movement by his voice. "Hold water," he said, "'tis the sound of oars." The seamen held their boat at rest, while a deep attention was given to the noise that had alarmed the ears of their commander. "See, sir," said the coxswain, pointing towards the eastern horizon, "it is just rising into the streak of light to seaward of us. Now it settles in the trough. Ay, here you have it again." "By heavens!" cried Barnstable, "'tis a man-of-war's stroke it pulls. I saw the oar blades as they fell, and listen to the sound. Neither your fisherman nor your smuggler pulls such a regular oar." Tom had bowed his head nearly to the water in the act of listening, and now raising himself, he spoke with confidence. "That is the Tiger. I know the stroke of her crew as well as I do of my own. Mr. Mary has made them learn the new-fashioned jerk as they dip their blades, and they feather with such a roll in their rullocks. I could swear to the stroke." "Hand me the night glass," said his commander impatiently. "I can catch them as they are lifted into the streak. You are right, by every star in our flag, Tom. But there is only one man in her stern sheets. By my good eyes, I believe it is the accursed pilot, sneaking from the land, and leaving Griffith and Manuel to die in English prisons. To shore with you. Beach her at once." The order was no sooner given than it was obeyed, and in less than 2 minutes the impatient Barnstable, Dillon, and the coxswain were standing together on the sands. The impression he had received that his friends were abandoned to their fate by the pilot urged the generous young seaman to hasten the departure of his prisoner, as he was fearful every moment might interpose some new obstacle to the success of his plans. "Mr. Dillon," he said the instant they were landed, "I exact no new promise. Your honor is already plighted." "If oaths can make it stronger," interrupted Dillon, "I will take them." "Oaths cannot. The honor of a gentleman is, at all times, enough. I shall send my coxswain with you to the Abbey, and you will either return with him in person within 2 hours, or give Mr. Griffith and Captain Manuel to his guidance. Proceed, sir. You are conditionally free. There is an easy opening by which to ascend the cliffs." Dillon once more thanked his generous captor, and then proceeded to force his way up the rough eminence. "Follow and obey his instructions," said Barnstable to his coxswain aloud. Tom, long accustomed to implicit obedience, handled his harpoon, and was quietly following in the footsteps of his new leader, when he felt the hand of the lieutenant on his shoulder. "You saw where the brook emptied over the hillock of sand?" said Barnstable in an undertone. Tom nodded assent. "You will find us there, riding without the surf. 'Twill not do to trust too much to an enemy." The coxswain made a gesture of great significance with his weapon that was intended to indicate the danger their prisoner would incur should he prove false. When applying the wooden end of the harpoon to the rocks, he ascended the ravine at a rate that soon brought him to the side of his companion. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. "Ay, Mary, let me have him to sit under. He's like to be a cold soldier." Falstaff. Barnstable lingered on the sands for a few minutes until the footsteps of Dillon and the coxswain were no longer audible, when he ordered his men to launch their boat once more into the surf. While the seamen pulled leisurely towards the place he had designated as the point where he would await the return of Tom, the lieutenant first began to entertain serious apprehensions concerning the good faith of his prisoner. Now that Dillon was beyond his control, His imagination presented in very vivid colours several little circumstances in the other's conduct which might readily excuse some doubts of his good faith, and by the time they had reached the place of rendezvous, and had cast a light grapnel into the sea, his fears had rendered him excessively uncomfortable. Leaving the lieutenant to his reflections on this unpleasant subject, we shall follow Dillon and his fearless and unsuspecting companion in their progress towards St. Ruth. The mist to which Tom had alluded in his discussion with his commander on the state of the weather appeared to be settling nearer to the earth, and assuming more decidedly the appearance of a fog hanging above them in sluggish volumes, but little agitated by the air. The consequent obscurity added deeply to the gloom of the night, and it would have been difficult for one less acquainted than Dillon with the surrounding localities to find the path which led to the dwelling of Colonel Howard. After some little search, this desirable object was effected, and the civilian led the way with rapid strides towards the Abbey. "Ay, ay," said Tom, who followed his steps and equalled his paces without any apparent effort. "You shore people have an easy way to find your course and distance when you get into the track. I was once left by the craft I belonged to in Boston to find my way to Plymouth, which is a matter of 15 leagues or thereaway, and so finding nothing was bound up the bay, after lying by for a week, I concluded to haul aboard my land tax. I spent the better part of another week in a search for some hooker on board which I might work my passage across the country, for money was as scarce then with old Tom Coffin as it is now, and is likely to be, unless the fisheries get a good luff soon. But it seems that nothing but your horseflesh and horned cattle and jackasses are privileged to do the pulling and hauling in your shore hookers, and I was forced to pay a week's wages for a berth, besides keeping a banyan on a mouthful of bread and cheese, from the time we hove up in Boston till we came to in Plymouth town. It was certainly an unreasonable exaction on the part of the waggoners from a man in your situation," said Dillon in a friendly, soothing tone of voice that denoted a willingness to pursue the conversation. "My situation was that of a cabin passenger," returned the coxswain, "for there was but one hand forward, besides the cattle I mentioned. That was he who steered, and an easy berth he had of it, for there his course lay atween walls of stone and fences, and as for his reckoning, why, they had stuck up bits of stone on an end, with his day's work footed up, ready to his hand, every half league or so. Besides, the landmarks were so plenty that a man with half an eye might steer her, and no fear of getting to leeward." "You must have found yourself, as it were, in a new world," observed Dillon. "Why, to me it was pretty much the same as if I had been set afloat in a strange country, though I may be said to be a native of those parts, being born on the coast. I'd often heard shoremen say that there was as much arth as water in the world, which I always set down as a rank lie, for I've sailed with a flowing sheet months an end, without falling in with as much land or rock as would answer a gull to lay its eggs on. But I will own that atween Boston and Plymouth we were out of sight of water for as much as 2 full watches." Dillon pursued this interesting subject with great diligence, and by the time they reached the wall which enclosed the large paddock that surrounded the Abbey, the coxswain was deeply involved in a discussion of the comparative magnitude of the Atlantic Ocean and the continent of America. Avoiding the principal entrance to the building through the great gates which communicated with the court in front, Dillon followed the windings of the wall until it led them to a wicket, which he knew was seldom closed for the night until the hour for general rest had arrived. Their way now lay in the rear of the principal edifice, and soon conducted them to the confused pile which contained the offices. The coxswain followed his companion with a confiding reliance on his knowledge and good faith that was somewhat increased by the freedom of communication that had been maintained during their walk from the cliffs. He did not perceive anything extraordinary in the others stopping at the room which had been provided as a sort of barracks for the soldiers of Captain Burrowcliffe, A conference which took place between Dillon and the sergeant was soon ended when the former beckoned to the coxswain to follow, and taking a circuit round the whole of the offices, they entered the Abbey together, by the door through which the ladies had issued when in quest of the 3 prisoners, as has been already related. After a turn or two among the narrow passages of that part of the edifice, Tom, whose faith in the facilities of land navigation began to be a little shaken, found himself following his guide through a long dark gallery that was terminated at the end toward which they were approaching by a half-open door that admitted a glimpse into a well-lighted and comfortable apartment. To this door Dillon hastily advanced, and throwing it open, the coxswain enjoyed a full view of the very scene that we described in introducing Colonel Howard to the acquaintance of the reader, and under circumstances of great similitude. The cheerful fire of coal, the strong and glaring lights, the tables of polished mahogany, and the blushing fluids were still the same in appearance, while the only perceptible change was in the number of those who partook of the cheer. The master of the mansion and Burrowcliffe were seated opposite to each other, employed in discussing the events of the day, and diligently pushing to and fro the glittering vessel that contained a portion of the generous liquor they both loved so well, a task which each moment rendered lighter. "If Kit would but return," exclaimed the veteran, whose back was to the opening door, bringing with him his honest brows encircled, as they will be or ought to be, with laurel, "I should be the happiest old fool Burrowcliffe in his Majesty's realm of Great Britain." The captain, who felt the necessity for the unnatural restraint he had imposed on his thirst to be removed by the capture of his enemies, pointed towards the door with one hand, while he grasped the sparkling reservoir of the south side with the other, and answered, "Lo, the cacique himself, his brow inviting the diadem. Ha! who have we in his highness' train? By the Lord, Sir Cacique, if you travel with a bodyguard of such grenadiers, old Frederick of Prussia himself will have occasion to envy you the corps. A clear 6-footer in nature's stockings, and the arms as unique as the armed." The colonel did not, however, attend to half of his companion's exclamations, but turning, he beheld the individual he had so much desired, and received him with a delight proportioned to the unexpectedness of the pleasure. For several minutes Dillon was compelled to listen to the rapid questions of his venerable relative, to all of which he answered with a prudent reserve that might in some measure have been governed by the presence of the coxswain. Tom stood with infinite composure, leaning on his harpoon, and surveying with a countenance where wonder was singularly blended with contempt, the furniture and arrangements of an apartment that was far more splendid than any he had before seen. In the meantime Burrowcliffe entirely disregarded the private communications that passed between his host and Dillon, which gradually became more deeply interesting, and finally drew them to a distant corner of the apartment, but taking a most undue advantage of the absence of the gentleman who had so lately been his boon companion, he swallowed one potation after another, as if a double duty had devolved on him in consequence of the desertion of the veteran. Whenever his eye did wander from the ruby tints of his glass, it was to survey with unrepressed admiration the inches of the coxswain, about whose stature and frame there were numberless excellent points to attract the gaze of a recruiting officer. From this double pleasure the captain was, however, at last summoned to participate in the counsels of his friends. Dillon was spared the disagreeable duty of repeating the artful tale he had found it necessary to palm on the colonel, by the ardor of the veteran himself, who executed the task in a manner that gave to the treachery of his kinsman every appearance of a justifiable artifice and of unshaken zeal in the cause of his prince. In substance, Tom was to be detained as a prisoner, and the party of Barnstable were to be entrapped, and of course to share a similar fate. The sunken eye of Dillon cowered before the steady gaze which Burrowcliffe fastened on him. As the latter listened to the plaudits the colonel lavished on his cousin's ingenuity, but the hesitation that lingered in the soldier's manner vanished when he turned to examine their unsuspecting prisoner, who was continuing his survey of the apartment, while he innocently imagined the consultations he witnessed were merely the proper and preparatory steps to his admission into the presence of Mr. Griffith. "Drill," said Burrowcliffe aloud. "Advance and receive your orders." The coxswain turned quickly at this sudden mandate, and for the first time perceived that he had been followed into the gallery by the orderly and 2 files of the recruits armed. "Take this man to the guard room, and feed him, and see that he dies not of thirst." There was nothing alarming in this order, and Tom was following the soldiers in obedience to a gesture from their captain, when their steps were arrested in the gallery by the cry of "Halt!" "On recollection, drill," said Burrowcliff, in a tone from which all dictatorial sounds were banished. "Show the gentleman into my own room, and see him properly supplied." The orderly gave such an intimation of his comprehending the meaning of his officer as the latter was accustomed to receive when Burrowcliff returned to his bottle, and the coxswain followed his guide with an alacrity and goodwill that were not a little increased by the repeated mention of the cheer that awaited him. Luckily for the impatience of Tom, the quarters of the captain were at hand, and the promised entertainment by no means slow in making its appearance. The former was an apartment that opened from a lesser gallery, which communicated with the principal passage already mentioned, and the latter was a bountiful but ungarnished supply of that staple of the British Isles called roast beef, of which the kitchen of Colonel Howard was never without a due and loyal provision. The sergeant, who certainly understood one of the signs of his captain to imply an attack on the citadel of the coxswain's brain, mingled with his own hands a potation that he styled a rummer of grog, and which he thought would have felled the animal itself that Tom was so diligently masticating, had it been alive and in its vigor. Every calculation that was made on the infirmity of the coxswain's intellect under the stimulus of Jamaica was, however, futile. He swallowed glass after glass with prodigious relish, but at the same time with immovable steadiness, and the eyes of the sergeant, who felt it incumbent to do honour to his own cheer, were already glistening in his head when, happily for the credit of his heart, a tap at the door announced the presence of his captain and relieved him from the impending disgrace of being drunk blind by a recruit. As Burrowcliff entered the apartment, he commanded his orderly to retire, adding, "Mr. Dillon will give you instructions which you are implicitly to obey." Drill, who had sense enough remaining to apprehend the displeasure of his officer should the latter discover his condition, quickened his departure, and the coxswain soon found himself alone with the captain. The vigor of Tom's attacks on the remnant of the sirloin were now much abated, leaving in its stead that placid quiet which is apt to linger about the palate long after the cravings of the appetite have been appeased. He had seated himself on one of the trunks of Burrowcliff, utterly disdaining the use of a chair, and with the trencher in his lap was using his own jackknife on the dilapidated fragment of the ox with something of that nicety with which the female ghoul of the Arabian tales might be supposed to pick her rice with the point of her bodkin. The captain drew a seat nigh the coxswain, and with a familiarity and kindness infinitely condescending, when the difference in their several conditions is considered, he commenced the following dialogue. "I hope you have found your entertainment to your liking, Mr. I must own my ignorance of your name, Tom," said the coxswain, keeping his eyes roaming over the contents of the trencher, commonly called Long Tom by my shipmates. "You've sailed with discreet men and able navigators, it will seem, as they understood longitude so well," rejoined the captain. "But you have a patronymic, I would say another name." "Coffin," returned the coxswain. "I'm called Tom when there is any hurry, such as letting go the halyards, or a sheep; Long Tom when they want to get to windward of an old seaman by fair weather; and Long Tom Coffin when they wish to hail me, so that none of my cousins of the same name about the islands shall answer, for I believe the best man among them can't measure much over a fathom, taking him from his headworks to his heel." "You are a most deserving fellow," cried Burrowcliff, "and it is painful to think to what a fate the treachery of Mr. Dillon has consigned you." The suspicions of Tom, if he ever entertained any, were lulled to rest too effectually by the kindness he had received, to be awakened by this equivocal lament. He therefore, after renewing his intimacy with the rummer, contented himself by saying with a satisfied simplicity, "I'm consigned to no one, carrying no cargo but this Mr. Dillon, who is to give me Mr. Griffith in exchange, or go back to the Ariel himself as my prisoner." "Ah, my good friend, I fear you will find, when the time comes to make this exchange, that he will refuse to do either." "But I'll be darned if he don't do one of them. My orders are to see it done, and back he goes, or Mr. Griffith, who is as good a seaman for his years as ever trod a deck, slips his cable from this here anchorage." Burrowcliff affected to eye his companion with great commiseration, an exhibition of compassion that was, however, completely lost on the coxswain, whose nerves were strung to their happiest tension by his repeated libations, while his wit was, if anything, quickened by the same cause, though his own want of guile rendered him slow to comprehend its existence in others. Perceiving it necessary to speak plainly, the captain renewed the attack in a more direct manner. "I am sorry to say that you will not be permitted to return to the Ariel, and that your commander, Mr. Barnstable, will be a prisoner within the hour, and in fact that your schooner will be taken before the morning breaks." "Who'll take her?" asked the coxswain with a grim smile, on whose feelings, however, this combination of threatened calamities was beginning to make some impression. "You must remember that she lies immediately under the heavy guns of a battery that can sink her in a few minutes. An express has already been sent to acquaint the commander of the work with the Ariel's true character, and as the wind has already begun to blow from the ocean, her escape is impossible." The truth, together with its portentous consequences, now began to glare across the faculties of the coxswain. He remembered his own prognostics on the weather, and the helpless situation of the schooner, deprived of more than half her crew and left to the keeping of a boy, while her commander himself was on the eve of captivity. The trencher fell from his lap to the floor, his head sunk on his knees, his face was concealed between his broad palms, and in spite of every effort the old seaman could make to conceal his emotion, he fairly groaned aloud. For a moment the better feelings of Burrough-Cliff prevailed, and he paused as he witnessed this exhibition of suffering in one whose head was already sprinkled with the marks of time. But his habits and the impressions left by many years passed in collecting victims for the wars soon resumed their ascendancy, and the recruiting officer diligently addressed himself to an improvement of his advantage. "I pity from my heart the poor lads whom artifice or mistaken notions of duty may have led astray, and who will thus be taken in arms against their sovereign. But as they are found in the very island of Britain, they must be made examples to deter others. I fear that unless they can make their peace with government, they will all be condemned to death." "Let them make their peace with God, then. Your government can do but little to clear the log account of a man whose watch is up for this world. But by making their peace with those who have the power, their lives may be spared," said the captain, watching with keen eyes the effect his words produced on the coxswain. "It matters but little when a man hears the messenger pipe his hammock down for the last time. He keeps his watch in another world, though he goes below in this. But to see wood and iron that has been put together after such moulds as the Ariel's go into strange hands as a blow that a man may remember long after the purser's books have been squared against his name forever. I would rather that 20 shots should strike my old carcass than one should hull the schooner that didn't pass out above her water line." Burrough-Cliff replied somewhat carelessly, "I may be mistaken after all, and instead of putting any of you to death, they may place you all on board the prison ships, where you may yet have a merry time of it these 10 or 15 years to come." "How's that, shipmate?" cried the coxswain with a start. "A prison ship, do you say? You may tell them they can save the expense of one man's rations by hanging him if they please, and that is old Tom Coffin. There is no answering for their caprice. Today they may order a dozen of you to be shot for rebels. Tomorrow they may choose to consider you as prisoners of war and send you to the hulks for a dozen years. Tell them, brother, that I am a rebel, will you? And you'll tell 'em no lie, one that has fought them since Manly's time in Boston Bay to this hour. I hope the boy will blow her up. It would be the death of poor Richard Barnstable to see her in the hands of the English." "I know of one way," said Burrough-Cliff, affecting to muse, "and but one, that will certainly avert the prison ship, for on second thoughts they will hardly put you to death." "Name it, friend," cried the coxswain, rising from his seat in evident perturbation. "And if it lies in the power of man, it shall be done." "Nay," said the captain, dropping his hand familiarly on the shoulder of the other, who listened with the most eager attention, "'tis easily done, and no dreadful thing in itself. You are used to gunpowder, and know its smell from otto of roses." "Ay, ay," cried the impatient old seaman, "I have had it flashing under my nose by the hour. What then?" "Why then, what I have to propose will be nothing to a man like you. You found the beef wholesome and the grog mellow." "Ay, ay, all well enough, but what is that to an old sailor?" asked the coxswain, unconsciously grasping the collar of Burrough-Cliff's coat in his agitation. "What then?" The captain manifested no displeasure at this unexpected familiarity, but with suavity, as he unmasked the battery, from behind which he had hitherto carried on his attacks. "Why then, you have only to serve your king, as you have before served the Congress, and let me be the man to show you your colors." The coxswain stared at the speaker intently, but it was evident he did not clearly comprehend the nature of the proposition, and the captain pursued the subject. "In plain English, enlist in my company, my fine fellow, and your life and liberty are both safe." Tom did not laugh aloud, for that was a burst of feeling in which he was seldom known to indulge, but every feature of his weather-beaten visage contracted into an expression of bitter, ironical contempt. Burrough-Cliff felt the iron fingers that still grasped his collar gradually tightening about his throat like a vice, and as the arm slowly contracted, his body was drawn by a power that it was in vain to resist, close to that of the coxswain, who, when their faces were within a foot of each other, gave vent to his emotions in words. "A messmate before a shipmate before a stranger before a dog, but a dog before a soldier. As Tom concluded, his nervous arm was suddenly extended to the utmost, the fingers relinquishing their grasp at the same time, and when Burrowcliff recovered his disordered faculties, he found himself in a distant corner of the apartment, prostrate among a confused pile of chairs, tables, and wearing apparel. In endeavoring to rise from this humble posture, the hand of the captain fell on the hilt of his sword, which had been included in the confused assemblage of articles produced by his overthrow. "How now, scoundrel!" he cried, baring the glittering weapon and springing on his feet. "You must be taught your distance, I perceive." The coxswain seized the harpoon, which leaned against the wall, and dropped its barbed extremity within a foot of the breast of his assailant with an expression of the eye that denoted the danger of a nearer approach. The captain, however, wanted not for courage, and stung to the quick by the insult he had received, he made a desperate parry, and attempted to pass within the point of the novel weapon of his adversary. The slight shock was followed by a sweeping whirl of the harpoon, and Burrowcliff found himself without arms, completely at the mercy of his foe. The bloody intentions of Tom vanished with his success, for laying aside his weapon, he advanced upon his antagonist and seized him with an open palm. One more struggle, in which the captain discovered his incompetency to make any defense against the strength of a man who managed him as if he had been a child, decided the matter. When the captain was passive in the hands of his foe, the coxswain produced sundry pieces of sennet, marline, and ratlin stuff from his pockets, which appeared to contain as great a variety of small cordage as a boatswain's storeroom, and proceeded to lash the arms of the conquered soldier to the posts of his bed with a coolness that had not been disturbed since the commencement of hostilities, a silence that seemed inflexible, and a dexterity that none but a seaman could equal. When this part of his plan was executed, Tom paused a moment and gazed around him as if in quest of something. The naked sword caught his eye, and with this weapon in his hand he deliberately approached his captive, whose alarm prevented his observing that the coxswain had snapped the blade asunder from the handle, and that he had already encircled the latter with marline. "For God's sake," exclaimed Burrowcliff, "murder me not in cold blood." The silver hilt entered his mouth as the words issued from it, and the captain found, while the line was passed and repassed in repeated involutions across the back of his neck, that he was in a condition to which he often subjected his own men when unruly, and which is universally called being gagged. The coxswain now appeared to think himself entitled to all the privileges of a conqueror, for taking the light in his hand, he commenced a scrutiny into the nature and quality of the worldly effects that lay at his mercy. Sundry articles that belonged to the equipments of a soldier were examined and cast aside with great contempt, and divers garments of plainer exterior were rejected as unsuited to the frame of the victor. He, however, soon encountered two articles of a metal that is universally understood, but uncertainty as to their use appeared greatly to embarrass him. The circular prongs of these curiosities were applied to either hand, to the wrist, and even to the nose, and the little wheels at their opposite extremity were turned and examined with as much curiosity and care as a savage would expend on a watch, until the idea seemed to cross the mind of the honest seaman that they formed part of the useless trappings of a military man, and he cast them aside also as utterly worthless. Burrowcliff, who watched every movement of his conqueror with a good humour that would have restored perfect harmony between them, could he but have expressed half what he felt, witnessed the safety of a favourite pair of spurs with much pleasure, though nearly suffocated by the mirth that was unnaturally repressed. At length the coxswain found a pair of handsomely mounted pistols, a sort of weapon with which he seemed quite familiar. They were loaded, and the knowledge of that fact appeared to remind Tom of the necessity of departing. By bringing to his recollection the danger of his commander and of the Ariel, he thrust the weapons into the canvas belt that encircled his body, and grasping his harpoon, approached the bed where Burrowcliff was seated in duress. "Hark ye, friend," said the coxswain, "may the Lord forgive you, as I do, for wishing to make a soldier of a seafaring man, and one who has followed the waters since he was an hour old, and one who hopes to die off soundings and to be buried in brine. I wish you no harm, friend, but you'll have to keep a stopper on your conversation till such time as some of your messmates call in this way, which I hope will be as soon after I get an offing as may be." With these amicable wishes the coxswain departed, leaving Burrowcliff the light and the undisturbed possession of his apartment, though not in the most easy or the most enviable situation imaginable. The captain heard the bolt of his lock turn and the key rattle as the coxswain withdrew it from the door, two precautionary steps which clearly indicated that the vanquisher deemed it prudent to secure his retreat by ensuring the detention of the vanquished for at least a time. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Whilst vengeance in the lurid air lifts her red arm, exposed and bare, who, fear, this ghastly train can see, and look not madly wild like thee. Collins. It is certain that Tom Coffin had devised no settled plan of operations when he issued from the apartment of Burrowcliffe, if we except a most resolute determination to make the best of his way to the Ariel, and to share her fate, let it be either to sink or swim. But this was a resolution much easier formed by the honest seaman than executed in his present situation. He would have found it less difficult to extricate a vessel from the dangerous shoals of the Devil's Grip than to thread the mazes of the labyrinth of passages, galleries, and apartments in which he found himself involved. He remembered, as he expressed it to himself in a low soliloquy, to have run into a narrow passage from the main channel, but whether he had sheered to the starboard or larboard hand was a material fact that had entirely escaped his memory. Tom was in that part of the building that Colonel Howard had designated as the cloisters, in which, luckily for him, he was but little liable to encounter any foe, the room occupied by Burrowcliffe being the only one in the entire wing that was not exclusively devoted to the service of the ladies. The circumstance of the soldiers being permitted to invade this sanctuary was owing to the necessity, on the part of Colonel Howard, of placing either Griffith, Manuel, or the recruiting officer in the vicinity of his wards, or of subjecting his prisoners to a treatment that the veteran would have thought unworthy of his name and character. This recent change in the quarters of Burrowcliffe operated doubly to the advantage of Tom, by lessening the chance of the speedy release of his uneasy captive, as well as by diminishing his own danger. Of the former circumstance he was, however, not aware, and the consideration of the latter was a sort of reflection to which the coxswain was in no degree addicted. Following necessarily the line of the wall, he soon emerged from the dark and narrow passage in which he had first found himself, and entered the principal gallery that communicated with all the lower apartments of that wing, as well as with the main body of the edifice. An open door, through which a strong light was glaring at a distant end of this gallery, instantly caught his eye, and the old seaman had not advanced many steps towards it before he discovered that he was approaching the very room which had so much excited his curiosity, and by the identical passage through which he had entered the abbey. To turn and retrace his steps was the most obvious course for any man to take who felt anxious to escape, but the sounds of high conviviality bursting from the cheerful apartment, among which the coxswain thought he distinguished the name of Griffith, determined Tom to advance and reconnoitre the scene more closely. The reader will anticipate that when he paused in the shadow, the doubting old seaman stood once more near the threshold which he had so lately crossed, when conducted to the room of Burrowcliffe. The seat of that gentleman was now occupied by Dillon, and Colonel Howard had resumed his wonted station at the foot of the table. The noise was chiefly made by the latter, who had evidently been enjoying a more minute relation of the means by which his kinsman had entrapped his unwary enemy. "A noble ruse!" cried the veteran, as Tom assumed his post in ambush. "A most noble and ingenious ruse, and such a one as would have baffled Caesar. He must have been a cunning dog, that Caesar, but I do think, Kit, you would have been too much for him. Hang me if I don't think you would have puzzled Wolfe himself had you held Quebec instead of Montcalm. Ah, boy, we want you in the colonies, with the ermine over your shoulders. Such men as you, cousin Christopher, are sadly, sadly wanted there to defend his Majesty's rights." "Indeed, dear sir, your partiality gives me credit for qualities I do not possess," said Dillon, dropping his eyes, perhaps with a feeling of conscious unworthiness, but with an air of much humility, the little justifiable artifice. Ay, there lies the beauty of the transaction, interrupted the colonel, shoving the bottle from him with the free open air of a man who never harboured disguise. You told no lie, no mean deception that any dog, however base and unworthy, might invent, but you practised a neat, a military, yes, a classical deception on your enemy, a classical deception. That is the very term for it. Such a deception as Pompey, or Mark Antony, or you know those old fellows' names better than I do, Kit, but name the cleverest fellow that ever lived in Greece or Rome, and I shall say he is a dunce compared to you. 'Twas a real Spartan trick, both simple and honest. It was extremely fortunate for Dillon that the animation of his aged kinsman kept his head and body in such constant motion during this apostrophe as to intercept the aim that the coxswain was deliberately taking at his head with one of Burrowcliff's pistols, and perhaps the sense of shame which induced him to sink his face on his hands was another means of saving his life by giving the indignant old seaman time for reflection. "But you have not spoken of the ladies," said Dillon, after a moment's pause. "I should hope they have borne the alarm of the day like kinswomen of the family of Howard." The colonel glanced his eyes around him as if to assure himself they were alone, and dropped his voice as he answered, "Ah, Kit, they have come too, since this rebel scoundrel Griffith has been brought into the Abbey. We were favoured with the company of even Miss Howard in the dining-room to-day. There was a good deal of dear uncling, and fears that my life might be exposed by the quarrels and skirmishes of these desperadoes who have landed, as if an old fellow who served through the whole war from '56 to '63 was afraid to let his nose smell gunpowder any more than if it were snuff. But it will be a hard matter to wheedle an old soldier out of his allegiance. This Griffith goes to the Tower, at least, Mr. Dillon. It would be advisable to commit his person to the civil authority without delay." "To the Constable of the Tower, the Earl Cornwallis, a good and loyal nobleman, who is at this moment fighting the rebels in my own native province, Christopher," interrupted the colonel. "That will be what I call retributive justice. But," continued the veteran, rising with an air of gentlemanly dignity, "it will not do to permit even the Constable of the Tower of London to surpass the Master of St. Ruth in hospitality and kindness to his prisoners. I've ordered suitable refreshments to their apartments, and it is incumbent on me to see that my commands have been properly obeyed. Arrangements must also be made for the reception of this Captain Barnstable, who will doubtless soon be here." "Within the hour at farthest," said Dillon, looking uneasily at his watch. "We must be stirring, boy," continued the colonel, moving towards the door that led to the apartments of his prisoners, "but there is a courtesy due to the ladies as well as to those unfortunate violators of the laws. Go, Christopher, convey my kindest wishes to Cecilia. She don't deserve them, the obstinate vixen, but then she is my brother Harry's child. And while there, you arch dog, plead your own cause. Mark Antony was a fool to you at a ruse, and yet Mark was one of your successful suitors too. There was that queen of the pyramids." The door closed on the excited veteran at these words, and Dillon was left standing by himself at the side of the table, musing, as if in doubt whether to venture on the step that his kinsman had proposed or not. The greater part of the preceding discourse was unintelligible to the coxswain, who had waited its termination with extraordinary patience, in hopes he might obtain some information that he could render of service to the captives. Before he had time to decide on what was now best for him to do, Dillon suddenly determined to venture himself into the cloisters, and swallowing a couple of glasses of wine in a breath, he passed the hesitating coxswain, who was concealed by the opening door, so closely as to brush his person, and moved down the gallery with those rapid strides which men who act under the impulse of forced resolutions are very apt to assume, as if to conceal their weakness from themselves. Tom hesitated no longer, but aiding the impulse given to the door by Dillon as he passed, so as to darken the passage, he followed the sounds of the other's footsteps, while he trod in the manner already described the stone pavement of the gallery. Dillon paused an instant at the turning that led to the room of Burrowcliff, but whether irresolute which way to urge his steps, or listening to the incautious and heavy tread of the coxswain, is not known. If the latter, he mistook them for the echoes of his own footsteps, and moved forward again without making any discovery. The light tap which Dillon gave on the door of the withdrawing room of the cloisters was answered by the soft voice of Cecilia Howard herself, who bid the applicant enter. There was a slight confusion evident in the manner of the gentleman as he complied with the bidding, and in its hesitancy the door was for an instant neglected. "I come, Miss Howard," said Dillon, "by the commands of your uncle, and permit me to add by my own." "May Heaven shield us!" exclaimed Cecilia, clasping her hands in affright, and rising involuntarily from her couch. "Are we too to be imprisoned and murdered?" "Surely Miss Howard will not impute to me—" Dillon paused, observing that the wild looks, not only of Cecilia, but of Catherine and Alice Dunscombe also, were directed at some other object, and turning to his manifest terror, he beheld the gigantic frame of the coxswain, surmounted by an iron visage fixed in settled hostility, in possession of the only passage from the apartment. "If there's murder to be done," said Tom, after surveying the astonished group with a stern eye, "it's as likely this here liar will be the one to do it as another. But you have nothing to fear from a man who has followed the seas too long, and has grappled with too many monsters, both fish and flesh, not to know how to treat a helpless woman. None who know him will say that Thomas Coffin ever used uncivil language or unseamanlike conduct to any of his mother's kind." "Coffin!" exclaimed Catherine, advancing with a more confident air from the corner into which terror had driven her with her companions. "Ay, Coffin," continued the old sailor, his grim features gradually relaxing as he gazed on her bright looks. "'Tis a solemn word, but it's a word that passes over the shoals among the islands, and along the Cape oftener than any other. My father was a Coffin, and my mother was a Joy, and the two names can count more flukes than all the rest in the island together, though the Worths and the Garners and the Swains dart better harpoons and set truer lances than any men who come from the weather side of the Atlantic." Catherine listened to this digression in honor of the whalers of Nantucket with marked complacency, and when he concluded, she repeated slowly, "Coffin, this then is Long Tom." "Ay, ay, Long Tom, and no sham in the name either," returned the coxswain, suffering the stern indignation that had lowered around his hard visage to relax into a low laugh, as he gazed on her animated features. "The Lord bless your smiling face and bright black eyes, young madam. You have heard of old Long Tom, then? Most likely 'twas something about the blow he strikes at the fish. Ah, I'm old and I'm stiff now, young madam, but afore I was 19, I stood at the head of the dance at a ball on the Cape, and that with a partner almost as handsome as yourself. Ay, and this was after I had 3 broad flukes logged against my name." "No," said Catherine, advancing in her eagerness a step or two nigher to the old tar, her cheeks flushing while she spoke. "I had heard of you as an instructor in a seaman's duty, as the faithful coxswain, nay, I may say, as the devoted companion and friend of Mr. Richard Barnstable. But perhaps you come now as the bearer of some message or letter from that gentleman." The sound of his commander's name suddenly revived the recollection of Coffin, and with it all the fierce sternness of his manner returned. Bending his eyes keenly on the cowering form of Dillon, he said in those deep harsh tones that seem peculiar to men who have braved the elements until they appear to have imbibed some of their roughest qualities, "Liar! How now? What brought old Tom Coffin into these shoals and narrow channels? Was it a letter? Ha! But by the Lord that maketh the winds to blow, and teacheth the lost mariner how to steer over the wide waters, you shall sleep this night, villain, on the planks of the Ariel, and if it be the will of God that beautiful piece of handicraft is to sink at her moorings like a worthless hulk, ye shall still sleep in her, ay, and a sleep that shall not end till they call all hands to foot up the day's work of this life at the close of man's longest voyage." The extraordinary vehemence, the language, the attitude of the old seaman, commanding in its energy, and the honest indignation that shone in every look of his keen eyes, together with the nature of the address and its paralyzing effect on Dillon, who quailed before it like the stricken deer, united to keep the female listeners for many moments silent through amazement. During this brief period Tom advanced upon his nerveless victim, and lashing his arms together behind his back, he fastened him by a strong cord to the broad canvas belt that he constantly wore around his own body, leaving to himself by this arrangement the free use of his arms and weapons of offence, while he secured his captive. "Surely," said Cecilia, recovering her recollection, the first of the astonished group, "Mr. Barnstable has not commissioned you to offer this violence to my uncle's kinsman under the roof of Colonel Howard? Miss Plowden, your friend has strangely forgotten himself in this transaction, if this man acts in obedience to his order." "My friend, my cousin Howard," returned Catherine, "would never commission his coxswain or any one to do an unworthy deed. Speak, honest sailor, why do you commit this outrage on the worthy Mr. Dillon, Colonel Howard's kinsman, and a cupboard cousin of St. Ruth's Abbey?" "Nay, Catherine, nay, Cecilia, be patient, and let the stranger have utterance. He may solve the difficulty altogether." The coxswain, understanding that an explanation was expected from his lips, addressed himself to the task with an energy suitable both to the subject and to his own feelings. In a very few words, though a little obscured by his peculiar diction, he made his listeners understand the confidence that Barnstable had reposed in Dillon and the treachery of the latter. They heard him with increased astonishment, and Cecilia hardly allowed him time to conclude before she exclaimed, "And could Colonel Howard listen to this treacherous project?" "Ay, they spliced it together among them," returned Tom, "though one part of this cruise will turn out but badly. Even Burrough-Cliff, cold and hardened as he appears to be by habit, would spurn at such dishonour," added Miss Howard. "But Mr. Barnstable," at length Catherine succeeded in saying, when her feelings permitted her utterance, "said you not that soldiers were in quest of him?" "Ay, ay, young madam," the coxswain replied, smiling with grim ferocity, "they are in chase, but he has shifted his anchorage, and even if they should find him, his long pikes would make short work of a dozen red coats. The Lord of tempests and calms have mercy, though, on the schooner. Ah, young madam, she is as lovely to the eyes of an old seafaring man as any of your kind can be to human nature. But why this delay? Away then, honest Tom, and reveal the treachery to your commander. You may not yet be too late. Why delay a moment? The ship tarries for want of a pilot. I could carry 3 fathom over the shoals of Nantucket, the darkest night that ever shut the windows of heaven, but I should be likely to run upon breakers in this navigation. As it was, I was near getting into company that I should have had to fight my way out of." "If that be all, follow me," cried the ardent Catherine. "I will conduct you to a path that leads to the ocean without approaching the sentinels." Until this moment Dillon had entertained a secret expectation of a rescue, but when he heard this proposal, he felt his blood retreating to his heart from every part of his agitated frame, and his last hope seemed wrested from him. Raising himself from the abject shrinking attitude in which both shame and dread had conspired to keep him, as though he had been fettered to the spot, he approached Cecilia and cried in tones of horror, do not consent, Miss Howard, to abandon me to the fury of this man. Your uncle, your honourable uncle, even now applauded and united with me in my enterprise, which is no more than a common artifice in war." "My uncle would unite Mr. Dillon in no project of deliberate treachery like this," said Cecilia coldly. "He did, I swear by—" "Liar!" interrupted the deep tones of the coxswain. Dillon shivered with agony and terror, while the sounds of this appalling voice sunk into his inmost soul. But as the gloom of the night, the secret ravines of the cliffs, and the turbulence of the ocean flashed across his imagination, he again yielded to a dread of the horrors to which he should be exposed in encountering them at the mercy of his powerful enemy, and he continued his solicitations. "Hear me, once more hear me, Miss Howard, I beseech you, hear me. Am I not of your own blood and country? Will you see me abandoned to the wild, merciless, malignant fury of this man, who will transfix me with that, oh God, if you had but seen the sight I beheld in the Alacrity. Hear me, Miss Howard, for the love you bear your Maker, intercede for me. Mr. Griffith shall be released." "Liar!" again interrupted the coxswain. "What promises he?" asked Cecilia, turning her averted face once more at the miserable captive. "Nothing at all that will be fulfilled," said Catherine. "Follow honest Tom, and I, at least, will conduct you in good faith. Cruel, obdurate Miss Plowden, gentle, kind Miss Alice, you will not refuse to raise your voice in my favour. Your heart is not hardened by any imaginary dangers to those you love." "Nay, address not me," said Alice, bending her meek eyes to the floor. "I trust your life is in no danger, and I pray that he who has the power will have the mercy to see you unharmed." "Away," said Tom, grasping the collar of the helpless Dillon, and rather carrying than leading him into the gallery. "If a sound 1/4 as loud as a young porpoise makes when he draws his first breath comes from you, villain, you shall see the sight of the Alacrity over again. My harpoon keeps its edge well, and the old arm can yet drive it to the seizing." This menace effectually silenced even the hard perturbed breathings of the captive, who, with his conductor, followed the light steps of Catherine through some of the secret mazes of the building, until in a few minutes they issued through a small door into the open air. Without pausing to deliberate, Miss Plowden led the coxswain through the grounds to a different wicket from the one by which he had entered the paddock, and pointing to the path which might be dimly traced along the faded herbage, she bade God bless him in a voice that discovered her interest in his safety, and vanished from his sight like an aerial being. Tom needed no incentive to his speed, now that his course lay so plainly before him, but loosening his pistols in his belt and poising his harpoon, he crossed the fields at a gait that compelled his companion to exert his utmost powers in the way of walking to equal. Once or twice Dillon ventured to utter a word or two, but a stern silence from the coxswain warned him to cease, until perceiving that they were approaching the cliffs, he made a final effort, to obtain his liberty by hurriedly promising a large bribe. The coxswain made no reply, and the captive was secretly hoping that his scheme was producing its wonted effects, when he unexpectedly felt the keen, cold edge of the barbed iron of the harpoon pressing against his breast through the opening of his ruffles, and even raising the skin. "Liar," said Tom, "another word, and I'll drive it through your heart." From that moment Dillon was as silent as the grave. They reached the edge of the cliffs without encountering the party that had been sent in quest of Barnstable, and at a point near where they had landed. The old seaman paused an instant on the verge of the precipice, and cast his experienced eyes along the wide expanse of water that lay before him. The sea was no longer sleeping, but already in heavy motion, and rolling its surly waves against the base of the rocks on which he stood, scattering their white crests high in foam. The coxswain, after bending his looks along the whole line of the eastern horizon, gave utterance to a low and stifled groan, and then striking the staff of his harpoon violently against the earth, he pursued his way along the very edge of the cliffs, muttering certain dreadful denunciations which the conscience of the appalled listener did not fail to apply to himself. It appeared to the latter that his angry and excited leader sought the giddy verge of the precipice with a sort of wanton recklessness. So daring were the steps that he took along its brow, notwithstanding the darkness of the hour and the violence of the blasts that occasionally rushed by them, leaving behind a kind of reaction that more than once brought the life of the manacled captive in imminent jeopardy. But it would seem the wary coxswain had a motive for this apparently inconsiderate desperation. When they had made good quite half the distance between the point where Barnstable had landed and that where he had appointed to meet his coxswain, the sounds of voices were brought indistinctly to their ears in one of the momentary pauses of the rushing winds, and caused the coxswain to make a dead stand in his progress. He listened intently for a single minute. When his resolution appeared to be taken, he turned to Dillon and spoke. Though his voice was suppressed and low, it was deep and resolute. "One word, and you die over the cliffs. You must take a seaman's ladder. There is footing on the rocks and crags for your hands. Over the cliff I bid ye, or I'll cast ye into the sea, as I would a dead enemy." "Mercy, mercy," implored Dillon. "I could not do it in the day. By this light I shall surely perish." "Over with ye," said Tom, or Dillon waited for no more, but descended with trembling steps the dangerous precipice that lay before him. He was followed by the coxswain with a haste that unavoidably dislodged his captive from the trembling stand he had taken on the shelf of a rock, who, to his increased horror, found himself dangling in the air, his body impending over the sullen surf that was tumbling in with violence upon the rocks beneath him. An involuntary shriek burst from Dillon as he felt his person thrust from the narrow shelf, and his cry sounded amidst the tempest like the screechings of the spirit of the storm. "Another such a call, and I cut your tow line, villain," said the determined seaman, "when nothing short of eternity will bring you up." The sounds of footsteps and voices were now distinctly audible, and presently a party of armed men appeared on the edges of the rocks directly above them. "It was a human voice," said one of them, "and like a man in distress." "It cannot be the men we are sent in search of," returned Sergeant Drill, "for no watchword that I ever heard sounded like that cry." "They say that such cries are often heard in storms along this coast," said a voice that was uttered with less of military confidence than the two others, "and they are thought to come from drowned seamen." A feeble laugh arose among the listeners, and one or two forced jokes were made at the expense of their superstitious comrade. But the scene did not fail to produce its effect on even the most sturdy among the unbelievers in the marvellous. For after a few more similar remarks, the whole party retired from the cliffs at a pace that might have been accelerated by the nature of their discourse. The coxswain, who had stood all this time, firm as the rock which supported him, bearing up not only his own weight, but the person of Dillon also, raised his head above the brow of the precipice as they withdrew to reconnoitre, and then, drawing up the nearly insensible captive and placing him in safety on the bank, he followed himself. Not a moment was wasted in unnecessary explanations, but Dillon found himself again urged forward with the same velocity as before. In a few minutes they gained the desired ravine, down which Tom plunged with a seaman's nerve, dragging his prisoner after him, and directly they stood where the waves rose to their feet as they flowed far and foaming across the sands. The coxswain stooped so low as to bring the crest of the billows in a line with the horizon, when he discovered the dark boat playing in the outer edge of the surf. "What ho! Ariel's there!" shouted Tom in a voice that the growing tempest carried to the ears of the retreating soldiers, who quickened their footsteps as they listened to sounds which their fears taught them to believe supernatural. "Who hails?" cried the well-known voice of Barnstable. "Once your master, now your servant," answered the coxswain, with a watchword of his own invention. "'Tis he," returned the lieutenant. "Veer away, boys, veer away. You must wade into the surf." Tom caught Dillon in his arms, and throwing him like a cork across his shoulder, he dashed into the streak of foam that was bearing the boat on its crest, and before his companion had time for remonstrance or entreaty, he found himself once more by the side of Barnstable. "Who have we here?" asked the lieutenant. "This is not Griffith." "Haul out and weigh your grapnel," said the excited coxswain. "And then, boys, if you love the Ariel, pull while the life and the will is left in you." Barnstable knew his man, and not another question was asked until the boat was without the breakers, now skimming the rounded summits of the waves, or settling into the hollows of the seas, but always cutting the waters asunder as she urged her course with amazing velocity towards the haven where the schooner had been left at anchor. Then in a few but bitter sentences the coxswain explained to his commander the treachery of Dillon and the danger of the schooner. "The soldiers are slow at a night muster," Tom concluded, "and from what I overheard, the express will have to make a crooked course to double the head of the bay, so that but for this nor'easter we might weather upon them yet. But it's a matter that lies altogether in the will of Providence. Pull, my hearties, pull. Everything depends on your oars to-night." Barnstable listened in deep silence to this unexpected narration, which sounded in the ears of Dillon like his funeral knell. At length the suppressed voice of the lieutenant was heard, also uttering, "Wretch, if I should cast you into the sea as food for the fishes, who could blame me? But if my schooner goes to the bottom, she shall prove your coffin." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Had I been any god of power, I would have sunk the sea within the earth, ere it should the good ship so have swallowed. Tempest. The arms of Dillon were released from their confinement by the coxswain as a measure of humane caution against accidents when they entered the surf, and the captive now availed himself of the circumstance to bury his features in the folds of his attire, when he brooded over the events of the last few hours with that mixture of malignant passion and pusillanimous dread of the future that formed the chief ingredients in his character. From this state of apparent quietude neither Barnstable nor Tom seemed disposed to rouse him by their remarks, for both were too much engaged with their own gloomy forebodings to indulge in any unnecessary words. An occasional ejaculation from the former, as if to propitiate the spirit of the storm as he gazed on the troubled appearance of the elements, or a cheering cry from the latter to animate his crew alone, were heard amid the sullen roaring of the waters and the mournful whistling of the winds that swept heavily across the broad waste of the German Ocean. There might have been an hour consumed thus in a vigorous struggle between the seamen and the growing billows, when the boat doubled the northern headland of the desired haven, and shot at once from its boisterous passage along the margin of the breakers into the placid waters of the sequestered bay. The passing blasts were still heard rushing above the high lands that surrounded, and in fact formed the estuary, but the profound stillness of deep night pervaded the secret recesses along the unruffled surface of its waters. The shadows of the hills seemed to have accumulated like a mass of gloom in the center of the basin, and though every eye involuntarily turned to search, it was in vain that the anxious seamen endeavored to discover their little vessel through its density. While the boat glided into this quiet scene, Barnstable anxiously observed, "Everything is as still as death." "God send it is not the stillness of death!" ejaculated the coxswain. "Here, here," he continued, speaking in a lower tone, as if fearful of being overheard, "here she lies, sir, moored a port. Look into the streak of clear sky above the marsh, on the starboard hand of the wood there. That long black line is her main topmast. I know it by the rake, and there is her night pennant fluttering about that bright star. Ay, ay, sir, there go our own stars aloft yet, dancing among the stars in the heavens. God bless her, God bless her. She rides as easy and as quiet as a gull asleep." "I believe all in her sleep, too," returned his commander. "Ha, by heaven! We have arrived in good time. The soldiers are moving." The quick eye of Barnstable had detected the glimmering of passing lanterns as they flitted across the embrasures of the battery, and at the next moment the guarded but distinct sounds of an active bustle on the decks of the schooner were plainly audible. The lieutenant was rubbing his hands together with a sort of ecstasy that probably will not be understood by the great majority of our readers, while Long Tom was actually indulging in a paroxysm of his low, spiritless laughter, as these certain intimations of the safety of the Ariel and of the vigilance of her crew were conveyed to their ears, when the whole hull and taper spars of their floating home became unexpectedly visible, and the sky, the placid basin, and the adjacent hills were illuminated by a flash as sudden and as vivid as the keenest lightning. Both Barnstable and his coxswain seemed instinctively to strain their eyes towards the schooner, with an effort to surpass human vision, but ere the rolling reverberations of the report of a heavy piece of ordnance from the heights had commenced, the dull whistling rush of the shot swept over their heads like the moaning of a hurricane, and was succeeded by the plash of the waters, which was followed in a breath by the rattling of the mass of iron as it bounded with violent fury from rock to rock, shivering and tearing the fragments that lined the margin of the bay. "A bad aim with the first gun generally leaves your enemy clean decks," said the coxswain, with his deliberate sort of philosophy. "Smoke makes but dim spectacles. Besides, the night always grows darkest as you call off the morning watch." "That boy is a miracle for his years," rejoined the delighted lieutenant. "See, Tom, the younker has shifted his berth in the dark, and the Englishmen have fired by the day range they must have taken, for we left him in a direct line between the battery and yon hummock. What would have become of us if that heavy fellow had plunged upon our decks and gone out below the water line?" "We should have sunk into English mud for eternity, as sure as our metal and kentledge would have taken us down," responded Tom. "Such a point blanker would have torn off a streak of our whales outboard, and not even left the marines time to say a prayer. Tend bow there." It is not to be supposed that the crew of the whale boat continued idle during this interchange of opinions between the lieutenant and his coxswain. On the contrary, the sight of their vessel acted on them like a charm, and believing that all necessity for caution was now over, they had expended their utmost strength in efforts that had already brought them, as the last words of Tom indicated, to the side of the Ariel, though every nerve of Barnstable was thrilling with the excitement produced by his feelings. Passing from a state of the most doubtful apprehension to that of a revived and almost confident hope of effecting his escape, he assumed the command of his vessel with all that stern but calm authority that seamen find is most necessary to exert in the moments of extremest danger. Any one of the heavy shot that their enemies continued to hurl from their heights into the darkness of the haven, he well knew must prove fatal to them, as it would unavoidably pass through the slight fabric of the Ariel, and open a passage to the water that no means he possessed could remedy. His mandates were therefore issued with a full perception of the critical nature of the emergency, but with that collectedness of manner and intonation of voice that were best adapted to enforce a ready and animated obedience. Under this impulse, the crew of the schooner soon got their anchor freed from the bottom, and seizing their sweeps, they forced her by their united efforts directly in the face of the battery, under that shore whose summit was now crowned with a canopy of smoke, that every discharge of the ordnance tinged with dim colours, like the faintest tints that are reflected from the clouds towards a setting sun. So long as the seamen were enabled to keep their little bark under the cover of the hill, they were of course safe, but Barnstable perceived, as they emerged from its shadow and were drawing nigh the passage which led into the ocean, that the action of his sweeps would no longer avail them against the currents of air they encountered, neither would the darkness conceal their movements from his enemy, who had already employed men on the shore to discern the position of the schooner. Throwing off at once, therefore, all appearance of disguise, he gave forth the word to spread the canvas of his vessel in his ordinary cheerful manner. "Let them do their worst now, Mary," he added. "We have brought them to a distance that I think will keep their iron above water, and we have no dodge about us, younker. It must be keener marksmen than the militia or volunteers or fencibles, or whatever they call themselves, behind yon grass bank to frighten the saucy Ariel from the wind," returned the reckless boy. "But why have you brought Jonah aboard us again, sir. Look at him by the light of the cabin lamp. He winks at every gun, as if he expected the shot would hull his own ugly yellow physiognomy. And what tidings have we, sir, from Mr. Griffith and the marine?" "Name him not," said Barnstable, pressing the shoulder on which he lightly leaned with a convulsive grasp that caused the boy to yield with pain. "Name him not, Mary. I want my temper and my faculties at this moment undisturbed, and thinking of the wretch unfits me for my duty. But there will come a time. Go forward, sir. We feel the wind, and have a narrow passage to work through." The boy obeyed a mandate which was given in the usual prompt manner of their profession, and which he well understood was intended to intimate that the distance which years and rank had created between them, but which Barnstable often chose to forget while communing with Mary, was now to be resumed. The sails had been loosened and set, and as the vessel approached the throat of the passage, the gale, which was blowing with increasing violence, began to make a very sensible impression on the light bark. The coxswain, who in the absence of most of the inferior officers had been acting on the forecastle the part of one who felt, from his years and experience, that he had some right to advise, if not to command, at such a juncture, now walked to the station which his commander had taken near the helmsman, as if willing to place himself in the way of being seen. "Well, Master Coffin," said Barnstable, who well understood the propensity his old shipmate had to commune with him on all important occasions, "what think you of the cruise now? Those gentlemen on the hill make a great noise, but I have lost even the whistling of their shot. One would think they could see our sails against the broad band of light which is opening to seaward." "Ay, ay, sir, they see us, and mean to hit us too, but we are running across their fire, and that with a 10-knot breeze. But when we heave in stays, and get in a line with their guns, we shall see, and it may be feel more of their work than we do now. A 32 an't trained as easily as a fowling piece or a ducking gun." Barnstable was struck with the truth of this observation, but as there existed an immediate necessity for placing the schooner in the very situation to which the other alluded, he gave his orders at once, and the vessel came about, and ran with her head pointing towards the sea, in as short a time as we have taken to record it. "There, they have us now or never," cried the lieutenant, when the evolution was completed. "If we fetch to windward, off the northern point, we shall lay out into the offing, and in 10 minutes we might laugh at Queen Anne's pocket piece, which you know, old boy, sent a ball from Dover to Calais." "Ay, sir, I've heard of the gun," returned the grave seaman, "and a lively piece it must have been, if the straits were always of the same width they are now. But I see that, Captain Barnstable, which is more dangerous than a dozen of the heaviest cannon that were ever cast can be, at half a league's distance. The water is bubbling through our lee scuppers already, sir." "And what of that? Haven't I buried her guns often, and yet kept every spar in her without crack or splinter?" "Ay, ay, sir, you have done it, and can do it again, where there is sea room, which is all that a man wants for comfort in this life. But when we are out of these chops, we shall be embayed with a heavy northeaster, setting dead into the bight. It is that which I fear, Captain Barnstable, more than all the powder and ball in the whole island." "And yet, Tom, the balls are not to be despised either. Those fellows have found out their range, and send their iron within hail again. We walk pretty fast, Mr. Coffin, but a 32 can cut travel us, with the best wind that ever blew." Tom threw a cursory glance towards the battery, which had renewed its fire with a spirit that denoted they saw their object, as he answered, "It is never worth a man's while to strive to dodge a shot, for they are all commissioned to do their work, the same as a ship is commissioned to cruise in certain latitudes. But for the winds and the weather, they are given for a seafaring man to guard against, by making or shortening sail, as the case may be. Now the headland to the southward stretches full 3 leagues to windward, and the shoals lie to the north, among which God keep us from ever running this craft again." "We will beat her out of the bight, old fellow," cried the lieutenant. "We shall have a leg of 3 leagues in length to do it in." "I've known longer legs too short," returned the coxswain, shaking his head. "A tumbling sea with a lee tide on a lee shore makes a sad lee way." The lieutenant was in the act of replying to this saying with a cheerful laugh, when the whistling of a passing shot was instantly succeeded by a crash of splintered wood, and at the next moment the head of the mainmast, after tottering for an instant in the gale, fell towards the deck, bringing with it the mainsail and the long line of topmast that had been bearing the emblems of America, as the coxswain had expressed it, among the stars of the heavens. That was a most unlucky hit. Barnstable suffered to escape him in the concern of the moment, but instantly resuming all his collectedness of manner and voice, he gave his orders to clear the wreck and secure the fluttering canvas. The mournful forebodings of Tom seemed to vanish with the appearance of a necessity for his exertions, and he was foremost among the crew in executing the orders of their commander. The loss of all the sail on the mainmast forced the Ariel so much from her course as to render it difficult to weather the point that jutted under her lee for some distance into the ocean. This desirable object was, however, effected by the skill of Barnstable, aided by the excellent properties of his vessel, and the schooner, borne down by the power of the gale, from whose fury she had now no protection, passed heavily along the land, heading as far as possible from the breakers, while the seamen were engaged in making their preparations to display as much of their mainsail as the stump of the mast would allow them to spread. The firing from the battery ceased as the Ariel rounded the little promontory, but Barnstable, whose gaze was now bent intently on the ocean, soon perceived that, as his coxswain had predicted, he had a much more threatening danger to encounter in the elements. When their damages were repaired, so far as circumstances would permit, the coxswain returned to his wonted station near the lieutenant, and after a momentary pause, during which his eyes roved over the rigging with a seaman's scrutiny, he resumed the discourse. "It would have been better for us that the best man in the schooner should have been dubbed of a limb by that shot, than that the Ariel should have lost her best leg. A mainsail close reefed may be prudent canvas as the wind blows, but it holds a poor luff to keep a craft to windward." "What would you have, Tom Coffin?" retorted his commander. "You see she draws ahead and off shore. Do you expect a vessel to fly in the very teeth of the gale, or would you have me wear and beach her at once?" "I would have nothing, nothing, Captain Barnstable," returned the old seaman, sensibly touched at his commander's displeasure. "You are as able as any man that ever trod a plank to work her into an offing. But, sir, when that soldier officer told me of the scheme to sink the Ariel at her anchor, there were such feelings come athwart my philosophy as never crossed it afore. I thought I saw her a wrack, as plainly as you may see the stump of that mast, and I will own it, for it's as natural to love the craft you sail in as it is to love one's self. I will own that my manhood fetched a heavy lee lurch at the sight. Away with ye old sea croaker, forward with ye, and see that the head sheets are trimmed flat. Behold, come hither, Tom, if you have sights of wrecks and sharks and other beautiful objects, keep them stowed in your own silly brain. Don't make a ghost parlour of my forecastle. The lads begin to look to leeward now oftener than I would have them. Go, sirrah, go, and take example from Mr. Mary, who is seated on your namesake there, and is singing as if he were a chorister in his father's church. Ah, Captain Barnstable, Mr. Mary is a boy, and knows nothing, so fears nothing. But I shall obey your orders, sir, and if the men fall astarn this gale, it shan't be for anything they'll hear from old Tom Coffin." The coxswain lingered a moment, notwithstanding his promised obedience, and then ventured to request that Captain Barnstable would please call Mr. Mary from the gun, for I know, from having followed the seas my natural life, that singing in a gale is sure to bring the wind down upon a vessel the heavier. For he who rules the tempest is displeased that man's voice shall be heard when he chooses to send his own breath on the water. Barnstable was at a loss whether to laugh at his coxswain's infirmity, or to yield to the impression which his earnest and solemn manner had a powerful tendency to produce amid such a scene, but making an effort to shake off the superstitious awe that he felt creeping around his own heart, the lieutenant relieved the mind of the worthy old seaman so far as to call the careless boy from his perch to his own side, where respect for the sacred character of the quarter-deck instantly put an end to the lively air he had been humming. Tom walked slowly forward, apparently much relieved by the reflection that he had effected so important an object. The Ariel continued to struggle against the winds and ocean for several hours longer before the day broke on the tempestuous scene, and the anxious mariners were enabled to form a more accurate estimate of their real danger. As the violence of the gale increased, the canvas of the schooner had been gradually reduced until she was unable to show more than was absolutely necessary to prevent her driving helplessly on the land. Barnstable watched the appearance of the weather as the light slowly opened upon them, with an intense anxiety which denoted that the presentiments of the coxswain were no longer deemed idle. On looking to windward, he beheld the green masses of water that were rolling in towards the land with a violence that seemed irresistible, crowned with ridges of foam, and there were moments when the air appeared filled with sparkling gems as the rays of the rising sun fell upon the spray that was swept from wave to wave. Towards the land the view was still more appalling. The cliffs, but a short half-league under the lee of the schooner, were at all times nearly hid from the eye by the pyramids of water, which the furious element, so suddenly restrained in its violence, cast high into the air, as if seeking to overleap the boundaries that nature had fixed to its dominion. The whole coast, from the distant headland at the south to the well-known shoals that stretched far beyond their course in the opposite direction, displayed a broad belt of foam, into which it would have been certain destruction for the proudest ship that ever swam to enter. Still the Ariel floated on the billows, lightly and in safety, though yielding to the impulses of the water, and at times appearing to be engulfed in the yawning chasm which apparently opened beneath her to receive the little fabric. The low rumor of acknowledged danger had found its way through the schooner, and the seamen, after fastening their hopeless looks on the small spot of canvas that they were still able to show to the tempest, would turn to view the dreary line of coast that seemed to offer so gloomy an alternative. Even Dillon, to whom the report of their danger had found its way, crept from his place of concealment in the cabin, and moved about the decks unheeded, devouring with greedy ears such opinions as fell from the lips of the sullen mariners. At this moment of appalling apprehension, the coxswain exhibited the calmest resignation. He knew all had been done that lay in the power of man to urge their little vessel from the land, and it was now too evident to his experienced eyes that it had been done in vain. But considering himself as a sort of fixture in the schooner, he was quite prepared to abide her fate, be it for better or for worse. The settled look of gloom that gathered around the frank brow of Barnstable was in no degree connected with any considerations of himself, but proceeded from that sort of parental responsibility from which the sea commander is never exempt. The discipline of the crew, however, still continued perfect and unyielding. There had, it is true, been a slight movement made by one or two of the older seamen, which indicated an intention to drown the apprehensions of death in ebriety, but Barnstable had called for his pistols in a tone that checked the procedure instantly, and although the fatal weapons were untouched by him, left to lie exposed on the capstan, where they had been placed by his servant, not another symptom of insubordination appeared among the devoted crew. There was even what to a landsman might seem an appalling affectation of attention to the most trifling duties of the vessel, and the men who, it should seem, ought to be devoting the brief moments of their existence to the mighty business of the hour, were constantly called to attend to the most trivial details of their profession. Ropes were coiled, and the slightest damages occasioned by the waves, which at short intervals swept across the low decks of the Ariel, were repaired with the same precision and order as if she yet lay embayed in the haven from which she had just been driven. In this manner the arm of authority was kept extended over the silent crew, not with the vain desire to preserve a lingering though useless exercise of power, but with a view to maintain that unity of action that now could alone afford them even a ray of hope. "She can make no head against this sea under that rag of canvas," said Barnstable gloomily, addressing the coxswain, who with folded arms and an air of cool resignation was balancing his body on the verge of the quarter-deck, while the schooner was plunging madly into waves that nearly buried her in their bosom. "The poor little thing trembles like a frightened child as she meets the water." Tom sighed heavily and shook his head before he answered. "If we could have kept the head of the mainmast an hour longer, we might have got an offing and fetched to windward of the shoals. But as it is, sir, mortal man can't drive a craft to windward. She sets bodily in to land, and will be in the breakers in less than an hour, unless God wills that the wind shall cease to blow. We have no hope left us but to anchor. Our ground tackle may yet bring her up." Tom turned to his commander and replied, solemnly, and with that assurance of manner that long experience only can give a man in moments of great danger, "If our sheet cable was bent to our heaviest anchor, this sea would bring it home, though nothing but her launch was riding by it. A northeaster in the German Ocean must and will blow itself out, nor shall we get the crown of the gale until the sun falls over the land. Then indeed it may lull, for the winds do often seem to reverence the glory of the heavens too much to blow their might in its very face." "We must do our duty to ourselves and the country," returned Barnstable. "Go, get the two bowers spliced, and have a kedge bent to a hawser. We'll back our 2 anchors together and veer to the better end of 240 fathoms. It may yet bring her up. Sea all clear, therefore anchoring and cutting away the mast. We'll leave the wind nothing but a naked hull to whistle over. Ay, if there was nothing but the wind, we might yet live to see the sun sink behind them hills, said the coxswain. But what hemp can stand the strain of a craft that is buried half the time to her foremast in the water? The order was, however, executed by the crew with a sort of desperate submission to the will of their commander, and when the preparations were completed, the anchors and kedge were dropped to the bottom, and the instant that the Ariel tended to the wind, the axe was applied to the little that was left of her long raking masts. The crash of the falling spars, as they came in succession across the decks of the vessel, appeared to produce no sensation amid that scene of complicated danger. But the seamen proceeded in silence to their hopeless duty of clearing the wrecks. Every eye followed the floating timbers as the waves swept them away from the vessel with a sort of feverish curiosity to witness the effect produced by their collision with those rocks that lay so fearfully near them. But long before the spars entered the wide border of foam, they were hid from view by the furious element in which they floated. It was now felt by the whole crew of the Ariel that their last means of safety had been adopted, and at each desperate and headlong plunge the vessel took into the bosom of the seas that rolled upon her forecastle, the anxious seamen thought that they could perceive the yielding of the iron that yet clung to the bottom, or could hear the violent surge of the parting strands of the cable that still held them to their anchors. While the minds of the sailors were agitated with the faint hopes that had been excited by the movements of their schooner, Dillon had been permitted to wander about the deck unnoticed. His rolling eyes, hard breathing, and clenched hands excited no observation among the men, whose thoughts were yet dwelling on the means of safety. But now when, with a sort of frenzied desperation, he would follow the retiring waters along the decks, and venture his person nigh the group that had collected around and on the gun of the coxswain, glances of fierce or of sullen vengeance were cast at him that conveyed threats of a nature that he was too much agitated to understand. "If you are tired of this world, though your time, like my own, is probably but short in it," said Tom to him, as he passed the coxswain in one of his turns, "you can go forward among the men. But if ye have need of the moments to foot up the reckoning of your doings among men, afore ye're brought to face your Maker and hear the log book of heaven, I would advise you to keep as nigh as possible to Captain Barnstable or myself." "Will you promise to save me if the vessel is wrecked?" exclaimed Dillon, catching at the first sounds of friendly interest that had reached his ears since he had been recaptured. "Oh, if you will, I can secure your future ease, yes, wealth, for the remainder of your days." "Your promises have been too ill kept afore this for the peace of your soul," returned the coxswain without bitterness, though sternly. "But it is not in me to strike even a whale that is already spouting blood." The intercessions of Dillon were interrupted by a dreadful cry that arose among the men forward, and which sounded with increased horror amid the roarings of the tempest. The schooner rose on the breast of a wave at that instant, and falling off with her broadside to the sea, she drove in towards the cliffs like a bubble on the rapids of a cataract. "Our ground tackle has parted," said Tom, with his resigned patience of manner undisturbed. "She shall die as easy as man can make her." While he yet spoke, he seized the tiller, and gave to the vessel such a direction as would be most likely to cause her to strike the rocks with her bows foremost. There was for one moment an expression of exquisite anguish betrayed in the dark countenance of Barnstable, but at the next it passed away, and he spoke cheerfully to his men. "Be ready, my lads. Be calm. There is yet a hope of life for you. Our light draught will let us run in close to the cliffs, and it is still falling water. See your boats clear and be steady." The crew of the whaleboat, aroused by this speech from a sort of stupor, sprang into their light vessel, which was quickly lowered into the sea, and kept riding on the foam, free from the sides of the schooner, by the powerful exertions of the men. The cry for the coxswain was earnest and repeated, but Tom shook his head without replying, still grasping the tiller, and keeping his eyes steadily bent on the chaos of waters into which they were driving. The launch, the largest boat of the two, was cut loose from the grips, and the bustle and exertion of the moment rendered the crew insensible to the horror of the scene that surrounded them. But the loud hoarse call of the coxswain, "To look out, secure yourselves," suspended even their efforts, and at that instant the Ariel settled on a wave that melted from under her heavily on the rocks. The shock was so violent as to throw all who disregarded the warning cry from their feet. and the universal quiver that pervaded the vessel was like the last shudder of animated nature. For a time long enough to breathe, the least experienced among the men supposed the danger to be past, but a wave of great height followed the one that had deserted them, and, raising the vessel again, threw her roughly still farther on the bed of rocks, and at the same time its crest broke over her quarter, sweeping the length of her decks with a fury that was almost resistless. The shuddering seamen beheld their loosened boat driven from their grasp, and dashed against the base of the cliffs, where no fragment of her wreck could be traced at the receding of the waters, but the passing billow had thrown the vessel into a position which in some measure protected her decks from the violence of those that succeeded it. "Go, my boys, go," said Barnstable, as the moment of dreadful uncertainty passed. "You have still the whale-boat, and she at least will take you nigh the shore. Go into her, my boys. God bless you, God bless you all. You have been faithful and honest fellows, and I believe he will not yet desert you. Go, my friends, while there is a lull." The seamen threw themselves in a mass into the light vessel, which nearly sank under the unusual burden, but when they looked around them, Barnstable and Mary Dillon and the coxswain were yet to be seen on the decks of the Ariel. The former was pacing, in deep and perhaps bitter melancholy, the wet planks of the schooner, while the boy hung unheeded on his arm, uttering disregarded petitions to his commander to desert the wreck. Dillon approached the side where the boat lay again and again, but the threatening countenances of the seamen as often drove him back in despair. Tom had seated himself on the heel of the bowsprit, where he continued in an attitude of quiet resignation, returning no other answers to the loud and repeated calls of his shipmates than by waving his hand towards the shore. "Now hear me," said the boy, urging his request to tears. "If not for my sake, or for your own sake, Mr. Barnstable, or for the hope of God's mercy, go into the boat for the love of my cousin Catherine." The young lieutenant paused in his troubled walk, and for a moment he cast a glance of hesitation at the cliffs, but at the next instant his eyes fell on the ruin of his vessel, and he answered, "Never, boy, never. If my hour has come, I will not shrink from my fate. Listen to the men, dear sir. The boat will be swamped alongside the wreck, and their cry is, that without you they will not let her go." Barnstable motioned to the boat to bid the boy enter it, and turned away in silence. "Well," said Mary, with firmness, "if it be right that a lieutenant shall stay by the wreck, it must also be right for a midshipman. Shove off. Neither Mr. Barnstable nor myself will quit the vessel." "Boy, your life has been entrusted to my keeping, and at my hands will it be required," said his commander, lifting the struggling youth and tossing him into the arms of the seaman. "Away with ye, and God be with you. There is more weight in you now than can go safe to land." Still the seamen hesitated, for they perceived the coxswain moving with a steady tread along the deck, and they hoped he had relented and would yet persuade the lieutenant to join his crew. But Tom, imitating the example of his commander, seized the latter suddenly in his powerful grasp, and threw him over the bulwarks with an irresistible force. At the same moment he cast the fast of the boat from the pin that held it, and lifting his broad hands high into the air, his voice was heard in the tempest. "God's will be done with me," he cried. "I saw the first timber of the Ariel laid, and shall live just long enough to see it turn out of her bottom, after which I wish to live no longer." But his shipmates were swept far beyond the sounds of his voice before half these words were uttered. All command of the boat was rendered impossible by the numbers it contained, as well as the raging of the surf, and as it rose on the white crest of a wave, Tom saw his beloved little craft for the last time. It fell into a trough of the sea, and in a few moments more its fragments were ground into splinters on the adjacent rocks. The coxswain still remained where he had cast off the rope, and beheld the numerous heads and arms that appeared rising at short intervals on the waves, some making powerful and well-directed efforts to gain the sands that were becoming visible as the tide fell, and others wildly tossed in the frantic movements of helpless despair. The honest old seaman gave a cry of joy as he saw Barnstable issue from the surf, bearing the form of Mary in safety to the sands, where one by one several seamen soon appeared also, dripping and exhausted. Many others of the crew were carried in a similar manner to places of safety, though as Tom returned to his seat on the bowsprit, he could not conceal from his reluctant eyes the lifeless forms that were in other spots driven against the rocks with a fury that soon left them but few of the outward vestiges of humanity. Dillon and the coxswain were now the sole occupants of their dreadful station. The former stood in a kind of stupid despair, a witness of the scene we have related, but as his curdled blood began again to flow more warmly through his heart, he crept close to the side of Tom with that sort of selfish feeling that makes even hopeless misery more tolerable when endured in participation with another. "When the tide falls," he said in a voice that betrayed the agony of fear, though his words expressed the renewal of hope, "we shall be able to walk to land. "There was one, and only one, to whose feet the waters were the same as a dry dock," returned the coxswain, "and none but such as have his power will ever be able to walk from these rocks to the sands." The old seaman paused, and turning his eyes, which exhibited a mingled expression of disgust and compassion, on his companion, he added with reverence, "Had you thought more of him in fair weather, your case would be less to be pitied in this tempest." "Do you still think there is much danger?" asked Dillon. "To them that have reason to fear death. Listen, do you hear that hollow noise beneath ye?" "'Tis the wind driving by the vessel." "'Tis the poor thing herself," said the affected coxswain, "giving her last groans. The water is breaking up her decks, and in a few minutes more the handsomest model that ever cut a wave will be like the chips that fell from her timbers in framing." "Why then did you remain here?" cried Dillon wildly. "To die in my coffin." "If it should be the will of God," returned Tom. "These waves to me are what the land is to you. I was born on them, and I've always meant that they should be my grave." "But I," shrieked Dillon, "I'm not ready to die. I cannot die. I will not die." "Poor wretch," muttered his companion, "you must go, like the rest of us. When the death watch is called, none can skulk from the muster." "I can swim," Dillon continued, rushing with frantic eagerness to the side of the wreck. "Is there no billet of wood, no rope that I can take with me?" "None. Everything has been cut away or carried off by the sea. If ye are about to strive for your life, take with ye a stout heart and a clean conscience, and trust the rest to God." "God!" echoed Dillon, in the madness of his frenzy. "I know no God. There is no God that knows me." "Peace," said the deep tones of the coxswain, in a voice that seemed to speak in the elements. "Blasphemer, peace." The heavy groaning produced by the water in the timbers of the Ariel at that moment added its impulse to the raging feelings of Dillon, and he cast himself headlong into the sea. The water, thrown by the rolling of the surf on the beach, was necessarily returned to the ocean in eddies, in different places favorable to such an action of the element. Into the edge of one of these counter currents, that was produced by the very rocks on which the schooner lay, and which the watermen called the undertow, Dillon had unknowingly thrown his person. And when the waves had driven him a short distance from the wreck, he was met by a stream that his most desperate efforts could not overcome. He was a light and powerful swimmer, and the struggle was hard and protracted. With the shore immediately before his eyes, and at no great distance, he was led as by a false phantom to continue his efforts, although they did not advance him a foot. The old seaman, who at first had watched his motions with careless indifference, understood the danger of his situation at a glance, and forgetful of his own fate, he shouted aloud in a voice that was driven over the struggling victim to the ears of his shipmates on the sands, "Sheer to port, and clear the undertow! Sheer to the southward!" Dillon heard the sounds, but his faculties were too much obscured by terror to distinguish their object. He, however, blindly yielded to the call, and gradually changed his direction until his face was once more turned towards the vessel. The current swept him diagonally by the rocks, and he was forced into an eddy, where he had nothing to contend against but the waves, whose violence was much broken by the wreck. In this state he continued still to struggle, but with a force that was too much weakened to overcome the resistance he met. Tom looked around him for a rope, but all had gone over with the spars, or been swept away by the waves. At this moment of disappointment his eyes met those of the desperate Dillon. Calm and inured to horrors as was the veteran seaman, he involuntarily passed his hand before his brow to exclude the look of despair he encountered. And when, a moment afterwards, he removed the rigid member, he beheld the sinking form of the victim as it gradually settled in the ocean, still struggling with regular but impotent strokes of the arms and feet to gain the wreck and to preserve an existence that had been so much abused in its hour of allotted probation. "He will soon know his God, and learn that his God knows him," murmured the coxswain to himself. And as he yet spoke, the wreck of the Ariel yielded to an overwhelming sea, and after an universal shudder her timbers and planks gave way, and were swept towards the cliffs, bearing the body of the simple-hearted coxswain among the ruins. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Let us think of them that sleep full many a fathom deep by the wild and stormy steep. Elsinore Campbell. Long and dreary did the hours appear to Barnstable before the falling tide had so far receded as to leave the sands entirely exposed to his search for the bodies of his lost shipmates. Several had been rescued from the wild fury of the waves themselves, and one by one, as the melancholy conviction that life had ceased was forced on the survivors, they had been decently interred in graves dug on the very margin of that element on which they had passed their lives. But still the form longest known and most beloved was missing, and the lieutenant paced the broad space that was now left between the foot of the cliffs and the raging ocean, with hurried strides and a feverish eye, watching and following those fragments of the wreck that the sea still continued to cast on the beach. Living and dead, he now found that of those who had lately been in the Ariel, only 2 were missing. Of the former he could muster but 12, besides Mary and himself, and his men had already interred more than half that number of the latter, which together embraced all who had trusted their lives to the frail keeping of the whale-boat. "Tell me not, boy, of the impossibility of his being safe," said Barnstable, in deep agitation, which he in vain struggled to conceal from the anxious youth, who thought it unnecessary to follow the uneasy motions of his commander as he strode along the sands. "How often have men been found floating on pieces of wreck days after the loss of their vessel, and you can see with your own eyes that the falling water has swept the planks this distance, ay, a good half-league from where she struck. Does the lookout from the top of the cliffs make no signal of seeing him yet?" "None, sir, none. We shall never see him again. The men say that he always thought it sinful to desert a wreck, and that he did not even strike out once for his life, though he has been known to swim an hour when a whale has stove his boat." "God knows, sir," added the boy, hastily dashing a tear from his eye by a stolen movement of his hand. "I loved Tom Coffin better than any foremost man in either vessel. You seldom came aboard the frigate, but we had him in the steerage among us reefers, to hear his long yarns and share our cheer. We all loved him, Mr. Barnstable, but love cannot bring the dead to life again." I know it," said Barnstable, with a huskiness in his voice that betrayed the depth of his emotion. "I'm not so foolish as to believe in impossibilities, but while there is a hope of his living, I will never abandon poor Tom Coffin to such a dreadful fate. Think, boy, he may at this moment be looking at us, and praying to his Maker that he would turn our eyes upon him. Ay, praying to his God, for Tom often prayed, though he did it in his watch, standing and in silence." "If he had clung to life so strongly," returned the midshipman, "he would have struggled harder to preserve it." Barnstable stopped short in his hurried walk, and fastened a look of opening conviction on his companion, but as he was about to speak in reply, the shouts of the seamen reached his ears, and turning, they saw the whole party running along the beach, and motioning with violent gestures to an intermediate point in the ocean. The lieutenant and Mary hurried back, and as they approached the men, they distinctly observed a human figure, borne along by the waves, at moments seeming to rise above them, and already floating in the last of the breakers. They had hardly ascertained so much when a heavy swell carried the inanimate body far upon the sands, where it was left by the retiring waters. "'Tis my coxswain!" cried Barnstable, rushing to the spot. He stopped suddenly, however, as he came within view of the features, and it was some little time before he appeared to have collected his faculties sufficiently to add in tones of deep horror, "What wretch is this, boy? His form is unmutilated, and yet observe the eyes. They seem as if the sockets would not contain them, and they gaze as wildly as if their owner yet had life. The hands are open and spread, as though they would still buffet the waves." "The Jonah! The Jonah!" shouted the seamen with savage exultation, as they successively approached the corpse. "Away with his carrion into the sea again. Give him to the sharks. Let him tell his lies in the claws of the lobsters." Barnstable had turned away from the revolting sight in disgust, but when he discovered these indications of impotent revenge in the remnant of his crew, he said in that voice which all respected and still obeyed, "Stand back, back with ye, fellows. Would you disgrace your manhood and seamanship by wreaking your vengeance on him whom God has already in judgment?" A silent but significant gesture towards the earth succeeded his words, and he walked slowly away. "Bury him in the sands, boy," said Mary, when his commander was at some little distance. "The next tide will unearth him." The seaman obeyed his orders, while the midshipman rejoined his commander, who continued to pace along the beach, occasionally halting to throw his uneasy glances over the water, and then hurrying onward at a rate that caused his youthful companion to exert his greatest power to maintain the post he had taken at his side. Every effort to discover the lost coxswain was, however, after 2 hours more search abandoned as fruitless, and with reason, for the sea was never known to give up the body of the man who might be emphatically called its own dead. "There goes the sun, already dropping behind the cliffs," said the lieutenant, throwing himself on a rock, "and the hour will soon arrive to set the dog watches. But we have nothing left to watch over, boy. The surf and rocks have not even left us a whole plank that we may lay our heads on for the night." "The men have gathered many articles on yon beach, sir," returned the lad. "They have found arms to defend ourselves with, and food to give us strength to use them." "And who shall be our enemy?" asked Barnstable bitterly. "Shall we shoulder our dozen pikes and carry England by boarding?" "We may not lay the whole island under contribution," continued the boy anxiously, watching the expression of his commander's eye, "but we may still keep ourselves in work until the cutter returns from the frigate. I hope, sir, you do not think our case so desperate as to intend yielding as prisoners." "Prisoners!" exclaimed the lieutenant. "No, no, lad, it has not got to that yet. England has been able to wreck my craft, I must concede, but she has as yet obtained no other advantage over us. She was a precious model, Mary, the cleanest run and the neatest entrance that art ever united on the stem and stern of the same vessel. Do you remember the time, younker, when I gave the frigate my topsails in beating out of the Chesapeake? I could always do it in smooth water with a wholesale breeze, but she was a frail thing, boy, and could bear but little." "A mortar ketch would have thumped to pieces where she lay," returned the midshipman. "Ay, it was asking too much of her to expect she could hold together on a bed of rocks, Mary. I loved her, dearly did I love her. She was my first command, and I knew and loved every timber and bolt in her beautiful frame." "I believe it is as natural, sir, for a seaman to love the wood and iron in which he has floated over the depths of the ocean for so many days and nights," rejoined the boy, "as it is for a father to love the members of his own family." "Quite, quite, ay, more so," said Barnstable, speaking as if he were choked by emotion. Mary felt the heavy grasp of the lieutenant on his slight arm, while his commander continued in a voice that gradually increased in power as his feelings predominated. "And yet, boy, a human being cannot love the creature of his own formation as he does the works of God. A man can never regard his ship as he does his shipmates. I sailed with him, boy, when everything seemed bright and happy, as at your age, when, as he often expressed it, I knew nothing and feared nothing. I was then a truant from an old father and a kind mother, and he did that for me which no parents could have done. In my situation, he was my father and mother on the deep. Hours, days, even months, has he passed in teaching me the art of our profession. And now in my manhood he has followed me from ship to ship, from sea to sea, and has only quitted me to die where I should have died, as if he felt the disgrace of abandoning the poor Ariel to her fate by herself." "No, no, no, 'twas his superstitious pride," interrupted Mary. But perceiving that the head of Barnstable had sunk between his hands, as if he would conceal his emotion, the boy added no more, but he sat respectfully watching the display of feeling that his officer in vain endeavoured to suppress. Mary felt his own form quiver with sympathy at the shuddering which passed through Barnstable's frame, and the relief experienced by the lieutenant himself was not greater than that which the midshipman felt as the latter beheld large tears forcing their way through the other's fingers and falling on the sands at his feet. They were followed by a violent burst of emotion, such as is seldom exhibited in the meridian of life, but which, when it conquers the nature of one who has buffeted the chances of the world with the loftiness of his sex and character, breaks down every barrier, and seems to sweep before it, like a rushing torrent, all the factitious defences which habit and education have created to protect the pride of manhood. Mary had often beheld the commanding severity of the lieutenant's manner. In moments of danger, with deep respect, he had been drawn towards him by kindness and affection, in times of gaiety and recklessness, but he now sat for many minutes profoundly silent, regarding his officer with sensations that were nearly allied to awe. The struggle with himself was long and severe in the bosom of Barnstable, but at length the calm of relieved passions succeeded to his emotion. When he arose from the rock and removed his hands from his features, his eye was hard and proud, his brow lightly contracted, and he spoke in a voice so harsh that it startled his companion. "Come, sir, why are we here and idle? Are not yon poor fellows looking up to us for advice and orders how to proceed in this exigency? Away, away, Mr. Mary, it is not a time to be drawing figures in the sand with your dirk. The flood tide will soon be in, and we may be glad to hide our heads in some cavern among these rocks. Let us be stirring, sir, while we have the sun, and muster enough food and arms to keep life in us and our enemies off us, until we can once more get afloat." The wondering boy, whose experience had not yet taught him to appreciate the reaction of the passions, started at this unexpected summons to his duty, and followed Barnstable towards the group of distant seamen. The lieutenant, who was instantly conscious how far pride had rendered him unjust, soon moderated his long strides, and continued in milder tones, which were quickly converted into his usual frank communications, though they still remained tinged with a melancholy that time only could entirely remove. "We have been unlucky, Mr. Murray, but we need not despair. These lads have gotten together abundance of supplies, I see, and with our arms we can easily make ourselves masters of some of the enemy's smaller craft, and find our way back to the frigate when this gale has blown itself out. We must keep ourselves close, though, or we shall have the redcoats coming down upon us like so many sharks around a wreck. Ah, God bless her, Mary, there is not such a sight to be seen on the whole beach as two of her planks holding together." The midshipmen, without adverting to this sudden allusion to their vessel, prudently pursued the train of ideas in which his commander had started. "There is an opening into the country but a short distance south of us, where a brook empties into the sea," he said. "We might find a cover in it, or in the wood above, into which it leads, until we can have a survey of the coast, or can seize some vessel to carry us off. There would be a satisfaction in waiting till the morning watch, and then carrying that accursed battery which took off the better leg of the poor Ariel," said the lieutenant. "The thing might be done, boy, and we could hold the work too until the Alacrity and the frigate draw in to land. If you prefer storming works to boarding vessels, there is a fortress of stone, Mr. Barnstable, which lies directly on our beam. I could see it through the haze when I was on the cliff stationing the lookout, and what, boy? Speak without a fear. This is a time for free consultation." "Why, so the garrison might not all be hostile. We should liberate Mr. Griffith and the marines. Besides—" "Besides what, sir?" "I should have an opportunity, perhaps, of seeing my cousin Cecilia and my cousin Catherine." The countenance of Barnstable grew animated as he listened, and he answered with something of his usual cheerful manner, "Ay, that indeed would be a work worth carrying, and the rescuing of our shipmates and the marines would read like a thing of military discretion. Ha, boy, all the rest would be incidental younker, like the capture of the fleet after you have whipped the convoy. I do suppose, sir, that if the Abbey be taken, Colonel Howard will own himself a prisoner of war." "And Colonel Howard's wards. Now there is good sense in this scheme of thine, Master Mary, and I will give it proper reflection. But here are our poor fellows. Speak cheeringly to them, sir, that we may hold them in temper for our enterprise." Barnstable and the midshipmen joined their shipwrecked companions with that air of authority which is seldom wanting between the superior and the inferior in nautical intercourse, but at the same time with a kindness of speech and looks that might have been a little increased by their critical situation. After partaking of the food which had been selected from among the fragments that still lay scattered for more than a mile along the beach, the lieutenant directed the seamen to arm themselves with such weapons as offered, and also to make sufficient provision from the schooner's stores to last them for 24 hours longer. These orders were soon executed, and the whole party, led by Barnstable and Mary, proceeded along the foot of the cliffs in quest of the opening in the rocks through which the little rivulet found a passage to the ocean. The weather contributed as much as the seclusion of the spot to prevent any discovery of the small party, which pursued its object with a disregard of caution that might under other circumstances have proved fatal to its safety. Barnstable paused in his march when they had all entered the deep ravine, and ascended nearly to the brow of the precipice that formed one of its sides, to take a last and more scrutinizing survey of the sea. His countenance exhibited the abandonment of all hope, as his eye moved slowly from the northern to the southern boundary of the horizon, and he prepared to pursue his march by moving reluctantly up the stream, when the boy, who still clung to his side, exclaimed joyously, "Sail, ho! It must be the frigate in the offing." "A sail!" repeated his commander. "Where away do you see a sail in this tempest? Can there be another as hardy and unfortunate as ourselves?" "Look to the starboard hand of the point of rock to windward," cried the boy. "Now you lose it. Ah, now the sun falls upon it. 'Tis a sail, sir, as sure as canvas can be spread in such a gale." "I see what you mean," returned the other, "but it seems a gull skimming the sea. Nay, now it rises, indeed, and shows itself like a bellying topsail. Pass up that glass, lads. Here is a fellow in the offing who may prove a friend." Mary waited the result of the lieutenant's examination with youthful impatience, and did not fail to ask immediately, "Can you make it out, sir? Is it the ship or the cutter?" "Come, there seemeth yet some hope left for us, boy," returned Barnstable, closing the glass. "'Tis a ship lying to, under her main topsail. If one might but dare to show himself on these heights, he would raise her hull, and make sure of her character. But I think I know her spars, though even her topsail dips at times when there is nothing to be seen but her bare poles, and they shortened by her top gallant masts." "One would swear," said Mary, laughing, as much through the excitement produced by this intelligence as at his conceit, "that Captain Munson would never carry wood aloft, when he can't carry canvas. I remember one night Mr. Griffith was a little vexed, and said, around the capstan, he believed the next order would be to rig in the bowsprit, and house lower masts." "Ay, Griffith is a lazy dog, and sometimes gets lost in the fogs of his own thoughts," said Barnstable. "And I suppose old Moderate was in a breeze. However, this looks as if he were in earnest. He must have kept the ship away, or she would never have been where she is. I do verily believe the old gentleman remembers that he has a few of his officers and men on this accursed island. This is well, Mary, for should we take the Abbey, we have a place at hand in which to put our prisoners." "We must have patience till the morning," added the boy, "for no boat would attempt to land in such a sea. No boat could land. The best boat that ever floated, boy, has sunk in these breakers. But the wind lessens, and before morning the sea will fall. Let us on, and find a berth for our poor lads where they can be made more comfortable." The two officers now descended from their elevation, and led the way still farther up the deep and narrow dell, until, as the ground rose gradually before them, they found themselves in a dense wood on a level with the adjacent country. "Here should be a ruin at hand, if I have a true reckoning, and know my courses and distances," said Barnstable. "I have a chart about me that speaks of such a landmark." The lieutenant turned away from the laughing expression of the boy's eye, as the latter archly inquired, "Was it made by one who knows the coast well, sir, or was it done by some schoolboy to learn his maps, as the girls work samplers?" "Come, younker, no sampler of your impudence, but look ahead. Can you see any habitation that has been deserted?" "Ay, sir, here is a pile of stones before us, that looks as dirty and ragged as if it was a soldier's barrack. Can this be what you see? Faith, this has been a whole town in its day. We should call it a city in America, and furnish it with a mayor, alderman, and recorder. You might stow old Faneuil Hall in one of its lockers." With this sort of careless dialogue, which Barnstable engaged in, that his men might discover no alteration in his manner, they approached the mouldering walls that had proved so frail a protection to the party under Griffith. A short time was passed in examining the premises, when the weary seamen took possession of one of the dilapidated apartments, and disposed themselves to seek that rest of which they had been deprived by the momentous occurrences of the past night. Barnstable waited until the loud breathing of the seamen assured him that they slept, when he aroused the drowsy boy, who was fast losing his senses in the same sort of oblivion, and motioned him to follow. Mary arose, and they stole together from the apartment with guarded steps, and penetrated more deeply into the gloomy recesses of the place. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Mercury. I permit thee to be Socia again. Dryden. We must leave the two adventurers winding their way among the broken piles, and venturing boldly beneath the tottering arches of the ruin, to accompany the reader at the same hour within the more comfortable walls of the Abbey, where, it will be remembered, Burrowcliff was left in a condition of very equivocal ease. As the earth had, however, in the interval, nearly run its daily round, circumstances had intervened to release the soldier from his confinement, and no one, ignorant of the fact, would suppose that the gentleman who was now seated at the hospitable board of Colonel Howard, directing with so much discretion the energies of his masticators to the delicacies of the feast, could read in his careless air and smiling visage that those foragers of nature had been so recently condemned for 4 long hours to the mortification of discussing the barren subject of his own sword hilt. Burrowcliff, however, maintained not only his usual post, but his well-earned reputation at the table with his ordinary coolness of demeanor, though at times there were fleeting smiles that crossed his military aspect, which sufficiently indicated that he considered the matter of his reflection to be of a particularly ludicrous character. In the young man who sat by his side, dressed in the deep blue jacket of a seaman, with the fine white linen of his collar contrasting strongly with the black silk handkerchief that was tied with studied negligence around his neck, and whose easy air and manner contrasted still more strongly with this attire, the reader will discover Griffith. The captive paid much less devotion to the viands than his neighbor, though he affected more attention to the business of the table than he actually bestowed, with a sort of consciousness that it would relieve the blushing maiden who presided. The laughing eyes of Catherine Plowden were glittering by the side of the mild countenance of Alice Dunscombe, and at times were fastened in droll interest on the rigid and upright exterior that Captain Manuel maintained directly opposite to where she was seated. A chair had also been placed for Dillon. Of course it was vacant. "And so, Borrowcliff," cried Colonel Howard, with a freedom of voice and a vivacity in his air that announced the increasing harmony of the repast, "the sea dog left you nothing to chew but the cud of your resentment." "That and my sword hilt," returned the immovable recruiting officer. "Gentlemen, I know not how your Congress rewards military achievements, but if that worthy fellow were in my company, he should have a halberd within a week. Spurs I would not offer him, for he affects to spurn their use." Griffith smiled and bowed in silence to the liberal compliment of Borrowcliff, but Manuel took on himself the task of replying. "Considering the drilling the man has received, the conduct has been well enough, sir, though a well-trained soldier would not only have made prisoners, but he would have secured them." "I perceive, my good comrade, that your thoughts are running on the Exchange," said Borrowcliff good-humouredly. "We will fill, sir, and by permission of the ladies drink to a speedy restoration of rights to both parties, the status quo ante bellum." "With all my heart," cried the colonel, "and Cicely and Miss Catherine will pledge the sentiment in a woman's sip. Will ye not, my fair wards? Mr. Griffith, I honour this proposition of yours, which will not only liberate yourself, but restore to us my kinsman, Mr. Christopher Dillon. Kit had imagined the thing well. Ha, Borrowcliff, 'twas ingeniously contrived, but the fortune of war interposed itself to his success, and yet it is a deep and inexplicable mystery to me how Kit should have been conveyed from the Abbey with so little noise and without raising the alarm." "Christopher is a man who understands the philosophy of silence as well as that of rhetoric," returned Borrowcliff, "and must have learned in his legal studies that it is sometimes necessary to conduct matters sub silentio. You smile at my Latin, Miss Plowden, but really, since I have become an inhabitant of this monkish abode, my little learning is stimulated to unwonted efforts. Nay, you are pleased to be yet more merry. I use the language because silence is a theme in which you ladies take but little pleasure." Catherine, however, disregarded the slight pique that was apparent in the soldier's manner, but after following the train of her own thoughts in silent enjoyment for a moment longer, she seemed to yield to their drollery, and laughed until her dark eyes flashed with merriment. Cecilia did not assume the severe gravity with which she sometimes endeavoured to repress what she thought the unseasonable mirth of her cousin, and the wondering Griffith fancied, as he glanced his eye from one to the other, that he could discern a suppressed smile playing among the composed features of Alice Dunscombe. Catherine, however, soon succeeded in repressing the paroxysm, and with an air of infinitely comic gravity she replied to the remark of the soldier, "I think I have heard of such a process in nautical affairs as towing, but I must appeal to Mr. Griffith for the correctness of the term." "You could not speak with more accuracy," returned the young sailor, with a look that sent the conscious blood to the temples of the lady, "though you had made marine terms your study." "The profession requires less thought, perhaps, than you imagine, sir. But is this towing often done as Captain Borrowcliff, I beg his pardon, as the monks have it, sub silentio?" "Spare me, fair lady," cried the captain, "and we will establish a compact of mutual grace, you to forgive my learning, and I to suppress my suspicions." "Suspicions, sir, is a word that a lady must defy, and defiance a challenge that a soldier can never receive, so I must submit to talk English, though the fathers of the church were my companions. I suspect that Miss Plowden has it in her power to explain the manner of Mr. Christopher Dillon's departure." The lady did not reply, but a second burst of merriment succeeded, of a liveliness and duration quite equal to the former. "How's this?" exclaimed the colonel. "Permit me to say, Miss Plowden, your mirth is very extraordinary. I trust no disrespect has been offered to my kinsman. Mr. Griffith, our terms are, that the exchange shall only be made on condition that equally good treatment has been extended to the parties. If Mr. Dillon can complain of no greater evil than that of being laughed at by Miss Plowden, sir, he has reason to call himself a happy fellow. I know not, sir, God forbid that I should forget what is due to my guests, gentlemen, but ye have entered my dwelling as foes to my prince." "But not to Colonel Howard, sir." "I know no difference, Mr. Griffith. King George or Colonel Howard or King George, our feelings, our fortunes, and our fate are as one. With the mighty odds that Providence has established between the prince and his people, I wish no other fortune than to share, at an humble distance, the weal or woe of my sovereign." "You are not called upon, dear sir, to do either, by the thoughtlessness of us ladies," said Cecilia, rising. "But here comes one who should turn our thoughts to a more important subject, our dress." Politeness induced Colonel Howard, who both loved and respected his niece, to defer his remarks to another time, and Catherine, springing from her chair with childish eagerness, flew to the side of her cousin, who was directing a servant that had announced the arrival of one of those erratic vendors of small articles who supply in remote districts of the country the places of more regular traders, to show the lad into the dining parlour. The repast was so far ended as to render this interruption less objectionable, and as all felt the object of Cecilia to be the restoration of harmony, the boy was ushered into the room without further delay. The contents of his small basket, consisting chiefly of essences and the smaller articles of female economy, were playfully displayed on the table by Catherine, who declared herself the patroness of the itinerant youth, and who laughingly appealed to the liberality of the gentleman in behalf of her protege. "You perceive, my dear guardian, that the boy must be loyal, for he offers here perfume that is patronized by no less than 2 royal dukes. Do suffer me to place a box aside for your especial use. You consent? I see it in your eye. And Captain Berrowcliff, as you appear to be forgetting the use of your own language, here is even a horn-book for you. How admirably provided he seems to be! You must have had St. Ruth in view when you laid in your stock, child." "Yes, my lady," the boy replied, with a bow that was studiously awkward. "I've often heard of the grand ladies that dwell in the old abbey, and I've journeyed a few miles beyond my rounds to gain their custom." "And surely they cannot disappoint you, Miss Howard. That is a palpable hint to your purse, and I know not that even Miss Alice can escape contribution in these troublesome times. Come, aid me, child. What have you to recommend, in particular to the favour of these ladies?" The lad approached the basket, and rummaged its contents for a moment with the appearance of deep mercenary interest, and then, without lifting his hand from the confusion he had caused, he said, while he exhibited something within the basket to the view of his smiling observer, "This, my lady?" Catherine started, and glanced her eyes with a piercing look at the countenance of the boy, and then turned them uneasily from face to face with conscious timidity. Cecilia had effected her object, and had resumed her seat in silent abstraction. Alice was listening to the remarks of Captain Manuel and the host as they discussed the propriety of certain military usages. Griffith seemed to hold communion with his mistress by imitating her silence, but Catherine, in her stolen glances, met the keen look of Berrowcliff fastened on her face in a manner that did not fail instantly to suspend the scrutiny. "Come, Cecilia," she cried, after a pause of a moment, "we trespass too long on the patience of the gentlemen, not only to keep possession of our seats 10 minutes after the cloth has been drawn, but even to introduce our essences and tapes and needles among the Madeira, and, shall I add, cigars, Colonel? Not while we are favoured with the company of Miss Plowden, certainly. Come, my coz, I perceive the Colonel is growing particularly polite, which is a never-failing sign that he tires of our presence." Cecilia rose, and was leading the way to the door, when Catherine turned to the lad, and added, "You can follow us to the drawing-room, child, where we can make our purchases without exposing the mystery of our toilets." "Miss Plowden has forgotten my horn-book, I believe," said Berrowcliff, advancing from the standing group who surrounded the table. "Possibly I can find some work in the basket of the boy, better fitted for the improvement of a grown-up young gentleman than this elementary treatise." Cecilia, observing him to take the basket from the lad, resumed her seat, and her example was necessarily followed by Catherine, though not without some manifest indications of vexation. Come hither, boy, and explain the uses of your wares. This is soap, and this a penknife, I know, but what name do you affix to this? That is tape, returned the lad, with an impatience that might very naturally be attributed to the interruption that was thus given to his trade. And this? That? Repeated the stripling, pausing with a hesitation between sulkiness and doubt. That? Come, this is a little ungallant, cried Catherine, to keep three ladies dying with impatience to possess themselves of their finery, while you detain the boy to ask the name of a tambouring needle. I should apologize for asking questions that are so easily answered, but perhaps he will find the next more difficult to solve, returned Burrowcliff, placing the subject of his inquiries in the palm of his hand in such a manner as to conceal it from all but the boy and himself. This has a name too. What is it? That is sometimes called white line. Perhaps you mean a white lie. How, sir? Exclaimed the lad, a little fiercely. A lie? Only a white one, returned the captain. What do you call this, Miss Dunscombe? We call it bobbin, sir, generally in the north, said the placid Alice. Ay, bobbin or white line. They are the same thing, added the young trader. They are. I think now, for a professional man, you know but little of the terms of your art, observed Burrowcliff, with an affectation of irony. I never have seen a youth of your years who knew less. What names now would you affix to this and this and this? While the captain was speaking, he drew from his pockets the several instruments that the coxswain had made use of the preceding night to secure his prisoner. That, exclaimed the lad, with the eagerness of one who would vindicate his reputation, is Rattlin stuff, and this is marline, and that is sennet. Enough, enough, said Burrowcliff. You have exhibited sufficient knowledge to convince me that you do know something of your trade, and nothing of these articles. Mr. Griffith, do you claim this boy? I believe I must, sir, said the young sea officer, who had been intently listening to the examination. On whatever errand you have now ventured here, Mr. Mary, it is useless to affect further concealment. Mary, exclaimed Cecilia Howard, is it you then, my cousin? Are you too fallen into the power of your enemies? Was it not enough that— The young lady recovered her recollection in time to suppress the remainder of the sentence, though the grateful expression of Griffith's eye sufficiently indicated that he had, in his thoughts, filled the sentence with expressions abundantly flattering to his own feelings. How's this again? Cried the colonel, my two wards embracing and fondling a vagrant, vagabond peddler before my eyes. Is this treason, Mr. Griffith, or what means the extraordinary visit of this young gentleman? Is it extraordinary, sir, said Mary himself, losing his assumed awkwardness in the ease and confidence of one whose faculties had been early exercised, that a boy like myself, destitute of mother and sisters, should take a like risk on himself to visit the only two female relatives he has in the world? Why this disguise, then? Surely, young gentleman, it was unnecessary to enter the dwelling of old George Howard on such an errand clandestinely, even though your tender years have been practised on to lead you astray from your allegiance. Mr. Griffith and Captain Manuel must pardon me if I express sentiments at my own table that they may find unpleasant, but this business requires us to be explicit. The hospitality of Colonel Howard is unquestionable, returned the boy, but he has a great reputation for his loyalty to the crown. Ay, young gentleman, and I trust with some justice. Would it then be safe to entrust my person in the hands of one who might think it his duty to detain me? This is plausible enough, Captain Burrowcliff, and I doubt not the boy speaks with candor. I would now that my kinsman, Mr. Christopher Dillon, were here, that I might learn if it would be misprison of treason to permit this youth to depart unmolested and without exchange. Inquire of the young gentleman after the cacique, returned the recruiting officer, who, apparently satisfied in producing the exposure of Mary, had resumed his seat at the table. Perhaps he is, in verity, an ambassador empowered to treat on behalf of his highness. How say you? Demanded the colonel. Do you know anything of my kinsman? The anxious eyes of the whole party were fastened on the boy for many moments, witnessing the sudden change from careless freedom to deep horror expressed in his countenance. At length he uttered in an undertone the secret of Dillon's fate. He is dead. Dead, repeated every voice in the room. Yes, dead, said the boy, gazing at the pallid faces of those who surrounded him. A long and fearful silence succeeded the announcement of this intelligence, which was only interrupted by Griffith, who said, Explain the manner of his death, sir, and where his body lies. His body lies interred in the sands, returned Mary, with a deliberation that proceeded from an opening perception that if he uttered too much he might betray the loss of the Ariel, and consequently endanger the liberty of Barnstable. In the sands, was echoed from every part of the room. Ay, in the sands, but how he died I cannot explain. "He has been murdered!" exclaimed Colonel Howard, whose command of utterance was now amply restored to him. "He has been treacherously and dastardly and basely murdered." "He has not been murdered," said the boy firmly, "nor did he meet his death among those who deserve the name either of traitors or of dastards." "Said you not that he was dead, that my kinsman was buried in the sands of the seashore?" "Both are true, sir." "And you refuse to explain how he met his death, and why he has been thus ignominiously interred?" "He received his interment by my orders, sir, and if there be ignominy about his grave, his own acts have heaped it on him. As to the manner of his death, I cannot and will not speak." "Be calm, my cousin," said Cecilia in an imploring voice. "Respect the age of my uncle, and remember his strong attachment to Mr. Dillon." The veteran had, however, so far mastered his feelings as to continue the dialogue with more recollection. "Mr. Griffith," he said, "I shall not act hastily. You and your companions will be pleased to retire to your several apartments. I will so far respect the son of my brother Harry's friend, as to believe your parole will be sacred. Go, gentlemen, you are unguarded." The two prisoners bowed low to the ladies and their host, and retired. Griffith, however, lingered a moment on the threshold to say, "Colonel Howard, I leave the boy to your kindness and consideration. I know you will not forget that his blood mingles with that of one who is most dear to you." "Enough, enough, sir," said the veteran, waving his hand to him to retire. "And you, ladies, this is not a place for you either." "Never will I quit this child," said Catherine, "while such a horrid imputation lies on him. Colonel Howard, act your pleasure on us both, for I suppose you have the power, but his fate shall be my fate." "There is, I trust, some misconception in this melancholy affair," said Barrowcliff, advancing into the centre of the agitated group, "and I should hope by calmness and moderation all may yet be explained. Young gentlemen, you have borne arms, and must know, notwithstanding your youth, what it is to be in the power of your enemies." "Never," returned the proud boy. "I am a captive for the first time." "I speak, sir, in reference to our power." "You may order me to a dungeon, or as I have entered the Abbey in disguise, possibly to a gibbet." "And is that a fate to be met so calmly by one so young?" "You dare not do it, Captain Barrowcliff," cried Catherine, involuntarily throwing an arm around the boy, as if to shield him from harm. "You would blush to think of such a cold-blooded act of vengeance, Colonel Howard." "If we could examine the young man where the warmth of feeling which these ladies exhibit might not be excited," said the captain apart to his host, "we should gain important intelligence." "Miss Howard, and you, Miss Plowden," said the veteran, in a manner that long habit had taught his wards to respect, "your young kinsman is not in the keeping of savages, and you can safely confide him to my custody. I am sorry that we have so long kept Miss Alice standing, but she will find relief on the couches of your drawing room, Cecilia." Cecilia and Catherine permitted themselves to be conducted to the door by their polite but determined guardian, where he bowed to their retiring persons with the exceeding courtesy that he never failed to use when in the least excited. "You appear to know your danger, Mr. Mary," said Barrowcliff, after the door was closed. "I trust you also know what duty would dictate to one in my situation." "Do it, sir," returned the boy. "You have a king to render an account to, and I have a country." "I may have a country also," said Barrowcliff, with a calmness that was not in the least disturbed by the taunting air with which the youth delivered himself. "It is possible for me, however, to be lenient, even merciful, when the interests of that prince to whom you allude are served. You came not on this enterprise alone, sir?" Had I come better attended, Captain Barrowcliff might have heard these questions instead of putting them. "I am happy, sir, that your retinue has been so small, and yet even the rebel schooner called the Ariel might have furnished you with a more becoming attendance. I cannot but think that you are not far distant from your friends." "He is near his enemies, your honor," said Sergeant Drill, who had entered the room unobserved, "for here is a boy who says he has been seized in the old ruin, and robbed of his goods and clothes, and by his description this lad should be the thief." Barrowcliff signed to the boy, who stood in the background, to advance, and he was instantly obeyed with all that eagerness which a sense of injury on the part of the sufferer could excite. The tale of this unexpected intruder was soon told, and was briefly this. He had been assaulted by a man and a boy. The latter was in presence, while arranging his effects in the ruin, preparatory to exhibiting them to the ladies of the Abbey, and had been robbed of such part of his attire as the boy had found necessary for his disguise, together with his basket of valuables. He had been put into an apartment of an old tower by the man for safe keeping, but as the latter frequently ascended to its turret to survey the country, he had availed himself of this remissness to escape, and to conclude, he demanded a restoration of his property and vengeance for his wrongs. Mary heard his loud and angry details with scornful composure, and before the offended pedlar was through his narrative, he had divested himself of the borrowed garments, which he threw to the other with singular disdain. "We are beleaguered, mine host, beset, besieged," cried Burrowcliff, when the other had ended. "Here is a rare plan to rob us of our laurels, ay, and of our rewards. But hark ye, Drill, they have old soldiers to deal with, and we shall look into the matter. One would wish to triumph on foot, you understand me. There was no horse in the battle. Go, fellow, I see you grow wiser. Take this young gentleman, and remember he is a young gentleman. Put him in safe keeping, but see him supplied with all he wants." Burrowcliff bowed politely to the haughty bend of the body with which Murray, who now began to think himself a martyr to his country, followed the orderly from the room. "There is mettle in the lad," exclaimed the captain, "and if he live to get a beard, 'twill be a hardy dog who ventures to pluck it. I'm glad, mine host, that this wandering Jew has arrived to save the poor fellow's feelings, for I detest tampering with such a noble spirit. I saw by his eye that he had squinted oftener over a gun than through a needle. But they have murdered my kinsman, the loyal, the learned, the ingenious Mr. Christopher Dillon. If they have done so, they shall be made to answer it," said Burrowcliff, reseating himself at the table with a coolness that furnished an ample pledge of the impartiality of his judgment. "But let us learn the facts before we do aught hastily." Colonel Howard was fain to comply with so reasonable a proposition, and he resumed his chair, while his companion proceeded to institute a close examination of the pedlar boy. We shall defer until the proper time may arrive, recording the result of his inquiries, but shall so satisfy the curiosity of our readers as to tell them that the captain learned sufficient to convince him a very serious attempt was meditated on the abbey, and as he thought, enough also to enable him to avert the danger. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. I've not seen so likely an ambassador of love. Merchant of Venice. Cecilia and Catherine separated from Alice Dunscombe in the lower gallery of the cloisters, and the cousins ascended to the apartment which was assigned them as a dressing-room. The intensity of feeling that was gradually accumulating in the breasts of the ladies, as circumstances brought those in whom their deepest interests were centered into situations of extreme delicacy, if not of actual danger, perhaps in some measure prevented them from experiencing all that concern which the detection and arrest of Mary might be supposed to excite. The boy, like themselves, was an only child of one of those three sisters who caused the close connection of so many of our characters, and his tender years had led his cousins to regard him with an affection that exceeded the ordinary interest of such an affinity. But they knew that in the hands of Colonel Howard his person was safe, though his liberty might be endangered. When the first emotions, therefore, which were created by his sudden appearance after so long an absence had subsided, their thoughts were rather occupied by the consideration of what consequences to others might proceed from his arrest than by any reflections on the midshipman's actual condition. Secluded from the observations of any strange eyes, the two maidens indulged their feelings without restraint, according to their several temperaments. Catherine moved to and fro in the apartment with feverish anxiety, while Miss Howard, by concealing her countenance under the ringlets of her luxuriant dark hair, and shading her eyes with a fair hand, seemed to be willing to commune with her thoughts more quietly. "Barnstable cannot be far distant," said the former, after a few minutes had passed, "for he never would have sent that child on such an errand by himself." Cecilia raised her mild blue eyes to the countenance of her cousin as she answered, "All thoughts of an exchange must now be abandoned, and perhaps the persons of the prisoners will be held as pledges to answer for the life of Dillon. Can the wretch be dead, or is it merely a threat, or some device of that urchin? He is a forward child, and would not hesitate to speak and act boldly on emergency." "He is dead," returned Cecilia, veiling her face again in horror. The eyes of the boy, his whole countenance, confirmed his words. "I fear, Catherine, that Mr. Barnstable has suffered his resentment to overcome his discretion when he learned the treachery of Dillon. Surely, through the hard usages of war, may justify so dreadful a revenge on an enemy, it was unkind to forget the condition of his own friends. "Mr. Barnstable has done neither, Miss Howard," said Catherine, checking her uneasy footsteps, her light form swelling with pride. "Mr. Barnstable is equally incapable of murdering an enemy or of deserting a friend. But retaliation is neither deemed nor called murder by men in arms. Think it what you will, call it what you will, Cecilia Howard, I will pledge my life that Richard Barnstable has to answer for the blood of none but the open enemies of his country. The miserable man may have fallen a sacrifice to the anger of that terrific seaman who led him hence as a captive. That terrific seaman, Miss Howard, has a heart as tender as your own. He is—" "Nay, Catherine," interrupted Cecilia, "you chide me unkindly. Let us not add to our unavoidable misery by such harsh contention." "I do not contend with you, Cecilia. I merely defend the absent and the innocent from your unkind suspicions, my cousin." "Say rather your sister," returned Miss Howard, their hands involuntarily closing upon each other, "for we are surely sisters. But let us strive to think of something less horrible. Poor, poor Dillon! Now that he has met a fate so terrible, I can even fancy him less artful and more upright than we had thought him. You agree with me, Catherine, I see by your countenance, and we will dwell no longer on the subject. Catherine, my cousin Kate, what see you?" Miss Plowden, as she relinquished her pressure of the hand of Cecilia, had renewed her walk with a more regulated step, but she was yet making her first turn across the room, when her eyes became keenly set on the opposite window, and her whole frame was held in an attitude of absorbed attention. The rays of the setting sun fell bright upon her dark glances, which seemed fastened on some distant object, and gave an additional glow to the mantling color that was slowly stealing across her cheeks to her temples. Such a sudden alteration in the manner and appearance of her companion had not failed to catch the attention of Cecilia, who in consequence interrupted herself by the agitated question we have related. Catherine slowly beckoned her companion to her side, and pointing in the direction of the wood that lay in view, she said, "See yon tower in the ruin? Do you observe those small spots of pink and yellow that are fluttering above its walls?" "I do. They are the lingering remnants of the foliage of some tree. But they want the vivid tints which grace the autumn of our own dear America. One is the work of God, and the other has been produced by the art of man. Cecilia, those are no leaves, but they are my own childish signals, and without doubt Barnstable himself is on that ruined tower. Mary cannot, will not betray him." "My life should be a pledge for the honor of our little cousin," said Cecilia, "but you have the telescope of my uncle at hand, ready for such an event. One look through it will ascertain the truth." Catherine sprang to the spot where the instrument stood, and with eager hands she prepared it for the necessary observation. "It is he!" she cried, the instant her eye was put to the glass. "I even see his head above the stones. How unthinking to expose himself so unnecessarily!" "But what says he, Catherine?" exclaimed Cecilia. "You alone can interpret his meaning." The little book which contained the explanations of Miss Plowden's signals was now hastily produced, and its leaves rapidly run over in quest of the necessary number. "'Tis only a question to gain my attention. I must let him know he is observed." When Catherine, as much to indulge her secret propensities as with any hope of its usefulness, had devised this plan for communicating with Barnstable, she had luckily not forgotten to arrange the necessary means to reply to his interrogatories. A very simple arrangement of some of the ornamental cords of the window curtains enabled her to effect this purpose, and her nimble fingers soon fastened the pieces of silk to the lines, which were now thrown into the air, when these signals in miniature were instantly displayed in the breeze. "He sees them," cried Cecilia, "and is preparing to change his flags." "Keep then your eye on him, my cousin, and tell me the colors that he shows with their order, and I will endeavor to read his meaning. He is as expert as yourself. There are two more of them fluttering above the stones again. The upper is white, and the lower black." "White over black," repeated Catherine rapidly to herself, as she turned the leaves of her book. "My messenger, has he been seen? To that we must answer the unhappy truth. Here it is, yellow, white, and red. He is a prisoner. How fortunate that I should have prepared such a question and answer. What says he, Cecilia, to this news?" "He is busy making his changes, dear. Nay, Catherine, you shake so violently as to move the glass. Now he is done. 'Tis yellow over black this time. Griffith or who? He does not understand us. but I had thought of the poor boy in making out the numbers. Ah, here it is, yellow, green, and red. My cousin Mary, he cannot fail to understand us now. He has already taken in his flags. The news seems to alarm him, for he is less expert than before. He shows them now. They are green, red, and yellow. The question is, am I safe? 'Tis that which made him tardy. Miss Howard, continued Catherine, Barnstable is ever slow to consult his safety. But how shall I answer him? Should we mislead him now? How could we ever forgive ourselves? Of Andrew, Mary, there is no fear, returned Cecilia, and I think if Captain Burrowcliffe had any intimation of the proximity of his enemies, he would not continue at the table. He will stay there while wine will sparkle and man can swallow, said Catherine, but we know by sad experience that he is a soldier on an emergency, and yet I'll trust to his ignorance this time. Here I have an answer. You are yet safe, but be wary. He reads your meaning with a quick eye, Catherine, and he is ready with his answer too. He shows green over white this time. Well, do you not hear me? 'Tis green over white. Why, you are dumb. What says he, dear? Still Catherine answered not, and her cousin raised her eyes from the glass and beheld her companion gazing earnestly at the open page, while the glow which excitement had before brought to her cheek was increased to a still deeper bloom. I hope your blushes and his signals are not ominous, Kate, added Cecilia. Can green imply his jealousy, as white does your purity? What says he, coz? He talks like yourself much nonsense, said Catherine, turning to her flags, with a pettish air that was singularly contradicted by her gratified countenance. But the situation of things requires that I should talk to Barnstable more freely. I can retire, said Cecilia, rising from her chair with a grave manner. Nay, Cecilia, I do not deserve these looks. 'Tis you who exhibit levity now, but you can perceive before yourself that evening is closing in, and that some other medium for conversation besides the eyes may be adopted. Here is a signal which will answer. When the Abbey clock strikes 9, come with care to the wicket which opens at the east side of the paddock on the road. Until then, keep secret. I had prepared this very signal in case an interview should be necessary. Well, he sees it, returned Cecilia, who had resumed her place by the telescope, and seems disposed to obey you, for I no longer discern his flags or his person. Miss Howard now arose from before the glass, her observations being ended, but Catherine did not return the instrument to its corner without fastening one long and anxious look through it on what now appeared to be the deserted tower. The interest and anxiety produced by this short and imperfect communication between Miss Plowden and her lover did not fail to excite reflections in both the ladies that furnished materials to hold them in earnest discourse until the entrance of Alice Dunscombe announced that their presence was expected below. Even the unsuspecting Alice, on entering, observed a change in the countenances and demeanor of the two cousins, which betrayed that their secret conference had not been entirely without contention. The features of Cecilia were disturbed and anxious, and their expression was not unlike melancholy, while the dark flashing eye, flushed temples, and proud determined step of Catherine exhibited in an equal, if not a greater degree, a very different emotion. As no reference to the subject of their conversation was, however, made by either of the young ladies after the entrance of Alice, she led the way in silence to the drawing-room. The ladies were received by Colonel Howard and Burrowcliffe with marked attention. In the former, there were moments when a deep gloom would, in spite of his very obvious exertions to the contrary, steal over his open, generous countenance. But the recruiting officer maintained an air of immovable coolness and composure. 20 times did he detect the piercing looks of Catherine fastened on him with an intentness that a less deliberative man might have had the vanity to misinterpret, but even this flattering testimonial of his power to attract failed to disturb his self-possession. It was in vain that Catherine endeavored to read his countenance, where everything was fixed in military rigidity, though his deportment appeared more than usually easy and natural. Tired at length with her fruitless scrutiny, the excited girl turned her gaze upon the clock. To her amazement, she discovered that it was on the stroke of 9, and disregarding a deprecating glance from her cousin, she arose and quitted the apartment. Burrowcliffe opened the door for her exit, and while the lady civilly bowed her head in acknowledgment of his attention, their eyes once more met, but she glided quickly by him, and found herself alone in the gallery. Catherine hesitated more than a minute to proceed, for she thought she had detected in that glance a lurking expression that manifested conscious security mingled with secret design. It was not her nature, however, to hesitate when circumstances required that she should be both prompt and alert, and throwing over her slight person a large cloak that was in readiness for the occasion, she stole warily from the building. Although Catherine suspected most painfully that Berrowcliff had received intelligence that might prove dangerous to her lover, she looked around her in vain, on gaining the open air, to discover any alteration in the arrangements for the defence of the Abbey which might confirm her suspicions, or the knowledge of which might enable her to instruct Barnstable how to avoid the secret danger. Every disposition remained as it had been since the capture of Griffith and his companion. She heard the heavy, quick steps of the sentinel, who was posted beneath their windows, endeavoring to warm himself on his confined post, and as she paused to listen, she also detected the rattling of arms from the soldier who, as usual, guarded the approach of that part of the building where his comrades were quartered. The night had set in cloudy and dark. Although the gale had greatly subsided towards the close of the day, still the wind swept heavily, and at moments with a rushing noise, among the irregular walls of the edifice, and it required the utmost nicety of ear to distinguish even these well-known sounds among such accompaniments. When Catherine, however, was satisfied that her organs had not deceived her, she turned an anxious eye in the direction of what Berrowcliff called his barracks. Everything in that direction appeared so dark and still as to create a sensation of uneasiness by its very quiet. It might be the silence of sleep that now pervaded the ordinarily gay and mirthful apartment, or it might be the stillness of a fearful preparation. There was no time, however, for further hesitation, and Catherine drew her cloak more closely about her form, and proceeded with light and guarded steps to the appointed spot. As she approached the wicket, the clock struck the hour, and she again paused, while the mournful sounds were borne by her on the wind, as if expecting that each stroke on the bell would prove a signal to unmask some secret design of Berrowcliff. As the last vibration melted away, she opened the little gate and issued on the highway. The figure of a man sprang forward from behind an angle of the wall as she appeared, and while her heart was still throbbing with the suddenness of the alarm, she found herself in the arms of Barnstable. After the first few words of recognition and pleasure which the young sailor uttered, he acquainted his mistress with the loss of his schooner and the situation of the survivors. "And now, Catherine," he concluded, "you have come, I trust, never to quit me, or at most to return no more to that old Abbey, unless it be to aid in liberating Griffith, and then to join me again for ever. Why, truly, there is so much to tempt a young woman to renounce her home and friends in the description you have just given of your condition, that I hardly know how to refuse your request, Barnstable. You are very tolerably provided with a dwelling in the ruin, and I suppose certain predatory schemes are to be adopted to make it habitable. St. Ruth is certainly well supplied with the necessary articles, but whether we should not be shortly removed to the castle at York, or the jail at Newcastle, is a question that I put to your discretion." "Why yield your thoughts to such silly subjects, lovely trifler?" said Barnstable, when the time and the occasion both urge us to be in earnest. "It is a woman's province to be thrifty and to look after the comforts of domestic life," returned his mistress, "and I would discharge my functions with credit, but I feel you are vexed, for to see your dark countenance is out of the question on such a night. When do you propose to commence housekeeping, if I should yield to your proposals?" "I have not concluded relating my plans, and your provoking wit annoys me. The vessel I have taken will unquestionably come into the land as the gale dies, and I intend making my escape in her. After beating this Englishman, and securing the liberty of Miss Howard and yourself, I could see the frigate in the offing even before we left the cliffs." "This certainly sounds better," rejoined Catherine, in a manner that indicated she was musing on their prospects, "and yet there may exist some difficulties in the way that you little suspect." "Difficulties there are none, there can be none." "Speak not irreverently of the mazes of love, Mr. Barnstable. When was it ever known to exist unfettered or unembarrassed? Even I have an explanation to ask of you that I would much rather let alone." "Of me, ask what you will, or how you will. I am a careless, unthinking fellow, Miss Plowden, but to you I have little to answer for, unless a foolish sort of adoration be an offence against your merits." Barnstable felt the little hand that was supported on his arm pressing the limb, as Catherine replied, in a tone so changed from its former forced levity, that he started as the first sounds reached his ears. "Mary has brought in a horrid report," she said. "I would I could believe it untrue, but the looks of the boy, and the absence of Dillon, both confirm it." "Poor Mary! He too has fallen into the trap, but they shall yet find one who is too cunning for them. Is it to the fate of that wretched Dillon that you allude?" "He was a wretch," continued Catherine in the same voice, and he deserves much punishment at your hands, Barnstable, but life is the gift of God, and is not to be taken whenever human vengeance would appear to require a victim. His life was taken by him who bestowed it, said the sailor. Is it Catherine Plowden who would suspect me of the deed of a dastard? I do not suspect you. I did not suspect you, cried Catherine. I will never suspect any evil of you again. You cannot be angry with me, Barnstable. Had you heard the cruel suspicions of my cousin Cecilia, and had your imagination been busy in portraying your wrongs and the temptations to forget mercy, like mine, even while my tongue denied your agency in the suspected deed, you would at least have learned how much easier it is to defend those we love against the open attacks of others than against our own jealous feelings. Those words, love and jealousy, will obtain your acquittal, cried Barnstable in his natural voice, and after uttering a few more consoling assurances to Catherine, whose excited feelings found vent in tears, he briefly related the manner of Dillon's death. I had hoped I stood higher in the estimation of Miss Howard than to be subjected to even her suspicions, he said, when he had ended his explanation. Griffith has been but a sorry representative of our trade, if he has left such an opinion of its pursuits. I do not know that Mr. Griffith would altogether have escaped my conjectures, had he been the disappointed commander, and you the prisoner, returned Catherine. You know not how much we have both studied the usages of war, and with what dreadful pictures of hostages, retaliations, and military executions our minds are stored. But a mountain is raised off my spirits, and I could almost say that I am now ready to descend the valley of life into your company. It is a discreet determination, my good Catherine, and God bless you for it. The companion may not be so good as you deserve, but you will find him ambitious of your praise. Now let us devise means to effect our object. Therein lies another of my difficulties. Griffith, I much fear, will not urge Cecilia to another flight against her, what shall I call it, Barnstable, her caprice or her judgment. Cecilia will never consent to desert her uncle, and I cannot muster the courage to abandon my poor cousin in the face of the world in order to take shelter with even Mr. Richard Barnstable. Speak you from the heart now, Catherine? Very nearly, if not exactly. Then have I been cruelly deceived. It is easier to find a path in the trackless ocean without chart or compass than to note the windings of a woman's heart. Nay, nay, foolish man, you forget that I am but small, and how very near my head is to my heart, too nigh, I fear, for the discretion of their mistress. But is there no method of forcing Griffith and Cecilia to their own good without undue violence? It cannot be done. He is my senior in rank, and the instant I release him he will claim the command. A question might be raised at a leisure moment on the merits of such a claim, but even my own men are, as you know, nothing but a draft from the frigate, and they would not hesitate to obey the orders of the first lieutenant, who is not a man to trifle on matters of duty. 'Tis vexatious, truly, said Catherine, that all my well-concerted schemes in behalf of this wayward pair should be frustrated by their own wilful conduct. But after all, have you justly estimated your strength, Barnstable? Are you certain that you would be successful, and that without hazard too, if you should make the attempt? Morally, and what is better, physically certain. My men are closely hid, where no one suspects an enemy to lie. They are anxious for the enterprise, and the suddenness of the attack will not only make the victory sure, but it will be rendered bloodless. You will aid us in our entrance, Catherine. I shall first secure this recruiting officer, and his command will then surrender without striking a blow. Perhaps, after all, Griffith will hear reason. If he do not, I will not yield my authority to a released captive without a struggle. God send that there shall be no fighting, murmured his companion, a little appalled at the images his language had raised before her imagination. And Barnstable, I enjoin you most solemnly, by all your affection for me, and by everything you deem most sacred, to protect the person of Colonel Howard at every hazard. There must be no excuse, no pretense for even an insult to my passionate, good, obstinate, but kind old guardian. I believe I have given him already more trouble than I am entitled to give any one, and heaven forbid that I should cause him any serious misfortune. He shall be safe, and not only he, but all that are with him, as you will perceive, Catherine, when you hear my plan. 3 hours shall not pass over my head before you will see me master of that old abbey. Griffith, must be content to be my inferior until we get afloat again. Attempt nothing unless you feel certain of being able to maintain your advantage, not only against your enemies, but also against your friends, said the anxious Catherine. Rely on it, both Cecilia and Griffith are refining so much on their feelings that neither will be your ally. This comes of passing the 4 best years of his life within walls of brick. poring over Latin grammars and syntaxes and such other nonsense, when he should have been rolling them away in a good box of live oak, and studying at most how to sum up his day's work, and tell where his ship lies after a blow. Your college learning may answer well enough for a man who has to live by his wits, but it can be of little use to one who is never afraid to read human nature by looking his fellow creatures full in the face, and whose hand is as ready as his tongue. I've generally found the eye that was good at Latin was dull at a compass, or in a night squall, and yet Griff is a seaman, though I have heard him even read the Testament in Greek. Thank God I had the wisdom to run away from school the second day they undertook to teach me a strange tongue, and I believe I am the more honest man, and the better seaman for my ignorance. There is no telling what you might have been, Barnstable, under other circumstances, retorted his mistress, with a playfulness of manner that she could not always repress, though it was indulged at the expense of him she most loved. I doubt not, but under proper training you would have made a reasonably good priest. If you talk of priests, Catherine, I shall remind you that we carry one in the ship, but listen to my plan. We may talk further of priestcraft when an opportunity may offer. Barnstable then proceeded to lay before his mistress a project he had formed for surprising the Abbey that night, which was so feasible that Catherine, notwithstanding her recent suspicions of Burrough-Cliff's designs, came gradually to believe it would succeed. The young seaman answered her objections with the readiness of an ardent mind bent on executing its purposes, and with a fertility of resources that proved he was no contemptible enemy in matters that required spirited action. Of Mary's remaining firm and faithful he had no doubt, and although he acknowledged the escape of the peddler boy, he urged that the lad had seen no other of his party besides himself, whom he mistook for a common marauder. As the disclosure of these plans was frequently interrupted by little digressions connected with the peculiar motions of the lovers, more than an hour flew by before they separated, but Catherine at length reminded him how swiftly the time was passing, and how much remained to be done, when he reluctantly consented to see her once more through the wicket where they parted. Miss Plowden adopted the same precaution in returning to the house she had used on leaving it, and she was congratulating herself on its success, when her eye caught a glimpse of the figure of a man who was apparently following at some little distance in her footsteps, and dogging her motions. As the obscure form, however, paused also when she stopped to give it an alarmed though inquiring look, and then slowly retired towards the boundary of the paddock, Catherine, believing it to be Barnstable watching over her safety, entered the Abbey with every idea of alarm entirely lost in the pleasing reflection of her lover's solicitude. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. He looks abroad, and soon appears o'er Horncliffe hill a plump of spears, beneath a pennon gay, Marmion. The sharp sounds of the supper bell were ringing along the gallery as Miss Plowden gained the gloomy passage, and she quickened her steps to join the ladies, in order that no further suspicions might be excited by her absence. Alice Denscombe was already proceeding to the dining parlour as Catherine passed through the door of the drawing-room, but Miss Howard had loitered behind, and was met by her cousin alone. "You have then been so daring as to venture, Catherine?" exclaimed Cecilia. "I have," returned the other, throwing herself into a chair to recover her agitation. "I have, Cecilia, and I have met Barnstable, who will soon be in the Abbey, and its master." The blood which had rushed to the face of Cecilia on first seeing her cousin, now retreated to her heart, leaving every part of her fine countenance of the whiteness of her polished temples, as she said, "And we are to have a night of blood." "We are to have a night of freedom, Miss Howard, freedom to you and to me, to Andrew Mary, to Griffith, and to his companion. What freedom more than we now enjoy, Catherine, is needed by two young women? Think you I can remain silent, and see my uncle betrayed before my eyes, his life perhaps endangered?" "Your own life and person will not be held more sacred, Cecilia Howard, than that of your uncle, if you will condemn Griffith to a prison, and perhaps to a gibbet. Betray Barnstable as you have threatened. An opportunity will not be wanting at the supper table, whither I shall lead the way, since the mistress of the house appears to forget her duty." Catherine arose, and with a firm step and proud eye she moved along the gallery to the room where their presence was expected by the rest of the family. Cecilia followed in silence, and the whole party immediately took their several places at the board. The first few minutes were passed in the usual attentions of the gentlemen to the ladies, and the ordinary civilities of the table, during which Catherine had so far regained the equanimity of her feelings as to commence a watchful scrutiny of the manners and looks of her guardian and Borrowcliff, in which she determined to persevere until the eventful hour when she was to expect Barnstable should arrive. Colonel Howard had, however, so far got the command of himself as no longer to betray his former abstraction. In its place, Catherine fancied at moments that she could discover a subtle look of conscious security, mingled a little with an expression of severe determination, such as in her earlier days she had learned to dread as sure indications of the indignant but upright justice of an honorable mind. Borrowcliff, on the other hand, was cool, polite, and as attentive to the viands as usual, with the alarming exception of discovering much less devotion to the pride of the vineyards than he commonly manifested on such occasions. In this manner the meal passed by, and the cloth was removed, though the ladies appeared willing to retain their places longer than was customary. Colonel Howard, filling up the glasses of Alice Dunscombe and himself, passed the bottle to the recruiting officer, and with a sort of effort that was intended to rouse the dormant cheerfulness of his guests, cried, "Come, Borrowcliff, the ruby lips of your neighbors would be still more beautiful were they moistened with this rich cordial, and that too accompanied by some loyal sentiment. Miss Alice is ever ready to express her fealty to her sovereign. In her name I can give the health of his most sacred majesty, with defeat and death to all traitors." If the prayers of an humble subject in one of a sex that has but little need to mingle in the turmoil of the world, and that has less right to pretend to understand the subtleties of statesmen, can much avail a high and mighty prince like him who sits on the throne, then will he never know temporal evil, returned Alice meekly. But I cannot wish death to any one, not even to my enemies, if any I have, and much less to a people who are the children of the same family with myself. Children of the same family, the colonel repeated slowly and with a bitterness of manner that did not fail to attract the painful interest of Catherine. Children of the same family, I, even as Absalom was the child of David, whereas Judas was of the family of the holy apostles. But let it pass unpledged, let it pass. The accursed spirit of rebellion has invaded my dwelling, and I no longer know where to find one of my household that has not been assailed by its malign influence. Assailed I may have been among others, returned Alice, but not corrupted, if purity in this instance consists in loyalty. What sound is that? Interrupted the colonel with startling suddenness. Was it not the crash of some violence, Captain Borrowcliff? It may have been one of my rascals who has met with a downfall in passing from the festive board, where you know I regaled them tonight in honor of our success, to his blanket, returned the captain with admirable indifference. Or it may be the very spirit of whom you have spoken so freely, my host, that has taken umbrage at your remarks, and is passing from the hospitable walls of St. Ruth into the open air, without submitting to the small trouble of ascertaining the position of doors. In the latter case there may be some dozen perches or so of wall to replace in the morning. The colonel, who had risen, glanced his eyes uneasily from the speaker to the door, and was evidently but little disposed to enter into the pleasantry of his guest. There are unusual noises, Captain Borrowcliff, in the grounds of the Abbey, if not in the building itself, he said, advancing with a fine military air from the table to the center of the room, and as master of the mansion I will inquire who it is that thus unseasonably disturbs these domains. If as friends, they shall have welcome, though their visit be unexpected, and if enemies, they shall also meet with such a reception as will become an old soldier. No, no, cried Cecilia, entirely thrown off her guard by the manner and language of the veteran, and rushing into his arms. Go not out, my uncle, go not into the terrible fray, my kind, my good uncle. You are old, you have already done more than your duty. Why should you be exposed to danger? The girl is mad with terror, Borrowcliff, cried the colonel, bending his glistening eyes fondly on his knees, and you will have to furnish my good-for-nothing gouty old person with a corporal's guard to watch my nightcap, or the silly child will have an uneasy pillow till the sun rises once more. But you do not stir, sir?" "Why should I?" cried the captain. "Miss Plowden yet deigns to keep me company, and it is not in the nature of one of the to desert his bottle and his standard at the same moment, for to a true soldier the smiles of a lady are as imposing in the parlor as the presence of his colours in the field." "I continue undisturbed, Captain Berrowcliff," said Catherine, "because I have not been an inhabitant for so many months of St. Ruth, and not learned to know the tunes which the wind can play among its chimneys and pointed roofs. The noise which has taken Colonel Howard from his seat, and which has so unnecessarily alarmed my cousin Cicely, is nothing but the Aeolian harp of the Abbey sounding a double bass." The captain fastened on her composed countenance, while she was speaking, a look of open admiration, that brought, though tardily, the colour more deeply to her cheeks, and he answered, with something extremely equivocal both in his emphasis and his air, "I have allowed my allegiance, and I will abide by it. So long as Miss Plowden will deign to bestow her company, so long will she find me among her most faithful and persevering attendants, come who may or what will." "You compel me to retire," returned Catherine, rising, "whatever may have been my gracious intentions in the matter, for even female vanity must crimson at an adoration so profound as that which can chain Captain Berrowcliff to a supper table. As your alarm has now dissipated, my cousin, will you lead the way? Miss Alice and myself attend you." "But not into the paddock, surely, Miss Plowden," said the captain. "The door, the key of which you have just turned, communicates with the vestibule. This is the passage to the drawing room." The lady faintly laughed, as if in derision of her own forgetfulness, while she bowed her acknowledgment, and moved towards the proper passage. She observed, "The madness of fear has assailed some, I believe, who have been able to effect a better disguise than Miss Howard." "Is it the fear of present danger, or of that which is in reserve?" asked the captain. "But as you have stipulated so generously in behalf of my worthy host here, and of one also who shall be nameless, because he has not deserved such a favor at your hands, your safety shall be one of my especial duties in these times of peril." "There is peril, then?" exclaimed Cecilia. "Your looks announce it, Captain Berrowcliff. The changing countenance of my cousin tells me that my fears are too true." The soldier had now risen also, and casting aside the air of badinage which he so much delighted in, he came forward into the center of the apartment with the manner of one who felt it was time to be serious. "A soldier is ever in peril when the enemies of his king are at hand, Miss Howard," he answered, "and that such is now the case, Miss Plowden can testify if she will. But you are the allies of both parties. Retire then to your own apartments, and await the result of the struggle which is at hand." "You speak of danger and hidden perils," said Alice Dunscombe. "Know ye aught that justifies your fears?" "I know all," Berrowcliff coolly replied. "All!" exclaimed Catherine. "All!" echoed Alice in tones of horror. "If then you know all, you must know his desperate courage and powerful hand when opposed. Yield in quiet, and he will not harm ye. Believe me, believe one who knows his very nature, that no lamb can be more gentle than he would be with unresisting women, nor any lion more fierce with his enemies." "As we happen not to be of the feminine gender," returned Berrowcliff, with an air somewhat splenetic, "we must abide the fury of the king of beasts. His paw is, even now, at the outer door, and if my orders have been obeyed, his entrance will be yet easier than that of the wolf to the respectable female ancestor of the Little Red Riding Hood." "Stay your hand for one single moment," said Catherine, breathless with interest. "You are the master of my secret, Captain Berrowcliff, and bloodshed may be the consequence. I can yet go forward, and perhaps save many inestimable lives. Pledge to me your honor, that they who come hither as your enemies this night shall depart in peace, and I will pledge to you my life for the safety of the Abbey." "Oh, hear her, and shed not human blood," cried Cecilia. A loud crash interrupted further speech, and the sounds of heavy footsteps were heard in the adjoining room, as if many men were alighting on its floor in quick succession. Berrowcliff drew back with great coolness to the opposite side of the large apartment, and took a sheathed sword from the table where it had been placed. At the same moment the door was burst open, and Barnstable entered alone, but heavily armed. "You are my prisoners, gentlemen," said the sailor as he advanced. "Resistance is useless, and without it you shall receive favor. Ha, Miss Plowden, my advice was that you should not be present at this scene." "Barnstable, we are betrayed," cried the agitated Catherine. "But it is not yet too late. Blood has not yet been spilt, and you can retire without that dreadful alternative with honor. Go then, delay not another moment, for should the soldiers of Captain Berrowcliff come to the rescue of their commander, the Abbey would be a scene of horror." "Go you away, go, Catherine," said her lover, with impatience. "This is no place for such as you. But, Captain Berrowcliff, if such be your name, you must perceive that resistance is in vain. I have 10 good pikes in this outer room, in 20 better hands, and it will be madness to fight against such odds." "Show me your strength," said the captain, "that I may take counsel with mine honor." "Your honor shall be appeased, my brave soldier, for such is your bearing, though your livery is my aversion, and your cause most unholy. Heave ahead, boys, but hold your hands for orders." The party of fierce-looking sailors whom Barnstable led, on receiving this order, rushed into the room in a medley, but notwithstanding the surly glances and savage characters of their dress and equipments, they struck no blow, nor committed any act of hostility. The ladies shrank back appalled as this terrific little band took possession of the hall, and even Berrowcliff was seen to fall back towards the door which, in some measure, covered his retreat. The confusion of this sudden movement had not yet subsided, when sounds of strife were heard rapidly approaching from a distant part of the building, and presently one of the numerous doors of the apartment was violently opened, when 2 of the garrison of the abbey rushed into the hall, vigorously pressed by twice their number of seamen, seconded by Griffith, Manuel, and Mary, who were armed with such weapons of offense as had presented themselves to their hands at their unexpected liberation. There was a movement on the part of the seamen who were already in possession of the room that threatened instant death to the fugitives, but Barnstable beat down their pikes with his sword, and sternly ordered them to fall back. Surprise produced the same pacific result among the combatants, and as the soldiers hastily sought a refuge behind their own officers, and the released captives, with their liberators, joined the body of their friends, the quiet of the hall, which had been so rudely interrupted, was soon restored. "You see, sir," said Barnstable, after grasping the hands of Griffith and Manuel in a warm and cordial pressure, "that all my plans have succeeded. Your sleeping guard are closely watched in their barracks by one party, our officers are released, and your sentinels cut off by another, while with a third I hold the center of the abbey, and am substantially in possession of your own person. In consideration, therefore, of what is due to humanity, and to the presence of these ladies, let there be no struggle. I shall impose no difficult terms, nor any long imprisonment." The recruiting officer manifested a composure throughout the whole scene that would have excited some uneasiness in his invaders, had there been opportunity for minute observation. But his countenance now gradually assumed an appearance of anxiety, and his head was frequently turned, as if listening for further and more important interruptions. He answered, however, to this appeal with his ordinary deliberation. "You speak of conquest, sir, before they are achieved. My venerable host and myself are not so defenseless as you may choose to imagine." While speaking, he threw aside the cloth of a side table, from beneath which the colonel and himself were instantly armed with a brace of pistols each. "Here are the death warrants of 4 of your party, and these brave fellows at my back can account for 2 more. I believe, my transatlantic warrior, that we are now something in the condition of Cortez and the Mexicans, when the former overran part of your continent, I being Cortez, armed with artificial thunder and lightning, and you, the Indians, with nothing but your pikes and sling, and such other antediluvian inventions. Shipwrecks and sea water are fatal dampers of gunpowder. That we are unprovided with firearms, I will not deny," said Barnstable, "but we are men who are used from infancy to depend on our good right arms for life and safety, and we know how to use them, though we should even grapple with death. As for the trifles in your hands, gentlemen, you are not to suppose that men who are trained to look in at one end of a 32-pounder loaded with grape, while the match is put to the other, will so much as wink at their report, though you fired them by 50s. What say you, boys? Is a pistol a weapon to repel boarders?" The discordant and disdainful laughs that burst from the restrained seamen were a sufficient pledge of their indifference to so trifling a danger. Berrowcliff noted their hardened boldness, and taking the supper bell which was lying near him, he rang it for a minute with great violence. The heavy tread of trained footsteps soon followed this extraordinary summons, and presently the several doors of the apartment were opened and filled with armed soldiers, wearing the livery of the English crown. "If you hold these smaller weapons in such vast contempt," said the recruiting officer, when he perceived that his men had possessed themselves of all the avenues, "it is in my power to try the virtue of some more formidable. After this exhibition of my strength, gentlemen, I presume you cannot hesitate to submit as prisoners of war." The seamen had been formed in something like military array by the assiduity of Manuel during the preceding dialogue, and as the different doors had discovered fresh accessions to the strength of the enemy, the marine industriously offered new fronts, until the small party was completely arranged in a hollow square that might have proved formidable in a charge, bristled as it was with the deadly pikes of the Ariel. "Here has been some mistake," said Griffith, after glancing his eye at the formidable array of the soldiers. "I take precedence of Mr. Barnstable, and I shall propose to you, Captain Burrowcliffe, terms that may remove this scene of strife from the dwelling of Colonel Howard." "The dwelling of Colonel Howard," cried the veteran, "is the dwelling of his king, or of the meanest servant of the crown. So, Burrowcliffe, spare not the traitors on my behalf. Accept no other terms than such unconditional submission as is meet to exact from the rebellious subjects of the anointed of the Lord." While Griffith spoke, Barnstable folded his arms in affected composure, and glanced his eyes expressively at the shivering Catherine, who with her companions still continued agitated spectators of all that passed, chained to the spot by their apprehensions. But to this formidable denunciation of the master of the abbey he deemed proper to reply: "Now, by every hope I have of sleeping again on salt water, old gentlemen, if it were not for the presence of these three trembling females, I should feel tempted to dispute at once the title of his majesty. You may make such a covenant as you will with Mr. Griffith, but if it contain one syllable about submission to your king, or of any other allegiance than that which I owe to the Continental Congress and the state of Massachusetts, you may as well consider the terms violated at once, for not an article of such an agreement will I consider as binding on me, or on any that shall choose to follow me as leader." "Here are but two leaders, Mr. Barnstable," interrupted the haughty Griffith, "the one of the enemy, and the other of the arms of America. Captain Burrowcliffe, to you, as the former, I address myself. The great objects of the contest, which now unhappily divides England from her ancient colonies, can be in no degree affected by the events of this night, while on the other hand, by a rigid adherence to military notions, much private evil and deep domestic calamity must follow any struggle in such a place. We have but to speak, sir, and these rude men, who already stand impatiently handling their instruments of death, will aim them at each other's lives, and who can say that he shall be able to stay their hands when and where he will? I know you to be a soldier, and that you are not yet to learn how much easier it is to stimulate to blood than to glut vengeance." Burrowcliffe, unused to the admission of violent emotions, and secure in the superiority of his own party, both in numbers and equipments, heard him with the coolest composure to the end, and then answered in his customary manner: "I honor your logic, sir. Your premises are indisputable, and the conclusion most obvious. Commit then these worthy tars to the good keeping of honest drill, who will see their famished natures revived by divers eatables, and a due proportion of suitable fluids, while we can discuss the manner in which you are to return to the colonies around a bottle of liquor, which my friend Manuel there assures me has come from the sunny side of the island of Madeira, to be drunk in a bleak corner of that of Britain. By my palate, but the rascals brighten at the thought. They know by instinct, sir, that a shipwrecked mariner is a fitter companion to a ration of beef and a pot of porter than to such unsightly things as bayonets and boarding pikes." "Trifle not unseasonably," exclaimed the impatient young sailor. "You have the odds in numbers, but whether it will avail you much in a deadly struggle of hand to hand is a question you must put to your prudence. We stand not here to ask terms, but to grant them. You must be brief, sir, for the time is wasting while we delay." "I have offered to you the means of obtaining in perfection the enjoyment of the three most ancient of the numerous families of the arts, eating, drinking, and sleeping. What more do you require?" "That you order these men who fill the pass to the outer door to fall back and give us room. I would take in peace these armed men from before the eyes of those who are unused to such sights. Before you oppose this demand, think how easily these hardy fellows could make a way for themselves against your divided force. Your companion, the experienced Captain Manuel, will tell you that such a maneuver would be very unmilitary with a superior body in your rear." "I have not leisure, sir, for this folly," cried the indignant Griffith. "Do you refuse us an unmolested retreat from the abbey?" "I do." Griffith turned with a look of extreme emotion to the ladies, and beckoned to them to retire, unable to give utterance to his wishes in words. After a moment of deep silence, however, he once more addressed Burrowcliffe in the tones of conciliation. "If Manuel and myself will return to our prisons and submit to the will of your government," he said, "can the rest of the party return to the frigate unmolested?" "They cannot," replied the soldier, who, perceiving that the crisis approached, was gradually losing his artificial deportment in the interest of the moment. "You and all others who willingly invade the peace of these realms must abide the issue." Then God protect the innocent and defend the right. Amen. Give way, villains, cried Griffith, facing the party that held the outer door. Give way, or you shall be riddled with our pikes. Show them your muzzles, men, shouted Burrowcliff, but pull no trigger till they advance. There was an instant of bustle and preparation, in which the rattling of firearms blended with the suppressed execrations and threats of the intended combatants, and Cecilia and Catherine had both covered their faces to veil the horrid sight that was momentarily expected, when Alice Dunscombe advanced boldly between the points of the threatening weapons, and spoke in a voice that stayed the hands that were already uplifted. Hear me, men, if men ye be, and not demons thirsting for each other's blood, though ye walk abroad in the semblance of him who died that ye might be elevated to the rank of angels, call ye this war? Is this the glory that is made to warm the hearts of even silly and confiding women? Is the peace of families to be destroyed, to gratify your wicked lust for conquest? And is life to be taken in vain, in order that ye may boast of the foul deed in your wicked revels? Fall back then, ye British soldiers, if ye be worthy of that name, and give passage to a woman, and remember that the first shot that is fired will be buried in her bosom. The men thus enjoined shrank before her commanding mien, and a way was made for her exit through that very door which Griffith had in vain solicited might be cleared for himself and party. But Alice, instead of advancing, appeared to have suddenly lost the use of those faculties which had already effected so much. Her figure seemed rooted to the spot where she had spoken, and her eyes were fixed in a settled gaze as if dwelling on some horrid object. While she yet stood in this attitude of unconscious helplessness, the doorway became again darkened, and the figure of the pilot was seen on its threshold, clad as usual in the humble vestments of his profession, but heavily armed with the weapons of naval war. For an instant he stood a silent spectator of the scene, and then advanced calmly, but with searching eyes, into the center of the apartment. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Don Pedro, welcome, Signor. You are almost come to part, almost a fray. Much ado about nothing. Down with your arms, you Englishmen, said the daring intruder, and you who fight in the cause of sacred liberty. Stay your hands, that no unnecessary blood may flow. Yield yourself, proud Britain, to the power of the 13 republics. Ha! exclaimed Burrowcliff, grasping a pistol with an air of great resolution. The work thickens. I had not included this man in my estimate of their numbers. Is he a Samson, that his single arm can change the face of things so suddenly? Down with your own weapon, you masquerader, or at the report of this pistol your body shall be made a target for 20 bullets. And thine for 100, returned the pilot. Without there, wind your call, fellow, and bring in our numbers. We will let this confident gentleman feel his weakness. He had not done speaking before the shrill whistle of a boatswain rose gradually on the ears of the listeners, until the sense of hearing became painfully oppressed by the piercing sounds that rang under the arched roof of the hall, and penetrated even to the most distant recesses of the abbey. A tremendous rush of men followed, who drove in before them the terrified fragment of Burrowcliff's command that had held the vestibule, and the outer room became filled with a dark mass of human bodies. Let them hear ye, lads, cried their leader. The abbey is your own. The roaring of a tempest was not louder than the shout that burst from his followers, who continued their cheers, peal on peal, until the very roof of the edifice appeared to tremble with their vibrations. Numerous dark and shaggy heads were seen moving around the passage, some cased in the iron-bound caps of the frigate's boarders, and others glittering with the brazen ornaments of her marine guard. The sight of the latter did not fail to attract the eye of Manuel, who rushed among the throng, and soon reappeared, followed by a trusty band of his own men, who took possession of the post held by the soldiers of Burrowcliff, while the dialogue was continued between the leaders of the adverse parties. Thus far Colonel Howard had yielded to his guest with a deep reverence for the principles of military subordination, the functions of a commander, but now that affairs appeared to change so materially he took on himself the right to question these intruders into his dwelling. "By what authority, sir," the colonel demanded, "is it that you dare thus to invade the castle of a subject of this realm? Do you come back by the commission of the Lord Lieutenant of the county, or has your warrant the signature of His Majesty's Secretary for the Home Department?" "I bear no commission from any quarter," returned the pilot. "I rank only an humble follower of the Friends of America, and having led these gentlemen into danger, I have thought it my duty to see them extricated. They are now safe, and the right to command all that hear me rests with Mr. Griffith, who is commissioned by the Continental Congress for such service." When he had spoken, he fell back from the position he occupied in the center of the room to one of its sides, where, leaning his body against the wainscot, he stood a silent observer of what followed. "It appears, then, that it is to you, degenerate son of a most worthy father, that I must repeat my demand," continued the veteran. "By what right is my dwelling thus rudely assailed, and why is my quiet and the peace of those I protect so daringly violated?" "I might answer you, Colonel Howard, by saying that it is according to the laws of arms, or rather in retaliation for the 1,000 evils that your English troops have inflicted between Maine and Georgia, but I wish not to increase the unpleasant character of this scene, and I therefore will tell you that our advantage shall be used with moderation. The instant that our men can be collected, and our prisoners properly secured, your dwelling shall be restored to your authority. We are no freebooters, sir, and you will find it so after our departure. Captain Manuel, draw off your guard into the grounds, and make your dispositions for a return march to our boats. Let the boarders fall back. There, out with ye, tumble out, you boarders." The amicable order of the young lieutenant, which was delivered after the stern, quick fashion of his profession, operated on the cluster of dark figures that were grouped around the door like a charm, and as the men whom Barnstable had led followed their shipmates into the courtyard, the room was now left to such only as might be termed the gentlemen of the invading party and the family of Colonel Howard. Barnstable had continued silent since his senior officer had assumed the command, listening most attentively to each syllable that fell from either side, but now that so few remained, and the time pressed, he spoke again. "If we are to take boat so soon, Mr. Griffith, it would be seemly that due preparations should be made to receive the ladies who are to honor us with their presence. Shall I take that duty on myself?" The abrupt proposal produced a universal surprise in his hearers, though the abashed and conscious expression of Catherine Plowden's features sufficiently indicated that to her at least it was not altogether unexpected. The long silence that succeeded the question was interrupted by Colonel Howard. "Ye are masters, gentlemen. Help yourselves to whatever best suits your inclinations. My dwelling, my goods, and my wards are alike at your disposal, or perhaps Miss Alice here, good and kind Miss Alice Dunscombe, may suit the taste of some among ye. Ah, Edward Griffith, little did I ever—" "Breathe not that name in levity again, thou scoffer, or even your years may prove a feeble protection," said a stern, startling voice from behind. All eyes turned involuntarily at the unexpected sounds, and the muscular form of the pilot was seen resuming its attitude of repose against the wall, though every fibre of his frame was working with suppressed passion. When the astonished looks of Griffith ceased to dwell on this extraordinary exhibition of interest in his companion, they were turned imploringly towards the fair cousins who still occupied the distant corner whither fear had impelled them. "I have said that we are not midnight marauders, Colonel Howard," he replied, "but if any there be here who will deign to commit themselves to our keeping, I trust it will not be necessary to say at this hour what will be their reception." "We have not time for unnecessary compliments," cried the impatient Barnstable. "Here is Mary, who by years and blood is a suitable assistant for them in arranging their little baggage. What say you, urchin, can you play the lady's maid on emergency?" "Ay, sir, and better than I acted the peddler boy," cried the gay youngster. "To have my merry cousin Kate and my good cousin Cicely for shipmates, I could play our common grandmother. Come, coz, let us be moving. You will have to allow a little leeway in time for my awkwardness." "Stand back, young man," said Miss Howard, repulsing his familiar attempt to take her arm, and then advancing with a maidenly dignity nigher to her guardian, she continued, "I cannot know what stipulations have been agreed to by my cousin Plowden in the secret treaty she has made this night with Mr. Barnstable. This for myself, Colonel Howard, I would have you credit your brother's child when she says that to her the events of the hour have not been more unexpected than to yourself. The veteran gazed at her for a moment with an expression of his eye that denoted reviving tenderness, but gloomy doubts appeared to cross his mind again, and he shook his head as he walked proudly away. "Nay, then," added Cecilia, her head dropping meekly on her bosom, "I may be discredited by my uncle, but I cannot be disgraced without some act of my own." She slowly raised her mild countenance again, and bending her eyes on her lover, she continued, while a rich rush of blood passed over her fine features, "Edward Griffith, I cannot say how humiliating it is to think that you can for an instant believe I would again forget myself so much as to wish to desert him whom God has given me for a protector, for one chosen by my own erring passions. And you, Andrew Mary, learn to respect the child of your mother's sister, if not for her own sake, at least for that of her who watched your cradle." "Here appears to be some mistake," said Barnstable, who participated, however, in no trifling degree in the embarrassment of the abashed boy. "But like all other mistakes on such subjects, it can be explained away, I suppose. Mr. Griffith, it remains for you to speak. Damn it, man," he whispered, "you are as dumb as a codfish. I'm sure so fine a woman is worth a little fair weather talk. You are muter than a 4-footed beast. Even an ass can bray." "We will hasten our departure, Mr. Barnstable," said Griffith, sighing heavily, and rousing himself as if from a trance. "These rude sights cannot but appall the ladies. You will please, sir, to direct the order of our march to the shore. Captain Manuel has charge of our prisoners, who must all be secured to answer for an equal number of our own countrymen." "And our countrywomen," said Barnstable, "are they to be forgotten in the selfish recollection of our own security? With them we have no right to interfere, unless at their request." "By heaven, Mr. Griffith, this may smack of learning," cried the other, "and it may plead bookish authority as its precedent, but let me tell you, sir, it savours but little of a sailor's love. Is it unworthy of a seaman and a gentleman to permit the woman he calls his mistress to be so, other than in name? Well then, Griff, I pity you from my soul. I would rather have had a sharp struggle for the happiness that I shall now obtain so easily, than that you should be thus cruelly disappointed. But you cannot blame me, my friend, that I avail myself of fortune's favour. Miss Plowden, your fair hand. Colonel Howard, I return you 1,000 thanks for the care you have taken hitherto of this precious charge, and believe me, sir, that I speak frankly when I say, that next to myself I should choose to entrust her with you in preference to any man on earth." The colonel turned to the speaker and bowed low, while he answered with grave courtesy, "Sir, you repay my slight services with too much gratitude. If Miss Catherine Plowden has not become under my guardianship all that her good father, Captain John Plowden of the Royal Navy, could have wished a daughter of his to be, the fault unquestionably is to be attributed to my inability to instruct, and to no inherent quality in the young lady herself. I will not say take her, sir, since you have her in your possession already, and it would be out of my power to alter the arrangement. Therefore I can only wish that you may find her as dutiful as a wife as she has been hitherto as a ward and a subject." Catherine had yielded her hand passively to her lover, and suffered him to lead her more into the circle than she had before been, but now she threw off his arm, and shaking aside the dark curls, which she had rather invited to fall in disorder around her brow, she raised her face and looked proudly up, with an eye that sparkled with the spirit of its mistress, and a face that grew pale with emotion at each moment, as she proceeded. "Gentlemen, the one may be as ready to receive as the other is to reject, but has the daughter of John Plowden no voice in this cool disposal of her person? If her guardian tires of her presence, other habitations may be found without inflicting so severe a penalty on this gentleman as to compel him to provide for her accommodation in a vessel which must be already straitened for room." She turned and rejoined her cousin with such an air of maidenly resentment as a young woman would be apt to discover, who found herself the subject of matrimonial arrangement without her own feelings being at all consulted. Barnstable, who knew but little of the windings of the female heart, or how necessary to his mistress, notwithstanding her previous declarations, the countenance of Cecilia was to any decided and open act in his favour, stood in stupid wonder at her declaration. He could not conceive that a woman who had already ventured so much in secret in his behalf, and who had so often avowed her weakness, should shrink to declare it again at such a crisis, though the eyes of a universe were on her. He looked from one of the party to the other, and met in every face an expression of delicate reserve, except in those of the guardian of his mistress and of Boroughcliff. The colonel had given a glance of returning favour at her, whom he now conceived to be his repentant ward, while the countenance of the entrapped captain exhibited a look of droll surprise, blended with the expression of bitter ferocity it had manifested since the discovery of his own mishap. "Perhaps, sir," said Barnstable, addressing the latter fiercely, "you see something amusing about the person of this lady, to divert you thus unseasonably. We tolerate no such treatment of our women in America." "Nor do we quarrel before ours in England," returned the soldier, throwing back the fierce glance of the sailor with interest. "But I was thinking of the revolutions time can produce. Nothing more, I do assure you. It is not half an hour since I thought myself a most happy fellow, secure in my plans for overreaching the scheme you had laid to surprise me. And now I am as miserable a dog as wears a single epaulet, and has no hope of seeing its fellow." "And in what manner, sir, can this sudden change apply to me?" asked Catherine with all her spirit. "Certainly not to your perseverance in the project to assist my enemies, madam," returned the soldier with affected humility, "nor to your zeal for their success, or your consummate coolness at the supper table. But I find it is time that I should be superannuated. I can no longer serve my king with credit, and should take to serving my God, like all other worn-out men of the world. My hearing is surely defective, or a paddock wall has a most magical effect in determining sounds." Catherine waited not to hear the close of this sentence, but walked to a distant part of the room to conceal the burning blushes that covered her countenance. The manner in which the plans of Barnstable had become known to his foe was no longer a mystery. Her conscience also reproached her a little with some unnecessary coquetry, as she remembered the quite one half of the dialogue between her lover and herself under the shadow of that very wall to which Berrowcliff alluded, had been on a subject altogether foreign to contention and tumults. As the feelings of Barnstable were by no means so sensitive as those of his mistress, and his thoughts much occupied with the means of attaining his object, he did not so readily comprehend the indirect allusion of the soldier, but turned abruptly away to Griffith, and observed with a serious air, "I feel it my duty, Mr. Griffith, to suggest that we have standing instructions to secure all the enemies of America, wherever they may be found, and to remind you that the States have not hesitated to make prisoners of females in many instances." "Bravo!" cried Berrowcliff. "If the ladies will not go as your mistresses, take them as your captives." "'Tis well for you, sir, that you are a captive yourself, or you should be made to answer for this speech," retorted the irritated Barnstable. "It is a responsible command, Mr. Griffith, and must not be disregarded." "To your duty, Mr. Barnstable," said Griffith, again rousing from deep abstraction. "You have your orders, sir. Let them be executed promptly." "I have also the orders of our common superior, Captain Munson, Mr. Griffith, and I do assure you, sir, that in making out my instructions for the Ariel, poor thing, there are no two of her timbers hanging together, but my instructions were decidedly particular on that head, and my orders now supersede them. But am I justifiable in obeying a verbal order from an inferior, in direct opposition to a written instruction?" Griffith had hitherto manifested in his deportment nothing more than a cold determination to act, but the blood now flew to every vessel in his cheeks and forehead, and his dark eyes flashed fire, as he cried authoritatively, "How, sir, do you hesitate to obey?" "By heaven, sir, I would dispute the command of the Continental Congress itself, should they bid me so far as to forget my duty to "And yourself, sir?" "Mr. Barnstable, let this be the last of it. To your duty, sir." "My duty calls me here, Mr. Griffith." "I must act then, or be bearded by my own officers. Mr. Mary, direct Captain Manuel to send in a sergeant and a file of marines." "Bid him come on himself," cried Barnstable, maddened to desperation by his disappointment. "'Tis not his whole corps that can disarm me. Let them come on. Here, there, you Ariels, rally around your captain. The man among them who dares to cross that threshold without my order dies," cried Griffith, menacing with a naked hanger the seamen who had promptly advanced at the call of their old commander. "Yield your sword, Mr. Barnstable, and spare yourself the disgrace of having it forced from you by a common soldier." "Let me see the dog who dare attempt it!" exclaimed Barnstable, flourishing his weapon in fierce anger. Griffith had extended his own arm in the earnestness of his feelings, and their hangers crossed each other. The clashing of the steel operated on both like the sound of the clarion on a war horse, and there were sudden and rapid blows, and as rapid parries exchanged between the flashing weapons. "Barnstable, Barnstable!" cried Catherine, rushing into his arms, "I will go with you to the ends of the earth." Cecilia Howard did not speak, but when Griffith recovered his coolness, he beheld her beautiful form kneeling at his feet, with her pale face bent imploringly on his own disturbed countenance. The cry of Miss Plowden had separated the combatants before an opportunity for shedding blood had been afforded, but the young men exchanged looks of keen resentment, notwithstanding the interference of their mistresses. At this moment Colonel Howard advanced, and raising his niece from her humble posture, said, "This is not a situation for a child of Harry Howard," though she knelt in the presence and before the throne of her sovereign. Behold, my dear Cecilia, the natural consequences of this rebellion. It scatters discord in their ranks, and by its damnable levelling principles destroys all distinction of rank among themselves. Even these rash boys know not where obedience is due." "It is due to me," said the pilot, who now stepped forward among the agitated group, "and it is time that I enforce it. Mr. Griffith, sheathe your sword, and you, sir, who have defied the authority of your senior officer, and have forgotten the obligation of your oath, submit and return to your duty." Griffith started at the sounds of his calm voice, as if with sudden recollection, and then bowing low, he returned the weapon to its scabbard. But Barnstable still encircled the waist of his mistress with one arm, while with the other he brandished his hanger, and laughed with scorn at this extraordinary assumption of authority. "And who is this," he cried, "who dare give such an order to me?" The eyes of the pilot flashed with a terrible fire, while a fierce glow seemed to be creeping over his whole frame, which actually quivered with passion. But suppressing this exhibition of his feelings by a sudden and powerful effort, he answered in an emphatic manner, "One who has a right to order, and who will be obeyed." The extraordinary manner of the speaker contributed as much as his singular assertion to induce Barnstable in his surprise to lower the point of his weapon with an air that might easily have been mistaken for submission. The pilot fastened his glowing eyes on him for an instant, and then turning to the rest of the listeners, he continued more mildly, "It is true that we came not here as marauders, and that our wish is to do no unnecessary acts of severity to the aged and the helpless. But this officer of the Crown, and this truant American in particular, are fairly our prisoners. As such, they must be conducted on board our ship." "But the main object of our expedition," said Griffith. "'Tis lost," returned the pilot hastily. "'Tis sacrificed to more private feelings. 'Tis like 100 others, ended in disappointment, and is forgotten, sir, forever. But the interests of the republics must not be neglected, Mr. Griffith. Though we are not madly to endanger the lives of those gallant fellows to gain a love smile from one young beauty, neither are we to forget the advantages they may have obtained for us, in order to procure one of approbation from another. This Colonel Howard will answer well in a bargain with the minions of the Crown, and may purchase the freedom of some worthy patriot who is deserving of his liberty. Nay, nay, suppress that haughty look, and turn that proud eye on any rather than me. He goes to the frigate, sir, and that immediately." Then said Cecilia Howard, timidly approaching the spot where her uncle stood a disdainful witness of the dissensions among his captors, "Then will I go with him. He shall never be a resident among his enemies alone." "It would be more ingenuous and more worthy of my brother's daughter," said her uncle coldly, "if she ascribed her willingness to depart to its proper motive." Disregarding the look of deep distress with which Cecilia received this mortifying rejection of her tender attention, the old man, on receiving this order, rushed into the room in a medley. But notwithstanding the surly glances and savage characters of their dress and equipments, they struck no blow, nor committed any act of hostility. The ladies shrank back appalled as this terrific little band took possession of the hall, and even Burrowcliff was seen to fall back towards a door which in some measure covered his retreat. The confusion of this sudden movement had not yet subsided when sounds of strife were heard rapidly approaching from a distant part of the building, and presently one of the numerous doors of the apartment was violently opened, when 2 of the garrison of the Abbey rushed into the hall, vigorously pressed by twice their number of seamen, seconded by Griffith, Manuel, and Mary, who were armed with such weapons of offence as had presented themselves to their hands at their unexpected liberation. There was a movement on the part of the seamen who were already in possession of the room that threatened instant death to the fugitives, but Barnstable beat down their pikes with his sword, and sternly ordered them to fall back. Surprise produced the same pacific result among the combatants, and as the soldiers hastily sought a refuge behind their own officers, and the released captives with their liberators joined the body of their friends, the quiet of the hall, which had been so rudely interrupted, was soon restored. "You see, sir," said Barnstable, after grasping the hands of Griffith and Manuel in a warm and cordial pressure, "that all my plans have succeeded. Your sleeping guard are closely watched in their barracks by one party, our officers are released, and your sentinels cut off by another, while with a third I hold the centre of the Abbey, and am substantially in possession of your own person. In consideration, therefore, of what is due to humanity, and to the presence of these ladies, let there be no struggle. I shall impose no difficult terms, nor any long imprisonment." The recruiting officer manifested a composure throughout it, and the latter, laughing and indulging those buoyant spirits that a boy of his years and reflection might be supposed to feel even in such a scene, It was fortunate for her cousin that Catherine had possessed so much forethought, for the attention of Cecilia Howard was directed much more to the comforts of her uncle than to those which were necessary for herself. Attended by Alice Dunscombe, the young mistress of St. Ruth moved through the solitary apartments of the building, listening to the mild religious consolation of her companion in silence, at times yielding to those bursts of mortified feeling that she could not repress, or again as calmly giving her orders to her maids, as if the intended movement was one of but ordinary interest. All this time the party in the dining hall remained stationary. The pilot, as if satisfied with what he had already done, sank back to his reclining attitude against the wall, though his eyes keenly watched every movement of the preparations, in a manner which denoted that his was the master spirit that directed the whole. Griffith had, however, resumed in appearance the command, and the busy seamen addressed themselves for orders to him alone. In this manner an hour was consumed, when Cecilia and Catherine, appearing in succession, attired in a suitable manner for their departure, and the baggage of the whole party having been already entrusted to a petty officer and a party of his men, Griffith gave forth the customary order to put the whole in motion. The shrill, piercing whistle of the boatswain once more rang among the galleries and ceilings of the Abbey, and was followed by the deep hoarse cry of "Away there, you shore draft! Away there, you boarders! Ahead! Heave ahead, sea dogs!" This extraordinary summons was succeeded by the roll of a drum and the strains of a fife, but from without, when the whole party moved from the building in the order that had been previously prescribed by Captain Manuel, who acted as the marshal of the forces on the occasion. The pilot had conducted his surprise with so much skill and secrecy as to have secured every individual about the Abbey, whether male or female, soldier or civilian, and as it might be dangerous to leave any behind who could convey intelligence into the country, Griffith had ordered that every human being found in the building should be conducted to the cliffs, to be held in durance at least until the departure of the last boat to the cutter, which he was informed lay close in to the land awaiting their re-embarkation. The hurry of the departure had caused many lights to be kindled in the Abbey, and the contrast between the glare within and the gloom without attracted the wondering looks of the captives as they issued into the paddock. One of those indefinable and unaccountable feelings which so often cross the human mind induced Cecilia to pause at the great gate of the grounds and look back at the Abbey with a presentiment that she was to behold it for the last time. The dark and ragged outline of the edifice was clearly delineated against the northern sky, while the open windows and neglected doors permitted a view of the solitude within. 20 tapers were shedding their useless light in the empty apartments, as if in mockery of the deserted walls, and Cecilia turned shuddering from the sight to press nigher to the person of her indignant uncle, with a secret impression that her presence would soon be more necessary than ever to his happiness. The low hum of voices in front, with the occasional strains of the fife, and the stern mandates of the sea officers, soon recalled her, however, from these visionary thoughts to the surrounding realities, while the whole party pursued their way with diligence to the margin of the ocean. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. A chieftain to the Highlands bound cries, "Boatman, do not tarry, and I'll give thee a silver pound to row us o'er the ferry." Lord Ulan's Daughter. The sky had been without a cloud during the day, the gale having been dry and piercing, and thousands of stars were now shining through a chill atmosphere. As the eye, therefore, became accustomed to the change of light, it obtained a more distinct view of surrounding objects. At the head of the line that was stretched along the narrow pathway marched a platoon of the Marines, who maintained the regular and steady front of trained warriors. They were followed at some little distance by a large and confused body of seamen, heavily armed, whose disposition to disorder and rude merriment, which became more violent from their treading on solid ground, was with difficulty restrained by the presence and severe rebukes of their own officers. In the center of this confused mass the whole of the common prisoners were placed, but were not otherwise attended to by their nautical guard than as they furnished the subjects of fun and numberless quaint jokes. At some distance in their rear marched Colonel Howard and Burrowcliffe, arm in arm, both maintaining the most rigid and dignified silence, though under the influence of very bitter feelings. Behind these again, and pressing as nigh as possible to her uncle, was Miss Howard, leaning on the arm of Alice Dunscombe, and surrounded by the female domestics of the establishment of St. Ruth. Catherine Plowden moved lightly by herself in the shadow of this group, with elastic steps, but with a maiden coyness that taught her to veil her satisfaction with the semblance of captivity. Barnstable watched her movements with delight within 6 feet of her, but submitted to the air of caprice in his mistress which seemed to require that he should come no nearer. Griffith, avoiding the direct line of the party, walked on its skirts in such a situation that his eye could command its whole extent, in order, if necessary, to direct the movements. Another body of the marines marched at the close of the procession, and Manuel in person brought up the rear. The music had ceased by command, and nothing was now audible but the regular tread of the soldiers, with the sighs of the dying gale, interrupted occasionally by the voice of an officer or the hum of low dialogue. "This has been a Scotch prize that we've taken," muttered a surly old seaman. "A ship without head money or cargo. There was kitchen timber enough in the old jug of a place to have given an outfit in crockery and knee buckles to every lad in the ship. But no, let a man's mouth water ever so much for food and raiment, dammy, if the officers would give him leave to steal even so good a thing as a spare Bible." "You may say all that, and then make but a short yarn of the truth," returned the messmate who walked by his side. "If there had been such a thing as a ready-made prayer handy, they would have choused a poor fellow out of the use of it. I say, Ben, I'll tell you what. It's my opinion that if a chap is to turn soldier and carry a musket, he should have soldier's play, and leave to plunder a little. Now the devil a thing have I laid my hands on to-night, except this firelock and my cutlash, unless you can call this bit of a tablecloth something of a windfall." "Ay, you have fallen in there with a fresh bolt of duck, I see," said the other, in manifest admiration of the texture of his companion's prize. "Why, it would spread as broad a clew as our mizzen royal, if it was loosened. Well, your luck hasn't been every man's luck, for my part. I think this here hat was made for some fellow's great toe. I've rigged it on my head both fore and aft, and athwart ships, but curse the inch can I drive it down. I say, Sam, you'll give us a shirt off that tablecloth?" "Ay, ay, you can have one corner of it, or for that matter you can take the full half, Nick. But I don't see that we go off to the ship any richer than we landed, unless you may muster she-cattle among your prize money." "No richer," interrupted a waggish young sailor, who had been hitherto a silent listener to the conversation between his older and more calculating shipmates. "I think we are set up for a cruise in them seas, where the day watches last 6 months. Don't you see we have caught a double allowance of midnight?" While speaking, he laid his hands on the bare and woolly heads of Colonel Howard's 2 black slaves, who were moving near him, both occupied in mournful forebodings on the results that were to flow from this unexpected loss of their liberty. "Slew your faces this way, gentlemen," he added. "There, don't you think that a sight to put out the binnacle lamps? There's darkness visible for ye." "Let the niggers alone," grumbled one of the more aged speakers. "What are ye skylarking with the like of them for? The next thing they'll sing out, and then you'll hear one of the officers in your wake. For my part, Nick, I can't see why it is that we keep dodging along shore here with less than 10 fathoms under us, when by stretching into the broad Atlantic we might fall in with a Jamaica man every day or two, and have sugar hogsheads and rum puncheons as plenty aboard us as hard fare is now." "It is all owing to that pilot," returned the other, "for d'ye see, if there was no bottom there would be no pilots. This is dangerous cruising ground, where we stretch into 5 fathoms, and then drop our lead on a sand pit or a rock. Besides, they make night work of it too. If we had daylight for 14 hours instead of 7, a man might trust to feeling his way for the other 10. "Oh, now ain't ye a couple of old horse marines?" again interrupted the young sailor. "Don't you see that Congress wants us to cut up Johnny Bull's coasters, and that old Blowhard has found the days too short for his business, and so he's landed a party to get hold of Knight? Here we have him, and when we get off to the ship we shall put him under hatches, and then you'll see the face of the sun again. Come, my lilies, let those two gentlemen look into your cabin windows. What, you won't? Then I must squeeze your woolen nightcaps for ye." The negroes, who had been submitting to his humors with the abject humility of slavery, now gave certain low intimations that they were suffering pain under the rough manipulation of their tormentor. "What's that?" cried a stern voice, whose boyish tones seemed to mock the air of authority that was assumed by the speaker. "Who's that, I say, raising that cry among ye?" The wilful young man slowly removed his two hands from the woolly poles of the slaves, but as he suffered them to fall reluctantly along their sable temples, he gave the ear of one of the blacks a tweak that caused him to give vent to another cry that was uttered with a much greater confidence of sympathy than before. "Do ye hear there?" repeated Mary. "Who's skylarking with those negroes?" "'Tis no one, sir," the sailor answered with affected gravity. "One of the pale faces has hit his shin against a cobweb, and it has made his ear ache." "Harkee you, Mr. Jack Joker, how came you in the midst of the prisoners? Did not I order you to handle your pikes, sir, and to keep in the outer line?" "Ay, ay, sir, you did, and I obeyed orders as long as I could, but these niggers have made the night so dark that I lost my way." A low laugh passed through the confused crowd of seamen, and even the midshipman might have been indulging himself in a similar manner at this specimen of quaint humor from the fellow who was one of those licensed men that are to be found in every ship. At length, "Well, sir," he said, "you have found out your false reckoning now, so get you back to the place where I bid you stay." "Ay, ay, sir, I'm going, by all the blunders in the purser's book, Mr. Mary, but that cobweb has made one of these niggers shed tears. Do let me stay to catch a little ink, sir, to write a letter with to my poor old mother devil. The line has she had from me since we sailed from the Chesapeake." "If you don't mind me at once, Mr. Jack Joker, I'll lay my cutlass over your head," returned Mary, his voice now betraying a much greater sympathy in the sufferings of that abject race, who are still in some measure, but who formerly were much more, the butts of the unthinking and licentious among our low countrymen. "Then ye can write your letter in red ink, if you will." "I wouldn't do it for the world," said Joker, sneaking away towards his proper station. "The old lady wouldn't forget the hand, and swear it was a forgery. I wonder, though, if the breakers on the coast of Guinea be black, as I've heard old seamen say, who have cruised in them latitudes." His idle levity was suddenly interrupted by a voice that spoke above the low hum of the march, with an air of authority and a severity of tone that could always quell by a single word the most violent ebullition of merriment in the crew. The low buzzing sounds of "Ay, there goes Mr. Griffith," and of "Jack has woke up the first lieutenant, he had better now go to sleep himself," were heard passing among the men. But these suppressed communications soon ceased, and even Jack Joker himself pursued his way with diligence on the skirts of the party, as mutely as if the power of speech did not belong to his organization. The reader has too often accompanied us over the ground between the Abbey and the ocean to require any description of the route pursued by the seamen during the preceding characteristic dialogue, and we shall at once pass to the incidents which occurred on the arrival of the party at the cliffs. As the man who had so unexpectedly assumed a momentary authority within St. Ruth had unaccountably disappeared from among them, Griffith continued to exercise the right of command without referring to any other for consultation. He never addressed himself to Barnstable, and it was apparent that both the haughty young men felt that the tie which had hitherto united them in such close intimacy was, for the present at least, entirely severed. Indeed, Griffith was only restrained by the presence of Cecilia and Catherine from arresting his refractory inferior on the spot, and Barnstable, who felt all the consciousness of error without its proper humility, with difficulty so far repressed his feelings as to forbear exhibiting in the presence of his mistress such a manifestation of his spirit as his wounded vanity induced him to imagine was necessary to his honour. The two, however, acted in harmony on one subject, though it was without concert. or communication. The first object with both the young men was to secure the embarkation of its fair cousins, and Barnstable proceeded instantly to the boats in order to hasten the preparations that were necessary before they could receive these unexpected captives. The descent of the pilot having been made in such force as to require the use of all the frigate's boats, which were left riding in the outer edge of the surf, awaiting the return of the expedition. A loud call from Barnstable gave notice to the officer in command, and in a few moments the beach was crowded with the busy and active crews of the cutters, launches, barges, jolly boats, pinnaces, or by whatever names the custom of the times attached to the different attendants of vessels of war. Had the fears of the ladies themselves been consulted, the frigate's launch would have been selected for their use on account of its size, but Barnstable, who would have thought such a choice on his part humiliating to his guests, ordered the long, low barge of Captain Munson to be drawn upon the sand, it being peculiarly the boat of honor. The hands of 50 men were applied to the task, and it was soon announced to Colonel Howard and his wards that the little vessel was ready for their reception. Manuel had halted on the summit of the cliffs with the whole body of the marines, where he was busily employed in posting pickets and sentinels, and giving the necessary instructions to his men to cover the embarkation of the seamen in a style that he conceived to be altogether military. The mass of the common prisoners, including the inferior domestics of the abbey and the men of Boroughcliff, were also held in the same place under a suitable guard, but Colonel Howard and his companion, attended by the ladies and their own maids, had descended the rugged path to the beach, and were standing passively on the sands when the intelligence that the boat waited for them was announced. "Where is he?" asked Alice Dunscombe, turning her head as if anxiously searching for some other than those around her. "Where is who?" inquired Barnstable. "We are all here, and the boat waits." "And will he tear me, even me, from the home of my infancy, the land of my birth and my affections?" "I know not of whom you speak, madam, but if it be of Mr. Griffith, he stands there just without that cluster of seamen." Griffith, hearing himself thus named, approached the ladies, and for the first time since leaving the abbey addressed them. "I hope I am already understood," he said, "and that it is unnecessary for me to say that no female here is a prisoner, though should any choose to trust themselves on board our ship, I pledge them to the honor of an officer that they shall find themselves protected and safe." "Then will I not go?" said Alice. "It is not expected of you," said Cecilia. "You have no ties to bind you to any here." The eyes of Alice were still wandering over the listeners. "Go then, Miss Alice, and be the mistress of St. Ruth until my return, or," she added timidly, "until Colonel Howard may declare his pleasure." "I obey you, dear child, but the agent of Colonel Howard at B will undoubtedly be authorized to take charge of his effects." While no one but his niece alluded to his will, the master of the abbey had found in his resentment a sufficient apology for his rigid demeanor, but he was far too well bred to bear in silence such a modest appeal to his wishes from so fair and so loyal a subject as Alice Dunscombe. "To relieve you, madam, and for no other reason, will I speak on this subject," he said. "Otherwise I should leave the doors and windows of St. Ruth open as a melancholy monument of rebellion, and seek my future compensation from the crown, when the confiscated estates of the leaders of this accursed innovation on the rights of princes shall come to the hammer. But you, Miss Alice, are entitled to every consideration that a lady can expect from a gentleman. Be pleased, therefore, to write to my agent, and request him to seal up my papers, and transmit them to the office of His Majesty's Secretary of State. They breathe no treason, madam, and are entitled to official protection. The house and most of the furniture, as you know, are the property of my landlord, who in due time will doubtless take charge of his own interest. I kiss your hand, Miss Alice, and I hope we shall yet meet at St. James's. Depend on it, madam, that the Royal Charlotte shall yet honour your merits. I know she cannot but estimate your loyalty. Here I was born in humble obscurity, here I have lived, and here I hope to die in quiet," returned the meek Alice. "If I have known any pleasure in late years beyond that which every Christian can find in our daily duties, it has been, my sweet friends, in your accidental society. Such companions in this remote corner of the kingdom has been a boon too precious to be enjoyed without alloy, it seems, and I have now to exchange the past pleasure for present pain. Adieu, my young friend, let your trust be in Him, to whose eyes both prince and peasant, the European and the American, are alike, and we shall meet again, though it be neither in the island of Britain nor on your own wide continent." "That," said Colonel Howard, advancing and taking her hand with kindness, That is the only disloyal sentiment I have ever heard fall from the lips of Miss Alice Dunscombe. Is it to be supposed that Heaven has established orders among men, and that it does not respect the works of its own formation? But adieu, no doubt, if time was allowed us for suitable explanations, we should find but little or no difference of opinion on this subject. Alice did not appear to consider the matter as worthy of further discussion at such a moment, for she gently returned the colonel's leave-taking, and then gave her undivided attention to her female friends. Cecilia wept bitterly on the shoulder of her respected companion, giving vent to her regret at parting and her excited feelings at the same moment, and Catherine pressed to the side of Alice with the kindliness prompted by her warm but truant heart. Their embraces were given and received in silence, and each of the young ladies moved towards the boat as she withdrew herself from the arms of Miss Dunscombe. Colonel Howard would not precede his wards, neither would he assist them into the barge. That attention they received from Barnstable, who, after seeing the ladies and their attendants seated, turned to the gentlemen and observed, "The boat waits." "Well, Miss Alice," said Berrowcliff, in bitter irony, "you are entrusted by our excellent host with a message to his agent. Will you do a similar service to me, and write a report to the commander of the district, and just tell him what a dolt, I use the plainest terms, and say what an ass, one Captain Berrowcliff has proved himself in this affair. You may throw in by way of episode that he has been playing bo-peep with a rebellious young lady from the colonies, and like a great boy has had his head broken for his pains. Come, my worthy host, or rather fellow prisoner, I follow you as in duty bound." "Stay," cried Griffith, "Captain Berrowcliff does not embark in that boat." "Ha, sir, am I to be herded with the common men? Forget you that I have the honour to bear the commission of his Britannic Majesty, and that I forget nothing that a gentleman is bound to remember. Captain Berrowcliff, among other things, I recollect the liberality of your treatment to myself when a prisoner. The instant the safety of my command will justify such a step, not only you but your men shall be set at liberty." Berrowcliff started in surprise, but his feelings were too much soured by the destruction of those visions of glory in which he had been luxuriously indulging for the last day or two, to admit of his answering as became a man. He swallowed his emotions, therefore, by a violent effort, and walked along the beach, affecting to whistle a low but lively air. "Well, then," cried Barnstable, "all our captives are seated. The boat waits only for its officers." In his turn Griffith walked away in haughty silence, as if disdaining to hold communion with his former friend. Barnstable paused a moment from a deference that long habit had created for his superior officer, and which was not to be shaken off by every burst of angry passion. But perceiving that the other had no intention to return, he ordered the seamen to raise the boat from the sand and bear it bodily into the water. The command was instantly obeyed, and by the time the young lieutenant was in his seat, the barge was floating in the still heavy, though no longer dangerous surf, and the crew sprang into their places. "Bear her off, boys," he cried. "Never mind a wet jacket. I've seen many a worthy fellow tumbling on this beach in a worse time than this. Now you have her head to sea. Give way, my souls, give way." The seamen rose simultaneously at their oars, and by an united effort obtained the command of their boat, which, after making a few sudden ascents and as many heavy pitches in the breakers, gained the smoother seas of the swelling ocean, and stemmed the waters in a direction for the place where the Alacrity was supposed to be in waiting. Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Pilot, by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. His only plot was this, that, much provoked, he raised his vengeful arm against his country. Thomson. Alice Dunscombe remained on the sands, watching the dark spot that was soon hid amid the waves and the obscurity of night, and listening with melancholy interest to the regulated sounds of the oars, which were audible long after the boat had been blended with the gloomy outline of the eastern horizon. When all traces of her departed friends were to be found only in her own recollections, she slowly turned from the sea, and hastening to quit the bustling throng that were preparing for the embarkation of the rest of the party, she ascended the path that conducted her once more to the summit of those cliffs along which she had so often roved, gazing at the boundless element that washed their base, with sensations that might have been peculiar to her own situation. The soldiers of Berrowcliff, who were stationed at the head of the pass, respectfully made way, nor did any of the sentinels of Manuel heed her retiring figure until she approached the rear guard of the marines, who were commanded by their vigilant captain in person. "Who goes there?" cried Manuel, advancing without the dusky group of soldiers as she approached them. "One who possesses neither the power nor the inclination to do ye harm," answered the solitary female. "'Tis Alice Dunscombe, returning by permission of your leader to the place of her birth." "Ay," muttered Manuel, "this is one of Griffith's unmilitary exhibitions of his politeness. Does the man think that there was ever a woman who had no tongue? Have you the countersign, madam, that I may know you bear a sufficient warrant to pass?" "I've no other warrant besides my sex and weakness, unless Mr. Griffiths' knowledge that I have left him can be so considered." "The two former are enough," said a voice that proceeded from a figure which had hitherto stood unseen, shaded by the trunk of an oak that spread its wide but naked arms above the spot where the guard was paraded. "Who have we here?" Manuel again cried. "Come in, yield, or you will be fired at." "What, will the gallant Captain Manuel fire on his own rescuer?" said the pilot, with cool disdain, as he advanced from the shadow of the tree. "He had better reserve his bullets for his enemies than waste them on his friends." "You have done a dangerous deed, sir, in approaching clandestinely a guard of marines. I wonder that a man who has already discovered to night that he has some knowledge of tactics, by so ably conducting a surprise, should betray so much ignorance in the forms of approaching a picket." "'Tis now of no moment," returned the pilot. "My knowledge and my ignorance are alike immaterial, as the command of the party is surrendered to other and perhaps more proper hands. But I would talk to this lady alone, sir. She is an acquaintance of my youth, and I will see her on her way to the Abbey." "The step would be unmilitary, Mr. Pilot, and you will excuse me if I do not consent to any of our expedition straggling without the sentries. If you choose to remain here to hold your discourse, I will march the picket out of hearing, though I must acknowledge I see no ground so favorable as this we are on, to keep you within range of our eyes. You perceive that I have a ravine to retreat into in case of surprise, with this line of wall on my left flank, and the trunk of that tree to cover my right. A very pretty stand might be made here on emergency, for even the oldest troops fight the best when their flanks are properly covered, and a way to make a regular retreat is open in their rear." "Say no more, sir. I would not break up such a position on any account," returned the pilot. "The lady will consent to retrace her path for a short distance." Alice followed his steps in compliance with this request, until he had led her to a place at some little distance from the marines, where a tree had been prostrated by the late gale. She seated herself quietly on its trunk, and appeared to wait with patience his own time for the explanation of his motives in seeking the interview. The pilot paced for several minutes back and forth in front of the place where she was seated, in profound silence, as if communing with himself, when suddenly throwing off his air of absence, he came to her side and assumed a position similar to the one which she herself had taken. "The hour is at hand, Alice, when we must part," he at length commenced. "It rests with yourself whether it shall be forever." "Let it then be forever, John," she returned, with a slight tremor in her voice. That word would have been less appalling had this accidental meeting never occurred. "And yet your choice may have been determined by prudence, for what is there in my fate that can tempt a woman to wish that she might share it? If you mean your lot is that of one who can find but few, or even none, to partake of his joys, or to share in his sorrows, whose life is a continual scene of dangers and calamities, of disappointments and mishaps, then do ye know but little of the heart of woman, if ye doubt of either her ability or her willingness to meet them with the man of her choice." "Say you thus, Alice? Then have I misunderstood your meaning, or misinterpreted your acts. My lot is not altogether that of a neglected man, unless the favor of princes and the smiles of queens are allowed to go for nothing. My life is, however, one of many and fearful dangers, and yet it is not filled altogether with calamities and mishaps. Is it, Alice?" He paused a moment, but in vain for her answer. "Nay, then, I have been deceived in the estimation that the world has affixed to my combats and enterprises. I am not, Alice, the man I would be, or even the man I had deemed myself." "You have gained a name, John, among the warriors of the age," she answered in a subdued voice, "and it is a name that may be said to be written in blood. The blood of my enemies, Alice; the blood of the subjects of your natural prince; the blood of those who breathe the air you first breathed, and who were taught the same holy lessons of instruction that you were first taught, but which I fear you have too soon forgotten." "The blood of the slaves of despotism," he sternly interrupted her, "the blood of the enemies of freedom. You have dwelt so long in this dull retirement, and you have cherished so blindly the prejudices of your youth, that the promise of those noble sentiments I once thought I could see budding in Alice Dunscombe has not been fulfilled. I have lived and thought only as a woman as become my sex and station," Alice meekly replied, "and when it shall be necessary for me to live and think otherwise, I should wish to die." "Ay, there lie the first seeds of slavery. A dependent woman is sure to make the mother of craven and abject wretches who dishonour the name of man." "I shall never be the mother of children, good or bad," said Alice, with that resignation in her tones that showed she had abandoned the natural hopes of her sex. "Singly and unsupported have I lived, alone and unlamented must I be carried to my grave." The exquisite pathos of her voice as she uttered this placid speech, blended as it was with the sweet and calm dignity of virgin pride, touched the heart of her listener, and he continued silent many moments, as if in reverence of her determination. Her sentiments awakened in his own breast those feelings of generosity and disinterestedness which had nearly been smothered in restless ambition and the pride of success. He resumed the discourse, therefore, more mildly, and with a much greater exhibition of deep feeling, and less of passion in his manner. "I know not, Alice, that I ought, situated as I am, and contented, if not happy as you are, even to attempt to revive in your bosom those sentiments which I was once led to think existed there. It cannot, after all, be a desirable fate to share the lot of a rover like myself, one who may be termed a Quixote in the behalf of liberal principles, and who may be hourly called to seal the truth of those principles with his life. There never existed any sentiment in my breast in which you are concerned, that does not exist there still, and unchanged," returned Alice with her single-hearted sincerity. "Do I hear you right, or have I misconceived your resolution to abide in England, or have I not rather mistaken your early feelings?" "You have fallen into no error now nor then. The weakness may still exist, John, but the strength to struggle with it has, by the goodness of God, grown with my years. It is not, however, of myself, but of you, that I would speak. I have lived like one of our simple daisies, which in the budding may have caught your eye. And I shall also wilt like the humble flower when the winter of my time arrives, without being missed from the fields that have known me for a season. But your fall, John, will be like that of the oak that now supports us, and men shall pronounce on the beauty and grandeur of the noble stem while standing, as well as of its usefulness when felled." "Let them pronounce as they will," returned the proud stranger, "the truth must be finally known, and when that hour shall come, they will say he was a faithful and gallant warrior in his day, and a worthy lesson for all who are born in slavery, but would live in freedom, shall be found in his example." "Such may be the language of that distant people whom ye have adopted in the place of those that once formed home and kin to you," said Alice, glancing her eye timidly at his countenance, as if to discern how far she might venture without awakening his resentment. "But what will the men of the land of your birth transmit to their children, who will be the children of those that are of your own blood?" "They will say, Alice, whatever their crooked policy may suggest, or their disappointed vanity can urge, but the picture must be drawn by the friends of the hero as well as by his enemies. Think you that there are not pens as well as swords in America?" "I have heard that America called a land, John, where God has lavished his favors with an unsparing hand, where he has bestowed many climes with their several fruits, and where his power is exhibited no less than his mercy. It is said, her rivers are without any known end, and that lakes are found in her bosom which would put our German Ocean to shame. The plains, teeming with verdure, are spread over wide degrees, and yet those sweet valleys which a single heart can hold are not wanting. In short, John, I hear it is a broad land that can furnish food for each passion, and contain objects for every affection." "Ay, you have found those, Alice, in your solitude, who have been willing to do her justice. It is a country that can form a world of itself, and why should they who inherit it look to other nations for their laws?" "I pretend not to reason on the right of the children of that soil to do whatever they may deem most meet for their own welfare," returned Alice. "But can men be born in such a land, and not know the feelings which bind a human being to the place of his birth?" "Can you doubt that they should be patriotic?" exclaimed the pilot in surprise. "Do not their efforts in this sacred cause, their patient sufferings, their long privations, speak loudly in their behalf? And will they who know so well how to love home sing the praises of him who has turned his ruthless hand against the land of his fathers?" "Forever harping on that word home," said the pilot, who now detected the timid approaches of Alice. to her hidden meaning? Is a man a stick or a stone, that he must be cast into the fire, or buried in a wall, wherever his fate may have doomed him to appear on the earth? The sound of home is said to feed the vanity of an Englishman. Let him go where he will, but it would seem to have a still more powerful charm with English women. It is the dearest of all terms to every woman, John, for it embraces the dearest of all ties. If your dames of America are ignorant of its charm, all the favors which God has lavished on their land will avail their happiness but little. Alice, said the pilot, rising in his agitation, I see but too well the object of your allusions, but on this subject we can never agree, for not even your powerful influence can draw me from the path of glory in which I am now treading. But our time is growing brief. Let us then talk of other things. This may be the last time I shall ever put foot on the island of Britain. Alice paused to struggle with the feelings excited by this remark before she pursued the discourse, but soon shaking off the weakness, she added with a rigid adherence to that course which she believed to be her duty, and now, John, that you have landed, is the breaking up of a peaceful family, and the violence ye have shown towards an aged man, a fit exploit for one whose object is the glory of which ye have spoken? Think you that I have landed and placed my life in the hands of my enemies for so unworthy an object? No, Alice, my motive for this undertaking has been disappointed, and therefore will ever remain a secret from the world. But duty to my cause has prompted the step which you so unthinkingly condemn. This Colonel Howard has some consideration with those in power, and will answer to exchange for a better man. As for his wards, you forget their home, their magical home, is in America, unless indeed they find them nearer at hand, under the proud flag of a frigate that is now waiting for them in the offing. You talk of a frigate, said Alice, with sudden interest in the subject. Is she your only means of escaping from your enemies? Alice Dunscombe has taken but little heed of passing events to ask such a question of me, returned the haughty pilot. The question would have sounded more discreetly had it been, is she the only vessel with you that your enemies will have to escape from? Nay, I cannot measure my language at such a moment, continued Alice, with a still stronger exhibition of anxiety. It was my fortune to overhear a part of a plan that was intended to destroy by sudden means those vessels of America that were in our seas. That might be a plan more suddenly adopted than easily executed, my good Alice. And who were these redoubtable schemers? I know not, but my duty to the king should cause me to suppress this information, said Alice, hesitating. Well, be it so, returned the pilot coolly. It may prove the means of saving the persons of some of the royal officers from death or captivity. I've already said this may be the last of my visits to this island, and consequently, Alice, the last of our interviews. And yet, said Alice, still pursuing the train of her own thoughts, there can be but little harm in sparing human blood, at least of all in serving those whom we have long known and regarded. Ay, that is a simple doctrine, and one that is easily maintained, he added, with much apparent indifference, and yet King George might well spare some of his servants. The list of his abject minions is so long. There was a man named Dillon, who lately dwelt in the Abbey, but who has mysteriously disappeared, continued Alice, or rather, who was captured by your companions. Know you aught of him, John? I've heard there was a miscreant of that name, but we have never met, Alice, if it please heaven that this should be the last. He was a captive in the schooner called the Ariel, she added, still unheeding his affected indifference to her communication. And when permitted to return to St. Ruth, he lost sight of his solemn promise, and of his plighted honor to wreak his malice. Instead of effecting the exchange that he had conditioned to see made, he plotted treason against his captors. Yet it was most foul treason, for his treatment was generous and kind, and his liberation certain. He was a most unworthy scoundrel, but Alice— Nay, listen, John, she continued, urged to even a keener interest in his behalf by his apparent inattention, and yet I should speak tenderly of his failings, for he is already numbered with the dead. One part of his scheme must have been frustrated, for he intended to destroy that schooner which you call the Ariel, and to have taken the person of the young Barnstable. In both of which he has failed. The person of Barnstable I have rescued, and the Ariel has been stricken by a hand far mightier than any of this world. She is wrecked. Then is the frigate your only means of escape? Hasten, John, and seem not so proud and heedless, for the hour may come when all your daring will not profit ye against the machinations of secret enemies. This Dillon had also planned that expresses should journey to a seaport at the south with the intelligence that your vessels were in these seas, in order that the ships might be dispatched to intercept your retreat. The pilot lost his affected indifference as she proceeded, and before she ceased speaking, his eye was endeavoring to anticipate her words by reading her countenance through the dusky medium of the starlight. "How know you this, Alice?" he asked quickly, "and what vessel did he name?" "Chance made me an unseen listener to their plan, and I know not, but I forget my duty to my prince. But, John, 'tis asking too much of a weak woman to require that she shall see the man whom she once viewed with eyes of favor sacrificed, when a word of caution given in season might enable him to avoid the danger." "Once viewed with an eye of favor, is it then so?" said the pilot, speaking in a vacant manner. "But, Alice, heard ye the force of the ships, or their names? Give me their names, and the First Lord of your British Admiralty shall not give so true an account of their force as I will furnish from this list of my own." "Their names were certainly mentioned," said Alice, with tender melancholy, "but the name of one far nearer to me was ringing in my ears, and has driven them from my mind." "You are the same good Alice I once knew, and my name was mentioned. What said they of the pirate? Had his arm stricken a blow that made them tremble in their abbey? Did they call him coward, girl?" "It was mentioned in terms that pained my heart as I listened, for it is never too easy a task to forget the lapse of years, nor are the feelings of youth to be easily eradicated. Ay, there is luxury in knowing that. With all their affected abuse, the slaves dread me in their secret holes," exclaimed the pilot, pacing in front of his listener with quick steps. "This it is to be marked among men, above all others in your calling. I hope yet to see the day when the third George shall start at the sound of that name, even within the walls of his palace." Alice Dunscombe heard him in deep and mortified silence. It was too evident that a link in the chain of their sympathies was broken, and that the weakness in which she had been unconsciously indulging was met by no correspondent emotions in him. After sinking her head for a moment on her bosom, she arose with a little more than her usual air of meekness, and recalled the pilot to a sense of her presence by saying in a yet milder voice, "I have now communicated all that it can profit you to know, and it is meet that we separate." "What, thus soon?" he cried, starting and taking her hand. "This is but a short interview, Alice, to precede so long a separation." "Be it short or be it long, it must now end," she replied. "Your companions are on the eve of departure, and I trust you would be one of the last who would wish to be deserted. If you do visit England again, I hope it may be with altered sentiments so far as regards her interests. I wish you peace, John, and the blessings of God, as ye may be found to deserve them. I ask no farther, unless it may be the aid of your gentle prayers. But the night is gloomy, and I will see you in safety to the Abbey." "It is unnecessary," she returned, with womanly reserve. "The innocent can be as fearless on occasion as the most valiant among your warriors. But here is no cause for fear. I shall take a path that will conduct me in a different way from that which is occupied by your soldiers, and where I shall find none but him who is ever ready to protect the helpless. Once more, John, I bid ye adieu." Her voice faltered as she continued, "Ye will share the lot of humanity, and have your hours of care and weakness. At such moments ye can remember those ye leave on this despised island, and perhaps among them ye may think of some whose interest in your welfare has been far removed from selfishness." "God be with you, Alice," he said, touched with her emotion, and losing all vain images in more worthy feelings, "but I cannot permit you to go alone." "Here we part, John," she said firmly, "and forever. 'Tis for the happiness of both, for I fear we have but little in common." She gently wrested her hand from his grasp, and once more bidding adieu in a voice that was nearly inaudible, she turned and slowly disappeared, moving with lingering steps in the direction of the Abbey. The first impulse of the pilot was certainly to follow and insist on seeing her on the way, but the music of the guard on the cliffs at that moment sent forth its martial strains, and the whistle of the boatswain was heard winding its shrill call among the rocks, in those notes that his practised ear well understood to be the last signal for embarking. Obedient to the summons, this singular man, in whose breast the natural feelings that were now on the eve of a violent eruption had so long been smothered by the visionary expectations of a wild ambition, and perhaps of fierce resentments, pursued his course in deep abstraction towards the boats. He was soon met by the soldiers of Boroughcliff, deprived of their arms, it is true, but unguarded, and returning peacefully to their quarters. The mind of the pilot, happily for the liberty of these men, was too much absorbed in its peculiar reflections to note this act of Griffith's generosity, nor did he arouse from his musing until his steps were arrested by suddenly encountering a human figure in the pathway. A light tap on his shoulder was the first mark of recognition he received, when Boroughcliff, who stood before him, said, "It is evident, sir, from what has passed this evening, that you are not what you seem. You may be some rebel admiral or general, for aught that I know. the right to command having been strangely contested among ye this night. But let who will own the chief authority, I take the liberty of whispering in your ear that I have been scurvily treated by you. I repeat, most scurvily treated by you all, generally, and by you in particular." The pilot started at this strange address, which was uttered with all the bitterness that could be imparted to it by a disappointed man, but he motioned with his hand for the captain to depart, and turned aside to pursue his own way. "Perhaps I am not properly understood," continued the obstinate soldier. "I say, sir, you have treated me scurvily, and I would not be thought to say this to any gentleman without wishing to give him an opportunity to vent his anger." The eye of the pilot, as he moved forward, glanced at the pistols which Berrowcliff held in his hands, the one by the handle, and the other by its barrel, and the soldier even fancied that his footsteps were quickened by the sight. After gazing at him until his form was lost in the darkness, the captain muttered to himself, "He is no more than a common pilot, after all. No true gentleman would have received so palpable a hint with such a start. Ah, here comes the party of my worthy friend, whose palate knows a grape of the north side of Madeira from one of the south. If dog has the throat of a gentleman, we will see how he can swallow a delicate allusion to his faults." Berrowcliff stepped aside to allow the marines, who were also in motion for the boats to pass, and watched with keen looks for the person of the commander. Manuel, who had been previously apprised of the intention of Griffith to release the prisoners, had halted to see that none but those who had been liberated by authority were marching into the country. This accidental circumstance gave Berrowcliff an opportunity of meeting the other at some little distance from either of their respective parties. "I greet you, sir," said Berrowcliff, with all affection. "This has been a pleasant voyage for you, Captain Manuel." The marine was far from being disposed to wrangle, but there was that in the voice of the other which caused him to answer, "It would have been far pleasanter, sir, if I had met an opportunity of returning to Captain Berrowcliff some of the favors that I have received at his hands." "Nay, then, dear sir, you weigh my modesty to the earth. Surely you forget the manner in which my hospitality has already been requited by some 2 hours' mouthing of my sword hilt, with a very unceremonious ricochet into a corner, together with a love tap received over the shoulders of one of my men by so gentle an instrument as the butt of a musket. Damn me, sir, but I think an ungrateful man only a better sort of beast." "Had the love tap been given to the officer instead of the man," returned Manuel, with all commendable coolness, "it would have been better justice, and the ramrod might have answered as well as the butt to floor a gentleman who carried the allowance of 4 thirsty fiddlers under one man's jacket. Now that is rank ingratitude to your own cordial of the south side, and a most biting insult. I really see but one way of terminating this wordy war, which, if not discreetly ended, may lead us far into the morning. Elect your own manner of determining the dispute, sir. I hope, however, it will not be by your innate knowledge of mankind, which has already mistaken a captain of marines in the service of Congress for a runaway lover bound to some green place or other." "You might just as well tweak my nose, sir," said Berrowcliff. "Indeed, I think it would be the milder reproach of the two. Will you make your selection of these, sir? They were loaded for a very different sort of service, but I doubt not will answer on occasion." "I am provided with a pair that are charged for any service," returned Manuel, drawing a pistol from his own belt and stepping backward a few paces. "You are destined for America, I know," said Berrowcliff, who stood his ground with consummate coolness, "but it would be more convenient for me, sir, if you could delay your march for a single moment." "Fire and defend yourself!" exclaimed Manuel, furiously retracing his steps towards his enemy. The sounds of the 2 pistols were blended in one report, and the soldiers of Berrowcliff and the marines all rushed to the place on the sudden alarm. Had the former been provided with arms, it is probable that a bloody fray would have been the consequence of the sight that both parties beheld on arriving at the spot, which they did simultaneously. Manuel lay on his back without any signs of life, and Berrowcliff had changed his cool, haughty, upright attitude for a recumbent posture, which was somewhat between lying and sitting. "Is the poor fellow actually expended?" said the Englishman, in something like the tones of regret. "Well, he had a soldier's mettle in him, and was nearly as great a fool as myself." The marines had, luckily for the soldiers and their captain, by this time discovered the signs of life in their own commander, who had been only slightly stunned by the bullet which had grazed his crown, and who, being assisted on his feet, stood a minute or two rubbing his head as if awaking from a dream. As Manuel came gradually to his senses, he recollected the business in which he had just been engaged, and in his turn inquired after the fate of his antagonist. "I'm here, my worthy incognito," cried the other, with the voice of perfect good nature, "lying in the lap of Mother Earth, and all the better for opening a vein or two in my right leg, though I do think that the same effect might have been produced without treating the bone so roughly. But I opine that I saw you also reclining on the bosom of our common ancestor." "I was down for a few minutes, I do believe," returned Manuel. "There is the path of a bullet across my scalp." "Humph! On the head," said Berrowcliff, dryly. "The hurt is not likely to be mortal, I see. Well, I shall offer to raffle with the first poor devil I can find that has but one good leg, for who shall have both, and that will just set up a beggar and a gentleman. Manuel, give me your hand. We have drunk together, and we have fought. Surely there is nothing now to prevent our being sworn friends." "Why," returned Manuel, continuing to rub his head, "I see no irremovable objections. But you will want a surgeon. Can I order anything to be done? There go the signals again to embark. March! The fellows down at quick time. Sergeant, my own man may remain with me, or I can do altogether without assistance." "Ah, you are what I call a well made man, my dear friend," exclaimed Berrowcliff. "No weak points about your fortress. Such a man is worthy to be the head of a whole corps, instead of a solitary company. Gently, drill, gently. Handle me as if I were made of potter's clay. I will not detain you longer, my friend Manuel, for I hear signal after signal. They must be in want of some of your astonishing reasoning faculties to set them afloat." Manuel might have been offended at the palpable allusions that his new friend made to the firmness of his occiput, had not his perception of things been a little confused by a humming sound that seemed to abide near the region of thought. As it was, he reciprocated the good wishes of the other, whom he shook most cordially by the hand, and once more renewed his offers of service after exchanging sundry friendly speeches. "I thank you quite as much as if I were not at all indebted to you for letting blood, thereby saving me a fit of apoplexy. But Drill has already dispatched a messenger to B for a leech, and the lad may bring the whole depot down upon you. Adieu once more. And remember that if you ever visit England again as a friend, you are to let me see you. I shall do it without fail, and I shall keep you to your promise if you once more put foot in America. Trust me for that. I shall stand in need of your excellent head to guide me safely among those rude foresters. Adieu. Cease not to bear me in your thoughts." "I shall never cease to remember you, my good friend," returned Manuel, again scratching the member, which was snapping in a manner that caused him to fancy he heard it. Once more these worthies shook each other by the hand, and again they renewed their promises of future intercourse, after which they separated like two reluctant lovers, parting in a manner that would have put to shame the friendship of Orestes and Pylades. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself. Hamlet. During the time occupied by the incidents that occurred after the pilot had made his descent on the land, the Alacrity, now under the orders of Mr. Bolttrope, the master of the frigate, lay off and on, in readiness to receive the successful mariners. The direction of the wind had been gradually changing from the northeast to the south during the close of the day, and long before the middle watches of the night, the wary old seaman, who it may be remembered had expressed in the council of war such a determined reluctance to trust his person within the realm of Britain, ordered the man who steered the cutter to stand in boldly for the land. Whenever the lead told them that it was prudent to tack, the course of the vessel was changed, and in this manner the seamen continued to employ the hours in patient attendance on the adventurers. The sailing master, who had spent the early years of his life as the commander of divers vessels employed in trading, was apt, like many men of his vocation and origin, to mistake the absence of refinement for the surest evidence of seamanship, and consequently he held the little courtesies and punctilios of a man of war in high disdain. his peculiar duties of superintending the expenditure of the ship's stores in their several departments, of keeping the frigate's logbook, and of making his daily examinations into the state of her sails and rigging, brought him so little in collision with the gay, laughing, reckless young lieutenants who superintended the ordinary management of the vessel, that he might be said to have formed a distinct species of the animal, though certainly of the same genus with his more polished messmates. Whenever circumstances, however, required that he should depart from the dull routine of his duty, he made it a rule, as far as possible, to associate himself with such of the crew as possessed habits and opinions the least at variance with his own. By a singular fatality, the chaplain of the frigate was, as respects associates, in a condition nearly assimilated to that of this veteran tar. An earnest desire to ameliorate the situation of those who were doomed to meet death on the great deep, and induced an experienced and simple-hearted divine to accept this station in the fond hope that he might be made the favored instrument of salvation to many who were then existing in a state of the most abandoned self-forgetfulness. Neither our limits nor our present object will permit the relation of the many causes that led, not only to an entire frustration of all his visionary expectations, but to an issue which rendered the struggle of the good divine with himself both arduous and ominous, in order to maintain his own claims to the merited distinctions of his sacred office. The consciousness of his backsliding had so far lessened the earthly, if not the spiritual, pride of the chaplain as to induce him to relish the society of the rude master, whose years had brought him at times to take certain views of futurity that were singularly affected by the peculiar character of the individual. It might have been that both found themselves out of their places, but it was owing to some such secret sympathy, let its origin be what it would, that the two came to be fond of each other's company. On the night in question, Mr. Boltrope had invited the chaplain to accompany him in the Alacrity, adding in his broad, rough language that as there was to be fighting on shore, his hand might come in play with some poor fellow or other. This singular invitation had been accepted as well from a desire to relieve the monotony of a sea life by any change, as perhaps with a secret yearning in the breast of the troubled divine to get as nigh to terra firma as possible. Accordingly, after the pilot had landed with his boisterous party, the sailing master and the chaplain, together with the boatswain's mate and some 10 or 12 seamen, were left in quiet possession of the cutter. The first few hours of this peaceable intercourse had been spent by the worthy messmates in the little cabin of the vessel over a can of grog, the savory relish of which was much increased by a characteristic disquisition on polemical subjects, which our readers have great reason to regret it is not our present humour to record. When, however, the winds invited the near approach to the hostile shores already mentioned, the prudent sailing master adjourned the discussion to another and more suitable time, removing himself and the can, by the same operation, to the quarter-deck. "There," cried the honest tar, placing the wooden vessel with great self-contentment by his side on the deck, "this is ship's comfort. There is a good deal of what I call a lubber's fuss, parson, kept up on board a ship that shall be nameless, but which bears, about 3 leagues distant, broad off in the ocean, and which is lying to under a close-reefed main-topsail, a fore-topmast, staysail, and foresail. I call my hand a true one in mixing a can. Take another pull at the halyards. 'Twill make your eye twinkle like a lighthouse this dark morning." "You won't? Well, we must give no offence to the Englishman's rum." After a potent draught had succeeded this considerate declaration, he added, "You are a little like our first lieutenant, parson, who drinks as I call it, nothing but the elements, which is water stiffened with air. Mr. Griffith may indeed be said to set a wholesome example to the crew, returned the chaplain, perhaps with a slight consciousness that it had not altogether possessed its due weight with himself. "Wholesome!" cried Boltrope. "Let me tell you, my worthy leaf-turner, that if you call such a light diet wholesome, you know but little of salt water and sea fogs. However, Mr. Griffith is a seaman, and if he gave his mind less to trifles and gimcracks, he would be, by the time he got to about our years, a very rational sort of a companion. But you see, parson, just now he thinks too much of small follies, such as man-of-war discipline. Now there is rationality in giving a fresh nip to a rope, or in looking well at your mats, or even in crowning a cable. But damn me, priest, if I see the use, luff, luff, you lubber, don't ye see, sir, you are steering for Garmany. If I see the use, as I was saying, of making a rumpus about the time when a man changes his shirt, whether it be this week or next week, or for that matter the week after, provided it be bad weather. I sometimes am mawkish about attending muster, and I believe I have as little to fear on the score of behaviour as any man, lest it should be found I carried my tobacco in the wrong cheek. I have indeed thought it somewhat troublesome to myself at times, and it is in a striking degree vexatious to the spirit, especially when the body has been suffering under sea sickness. Why, yes, you were a little apt to bend your duds wrong for the first month or so, said the master. I remember you got the marine scraper on your head once in your hurry to bury a dead man. Then you never looked as if you belonged to the ship so long as those cursed black knee breeches lasted. For my part, I never saw you come up the quarter-deck ladder, but I expected to see your shins give way across the coaming of the hatch. A man does look like the devil, priest, scudding about a ship's decks in that fashion, under bare poles. But now the tailor has found out the articles aren't seaworthy, and we have got your lower stanchions cased in a pair of purser's slops. I am puzzled often to tell your heels from those of a main topman. I have good reason to be thankful for the change, said the humbled priest, if the resemblance you mention existed while I was clad in the usual garb of one of my calling. What signifies a calling? Returned Boltrope, catching his breath after a most persevering draught. A man's shins are his shins. Let his upper works belong to what service they may. I took an early prejudice against knee breeches, perhaps from a trick I've always had of figuring the devil as wearing them. You know, parson, we seldom hear much said of a man without forming some sort of an idea concerning his rigging and fashion pieces, and so, as I had no particular reason to believe that Satan went naked, keep full, ye lubber. Now you are running into the wind's eye, and be darned to ye. But as I was saying, I always took a conceit that the devil wore knee breeches and a cocked hat. There's some of our young lieutenants who come to muster on Sundays in cocked hats, just like soldier officers, but do you see, I would sooner show my nose under a nightcap than under a scraper. I hear the sound of oars, exclaimed the chaplain, who, finding this image more distinct than even his own vivid conceptions of the great father of evil, was quite willing to conceal his inferiority by changing the discourse. Is not one of our boats returning? Ay, ay, 'tis likely. If it had been me, I should have been land sick before this. Wear round, boys, and stand by to heave to on the other tack. The cutter, obedient to her helm, fell off before the wind, and rolling an instant in the trough of the sea, came up again easily to her oblique position, with her head towards the cliffs, and gradually losing her way as her sails were brought to counteract each other, finally became stationary. During the performance of this evolution, a boat had hove up out of the gloom in the direction of the land, and by the time the Alacrity was in a state of rest, it had approached so nigh as to admit of hailing. "Boat ahoy!" murmured Boltrope through a trumpet which aided by his lungs, produced sounds not unlike the roaring of a bull. "Aye, aye," was thrown back from a clear voice that swept across the water with a fullness that needed no factitious aid to render it audible. "Aye, there comes one of the lieutenants with his aye, aye," said Boltrope, piped the side. "There, you boatswain's mate. But here's another fellow more on our quarter. Boat ahoy!" "Alacrity," returned another voice, in a direction different from the other. "Alacrity, there goes my commission of captain of this craft in a whiff," returned the sailing master. "That is as much as to say, here comes one who will command when he gets on board. Well, well, it is Mr. Griffith, and I can't say, notwithstanding his love of knee buckles and small wares, but I'm glad he's out of the hands of the English. I hear they all come upon us at once. Here is another fellow that pulls like the jolly boat coming up on our lee beam. Within hail, let us see if he is asleep. Boat ahoy!" "Flag," answered a third voice from a small, light rowing boat, which had approached very near the cutter, in a direct line from the cliffs without being observed. "Flag," echoed Boltrope, dropping his trumpet in amazement. "That's a big word to come out of a jolly boat. Jack Manly himself could not have spoken it with a fuller mouth. But I'll know who it is that carries such a weather helm, with a Yankee man-of-war's prize. Boat ahoy, I say." This last call was uttered in those short, menacing tones that are intended to be understood as intimating that the party hailing is in earnest, and it caused the men who were rowing, and who were now quite close to the cutter, to suspend their strokes simultaneously, as if they dreaded that the cry would be instantly succeeded by some more efficient means of ascertaining their character. The figure that was seated by itself in the stern of the boat started at this second summons, and then, as if with sudden recollection, a quiet voice replied, "No, no." "No, no, and flag are very different answers," grumbled Boltrope. "What know nothing have we here?" He was yet muttering his dissatisfaction at the ignorance of the individual that was approaching, whoever it might be, when the jolly boat came slowly to their side, and the pilot stepped from her stern sheets on the decks of the prize. "Is it you, Mr. Pilot?" exclaimed the sailing master, raising a battle lantern within a foot of the other's face, and looking with a sort of stupid wonder at the proud and angry eye he encountered. "Is it you? Well, I should have rated you for a man of more experience than to come booming down upon a man of war in the dark, with such a big word in your mouth, when every boy in the two vessels knows that we carry no swallow-tailed bunch abroad. Flag, why, you might have got a shot, had there been soldiers." The pilot threw him a still fiercer glance, and turning away with a look of disgust, he walked along the quarter-deck towards the stern of the vessel with an air of haughty silence, as if disdaining to answer. Boltrope kept his eyes fastened on him for a moment longer, with some appearance of scorn, but the arrival of the boat first hailed, which proved to be the barge, immediately drew his attention to other matters. Barnstable had been rowing about in the ocean for a long time, unable to find the cutter, and as he had been compelled to suit his own demeanour to those with whom he was associated, he reached the Alacrity in no very good-humoured mood. Colonel Howard and his niece had maintained during the whole period the most rigid silence, the former from pride, and the latter touched with her uncle's evident displeasure, and Catherine, though secretly elated with the success of all her projects, was content to emulate their demeanour for a short time in order to save appearances. Barnstable had several times addressed himself to the latter, without receiving any other answer than such as was absolutely necessary to prevent the lover from taking direct offence, at the same time that she intimated by her manner her willingness to remain silent. Accordingly, the lieutenant, after aiding the ladies to enter the cutter, and offering to perform the same service to Colonel Howard, which was coldly declined, turned with that sort of irritation that is by no means less rare in vessels of war than with poor human nature generally, and gave vent to his spleen where he dared. "How's this, Mr. Boltrope?" he cried. "Here are our boats coming alongside with ladies in them, and you keep your gaff swayed up till the leech of the sail is stretched like a fiddle-string. Settle away your peak halyards, sir, settle away." "Aye, aye, sir," grumbled the master, "settle away that peak there." Though the craft wouldn't forge ahead a knot in a month, with all her jibs hauled over, he walked sulkily forward among the men, followed by the meek divine, and added, "I should as soon have expected to see Mr. Barnstable come off with a live ox in his boat as a petticoat." "The Lord only knows what the ship is coming to next, parson. What between cocked hats and epaulets and other knee-buckle matters, she was a sort of no-man's land before, and now, what with the women and their bandboxes, they'll make another Noah's Ark of her. I wonder they didn't all come aboard in a coach and six, or a one-horse shay." It was a surprising relief to Barnstable to be able to give utterance to his humour for a few moments by ordering the men to make sundry alterations in every department of the vessel in a quick hurried voice that abundantly denoted not only the importance of his improvements, but the temper in which they were dictated. In his turn, however, he was soon compelled to give way by the arrival of Griffith in the heavily rowing launch of the frigate, which was crowded with a larger body of the seamen who had been employed in the expedition. In this manner boat after boat speedily arrived, and the whole party were once more happily embarked in safety under their national flag. The small cabin of the Alacrity was relinquished to Colonel Howard and his wards with their attendants. The boats were dropped astern, each protected by its own keeper, and Griffith gave forth the mandate to fill the sails and steer broad off into the ocean. For more than an hour the cutter held her course in this direction, gliding gracefully through the glittering waters, rising and settling heavily on the long smooth billows, as if conscious of the unusual burden that she was doomed to carry. But at the end of that period her head was once more brought near the wind, and she was again held at rest, awaiting the appearance of the dawn, in order to discover the position of the prouder vessel on which she was performing the humble duty of a tender. More than 150 living men were crowded within her narrow limits, and her decks presented in the gloom as she moved along the picture of a mass of human heads. As the freedom of a successful expedition was unavoidably permitted, loud jokes and louder merriment broke on the silent waters from the reckless seamen, while the exhilarating can passed from hand to hand, strange oaths and dreadful denunciations breaking forth at times from some of the excited crew against their enemy. At length the bustle of re-embarking gradually subsided, and many of the crew descended to the hold of the cutter in quest of room to stretch their limbs, when a clear manly voice was heard rising above the deep in those strains that a seaman most loves to hear. Air succeeded air from different voices, until even the spirit of harmony grew dull with fatigue, and verses began to be heard where songs were expected, and fleeting lines succeeded stanzas. The decks were soon covered with prostrate men, seeking their natural rest under the open heavens, and perhaps dreaming, as they yielded heavily to the rolling of the vessel, of scenes of other times in their own hemisphere. The dark glances of Catherine were concealed beneath her falling lids, and even Cecilia, with her head bowed on the shoulder of her cousin, slept sweetly in innocence and peace. Boltrope groped his way into the hold among the seamen, where, kicking one of the most fortunate of the men from his berth, he established himself in his place with all that cool indifference to the other's comfort that had grown with his experience from the time when he was treated thus cavalierly in his own person to the present moment. In this manner, head was dropped after head on the planks, the guns, or on whatever first offered for a pillow, until Griffith and Barnstable alone were left pacing the different sides of the quarter-deck in haughty silence. Never did a morning watch appear so long to the two young sailors who were thus deprived, by resentment and pride, of that frank and friendly communion that had for so many years sweetened the tedious hours of their long and in times dreary service. To increase the embarrassment of their situation, Cecilia and Catherine, suffering from the confinement of the small and crowded cabin, sought the purer air of the deck about the time when the deepest sleep had settled on the senses of the wearied mariners. They stood leaning against the taffrail, discoursing with each other in low and broken sentences, but a sort of instinctive knowledge of the embarrassment which existed between their lovers caused a guarded control over every look or gesture which might be construed into an encouragement for one of the young men to advance at the expense of the other. 20 times, however, did the impatient Barnstable feel tempted to throw off the awkward restraint and approach his mistress, but in each instance was he checked by the secret consciousness of error, as well as by that habitual respect for superior rank that forms a part of the nature of a sea officer. On the other hand, Griffith manifested no intention to profit by this silent concession in his favour, but continued to pace the short quarter-deck with strides more hurried than ever, and was seen to throw many an impatient glance towards that quarter of the heavens where the first signs of the lingering day might be expected to appear. At length Catherine, with a ready ingenuity, and perhaps with some secret coquetry, removed the embarrassment by speaking first, taking care to address the lover of her cousin. "How long are we condemned to these limited lodgings, Mr. Griffith?" she asked. "Truly, there is a freedom in your nautical customs which, to say the least, is novel to us females, who have been accustomed to the division of space." "The instant that there is light to discover the frigate, Miss Plowden," he answered, "you shall be transferred from a vessel of 100 to one of 1,200 tons. If your situation there be less comfortable than when within the walls of St. Ruth, you will not forget that they who live on the ocean claim it as a merit to despise the luxuries of the land." "At least, sir," returned Catherine, with a sweet grace which she well knew how to assume on occasion, "what we shall enjoy will be sweetened by liberty and embellished by a sailor's hospitality. To me, Cicely, the air of this open sea is as fresh and invigorating as if it were wafted from our own distant America." "If you have not the arm of a patriot, you at least possess a most loyal imagination, Miss Plowden," said Griffith, laughing. "This soft breeze blows in the direction of the fens of Holland, instead of the broad plains of America. Thank God, there come the signs of day at last. Unless the currents have swept the ship far to the north, we shall surely see her with the light." This cheering intelligence drew the eyes of the fair cousins towards the east, where their delighted looks were long fastened, while they watched the glories of the sun rising over the water. As the morning had advanced, a deeper gloom was spread across the ocean, and the stars were gleaming in the heavens like balls of twinkling fire. But now a streak of pale light showed itself along the horizon, growing brighter and widening at each moment, until long fleecy clouds became visible where nothing had been seen before but the dim base of the arch that overhung the dark waters. This expanding light, which in appearance might be compared to a silvery opening in the heavens, was soon tinged with a pale flush, which quickened with sudden transitions into glows yet deeper, until a belt of broad flame bounded the water, diffusing itself more faintly towards the zenith, where it melted into the pearl-colored sky, or played on the fantastic volumes of a few light clouds within constant glimmering. While these beautiful transitions were still before the eyes of the youthful admirers of their beauties, a voice was heard above them, crying as if from the heavens, "Sail ho! The frigate lies broad off to the seaward, sir." "Ay, ay, you have been watching with one eye asleep, fellow," returned Griffith, "or we should have heard you before. Look a little north of the place where the glare of the sun is coming, Miss Plowden, and you will be able to see our gallant vessel." An involuntary cry of pleasure burst from the lips of Catherine as she followed his directions, and first beheld the frigate through the medium of the fluctuating colours of the morning. The undulating outline of the lazy ocean, which rose and fell heavily against the bright boundary of the heavens, was without any relief to distract the eye, as it fed eagerly on the beauties of the solitary ship. She was riding sluggishly on the long seas, with only two of her lower and smaller sails spread to hold her in command, but her tall masts and heavy yards were painted against the fiery sky in strong lines of deep black, while even the smallest cord in the mazes of her rigging might be distinctly traced, stretching from spar to spar with the beautiful accuracy of a picture. At moments, when her huge hull rose on a billow and was lifted against the background of the sky, its shape and dimensions were brought into view, but these transient glimpses were soon lost as it settled into the trough, leaving the waving spars bowing gracefully towards the waters, as if about to follow the vessel into the bosom of the deep. As a clearer light gradually stole on the senses, the delusion of colours and distance vanished together, and when a flood of day preceded the immediate appearance of the sun, the ship became plainly visible within a mile of the cutter, her black hull checkered with ports, and her high tapering masts exhibiting their proper proportions and hues. At the first cry of "A sail!" the crew of the Alacrity had been aroused from their slumbers by the shrill whistle of the boatswain, and long before the admiring looks of the two cousins had ceased to dwell on the fascinating sight of morning chasing night from the hemisphere, the cutter was again in motion to join her consort. It seemed but a moment before their little vessel was in what the timid females thought a dangerous proximity to the frigate, under whose lee she slowly passed, in order to admit of the following dialogue between Griffith and his aged commander. "I rejoice to see you, Mr. Griffith," cried the captain, who stood in the channel of his ship, waving his hat in the way of cordial greeting. "You are welcome back, Captain Manuel. Welcome, welcome, all of you, my boys, as welcome as a breeze in the calm latitudes." As his eye, however, passed along the deck of the Alacrity, it encountered the shrinking figures of Cecilia and Catherine, and a dark shade of displeasure crossed his decent features, while he added, "How's this, gentlemen? The frigate of Congress is neither a ballroom nor a church that is to be thronged with women." "Ay, ay," muttered Boltrope to his friend the chaplain. "Now the old man has hauled out his mizzen, you will see him carry a weather helm. He wakes up about as often as the trades shift their points, and that's once in 6 months. But when there has been a neap tide in his temper for any time, you're sure to find it followed by a flood with a vengeance. Let us hear what the first lieutenant can say in favour of his petticoat quality." The blushing sky had not exhibited a more fiery glow than gleamed in the fine face of Griffith for a moment, but struggling with his disgust, he answered with bitter emphasis, "'Twas the pleasure of Mr. Grey, sir, to bring off the prisoners." "Of Mr. Grey?" repeated the captain, instantly losing every trace of displeasure in an air of acquiescence. "Come to, sir, on the same tack with the ship, and I will hasten to order the accommodation ladder rigged to receive our guests." Boltrope listened to this sudden alteration in the language of his commander with sufficient wonder, nor was it until he had shaken his head repeatedly with the manner of one who saw deeper than his neighbours into a mystery, that he found leisure to observe, "Now, parson, I suppose if you held an almanac in your fist, you'd think you could tell which way we shall have the wind to morrow. But damn me, priest, if better calculators than you haven't failed. Because a lubberly, no, he's a thorough seaman, I'll say that for the fellow. Because a pilot chooses to say, 'Bring me off these here women,' the ship is to be so cluttered with she-cattle that a man will be obligated to spend half his time in making his manners. Now mind what I tell you, priest, this very frolic will cost Congress the price of a year's wages for an able-bodied seaman in bunting and canvas for screens, besides the wear and tear of running gear and shortening sail, in order that the women need not be starricky in squalls." The presence of Mr. Boltrope being required to take charge of the cutter, the divine was denied an opportunity of dissenting from the opinions of his rough companion, for the loveliness of their novel shipmates had not failed to plead loudly in their favour with every man in the cutter whose habits and ideas had not become rigidly set in obstinacy. By the time the Alacrity was hove to, with her head towards the frigate, the long line of boats that she had been towing during the latter part of the night were brought to her side and filled with men. A wild scene of unbridled merriment and gaiety succeeded, while the seamen were exchanging the confinement of the prize for their accustomed lodgings in the ship, during which the reins of discipline were slightly relaxed. Loud laughter was echoed from boat to boat as they glided by each other, and rude jests, interlarded with quaint humours and strange oaths, were freely bandied from mouth to mouth. The noise, however, soon ceased, and the passage of Colonel Howard and his wards was then effected with less precipitancy and due decorum. Captain Munson, who had been holding a secret dialogue with Griffith and the pilot, received his unexpected guests with plain hospitality, but with an evident desire to be civil. He politely yielded to their services 2 convenient staterooms, and invited them to partake, in common with himself, of the comforts of the great cabin. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Pilot, by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Furious press the hostile squadron. Furious he repels their rage. Loss of blood at length enfeebles. Who can war with thousands wage? Spanish War Song. We cannot detain the narrative to detail the scenes which busy wonder, aided by the relation of divers marvellous feats, produced among the curious seamen who remained in the ship, and their more fortunate fellows who had returned in glory from an expedition to the land. For nearly an hour the turbulence of a general movement was heard, issuing from the deep recesses of the frigate, and the boisterous sounds of hoarse merriment were listened to by the officers in indulgent silence. But all these symptoms of unbridled humour ceased by the time the morning repast was ended, when the regular sea watch was set, and the greater portion of those whose duty did not require their presence on the vessel's deck availed themselves of the opportunity to repair the loss of sleep sustained in the preceding night. Still no preparations were made to put the ship in motion. the long and earnest consultations, which were supposed to relate to their future destiny, were observed by the younger officers to be held between their captain, the first lieutenant, and the mysterious pilot. The latter threw many an anxious glance along the eastern horizon, searching it minutely with his glass, and then would turn his impatient looks at the low, dense bank of fog which, stretching across the ocean like a barrier of cloud, entirely intercepted the view towards the south. To the north and along the land the air was clear, and the sea without a spot of any kind, but in the east a small white sail had been discovered since the opening of day, which was gradually rising above the water, and assuming the appearance of a vessel of some size. Every officer on the quarter-deck in his turn had examined this distant sail, and had ventured an opinion on its destination and character, and even Catherine, who with her cousin was enjoying in the open air the novel beauties of the ocean, had been tempted to place her sparkling eye to a glass to gaze at the stranger. "It is a collier," Griffiths said, "who is hauled from the land in the late gale, and who is luffing up to his course again. If the wind holds here in the south, and he does not get into that fog bank, we can stand off for him and get a supply of fuel before 8 bells are struck. I think his head is to the northward, and that he is steering off the wind," returned the pilot in a musing manner. "If that Dillon succeeded in getting his express far enough along the coast, the alarm has been spread, and we must be wary. The convoy of the Baltic trade is in the North Sea, and news of our presence could easily have been taken off to it by some of the cutters that line the coast. I could wish to get the ship as far south as the Helder." "Then we lose this weather tide," exclaimed the impatient Griffith. "Surely we have the cutter as a lookout. Besides, by beating into the fog we shall lose the enemy, if enemy it be, and it is thought meet for an American frigate to skulk from her foes." The scornful expression that kindled the eye of the pilot like a gleam of sunshine, lighting for an instant some dark dell, and laying bare its secrets, was soon lost in the usually quiet look of his glance, though he hesitated like one who was struggling with his passions before he answered. "If prudence and the service of the States require it, even this proud frigate must retreat and hide from the meanest of her enemies. My advice, Captain Munson, is that you make sail and beat the ship to windward, as Mr. Griffith has suggested, and that you order the cutter to precede us, keeping more in with the land." The aged seaman, who evidently suspended his orders only to receive an intimation of the other's pleasure, immediately commanded his youthful assistant to issue the necessary mandates to put these measures in force. Accordingly, the Alacrity, which vessel had been left under the command of the junior lieutenant of the frigate, was quickly under way, and making short stretches to windward, she soon entered the bank of fog and was lost to the eye. In the meantime the canvas of the ship was loosened and spread leisurely, in order not to disturb the portion of the crew who were sleeping, and following her little consort, she moved heavily through the water, bearing up against the dull breeze. The quiet of regular duty had succeeded to the bustle of making sail, and as the rays of the sun fell less obliquely on the distant land, Catherine and Cecilia were amusing Griffith by vain attempts to point out the rounded eminences which they fancied lay in the vicinity of the deserted mansion of St. Ruth. Barnstable, who had resumed his former station in the frigate as her second lieutenant, was pacing the opposite side of the quarter-deck, holding under his arm the speaking trumpet, which denoted that he held the temporary control of the motions of the ship, and inwardly cursing the restraint that kept him from the side of his mistress. At this moment of universal quiet, when nothing above low dialogues interrupted the dashing of the waves, as they were thrown lazily aside by the bows of the vessel, the report of a light cannon burst out of the barrier of fog and rolled by them on the breeze, apparently vibrating with the rising and sinking of the waters. "There goes the cutter," exclaimed Griffith, the instant the sound was heard. "Surely," said the captain, "Somers is not so indiscreet as to scale his guns, after the caution he has received." "No idle scaling of guns is intended there," said the pilot, straining his eyes to pierce the fog, but soon turning away in disappointment at his inability to succeed. "That gun is shotted, and has been fired in the hurry of a sudden signal. Can your lookout see nothing, Mr. Barnstable?" The lieutenant of the watch hailed the man aloft, and demanded if anything were visible in the direction of the wind, and received for answer that the fog intercepted the view in that quarter of the heavens, but that the sail in the east was a ship running large or before the wind. The pilot shook his head doubtingly at this information, but still he manifested a strong reluctance to relinquish the attempt of getting more to the southward. Again he communed with the commander of the frigate, apart from all other ears, and while they yet deliberated, a second report was heard, leaving no doubt that the Alacrity was firing signal guns for their particular attention. "Perhaps," said Griffith, "he wishes to point out his position, or to ascertain ours, believing that we are lost like himself in the mist." "We have our compasses," returned the doubting captain. "Somers has a meaning in what he says." "See," cried Catherine, with girlish delight, "see, my cousin, see, Barnstable, how beautifully that vapour is wreathing itself in clouds above the smoky line of fog. It stretches already into the very heavens like a lofty pyramid." Barnstable sprang lightly on a gun as he repeated her words. "Pyramids of fog and wreathing clouds! By heaven," he shouted, "'tis a tall ship, royals, sky sails, and stud ding sails all abroad. She is within a mile of us, and comes down like a race horse, with a spanking breeze dead before it. Now know we why Somers is speaking in the mist." "Ay," cried Griffith, "and there goes the Alacrity, just breaking out of the fog, hovering in for the land." "There is a mighty hull under all that cloud of canvas, Captain Munson," said the observant but calm pilot. "It is time, gentlemen, to edge away to leeward." "What, before we know from whom we run?" cried Griffith. "My life on it, there is no single ship King George owns but would tire of the sport before she had played a full game of bowls with." The haughty air of the young man was daunted by the severe look he encountered in the eye of the pilot, and he suddenly ceased, though inwardly chafing with impatient pride. The same eye that detected the canvas above the fog might have seen the flag of a vice admiral fluttering still nearer the heavens, returned the collected stranger. "And England, faulty as she may be, is yet too generous to place a flag officer in time of war in command of a frigate, or a captain in command of a fleet. She knows the value of those who shed their blood in her behalf, and it is thus that she is so well served. Believe me, Captain Munson, there is nothing short of a ship of the line under that symbol of rank and that broad show of canvas." "We shall see, sir, we shall see," returned the old officer, whose manner grew decided as the danger appeared to thicken. "Beat to quarters, Mr. Griffith, for we have none but enemies to expect on this coast." The order was instantly issued, when Griffith remarked with a more temperate zeal, "If Mr. Gray be right, we shall have reason to thank God that we are so light of heel." The cry of a strange vessel close aboard the frigate having already flown down the hatches, the ship was in an uproar at the first tap of the drum. The seamen threw themselves from their hammocks, and lashing them rapidly into long, hard bundles, they rushed to the decks, where they were dexterously stowed in the netting, to aid the defences of the upper part of the vessel. While this tumultuous scene was exhibiting, Griffith gave a secret order to Mary, who disappeared, leading his trembling cousins to a place of safety in the inmost depths of the ship. The guns were cleared of their lumber and loosened, the bulkheads were knocked down, and the cabin relieved of its furniture, and the gun deck exhibited one unbroken line of formidable cannon, arranged in all the order of a naval battery ready to engage. Arm chests were thrown open, and the decks strewed with pikes, cutlasses, pistols, and all the various weapons for boarding. In short, the yards were slung, and every other arrangement was made with a readiness and dexterity that were actually wonderful, though all was performed amid an appearance of disorder and confusion that rendered the ship another Babel during the continuance of the preparations. In a very few minutes everything was completed, and even the voices of the men ceased to be heard answering to their names as they were mustered at their stations by their respective officers. Gradually the ship became as quiet as the grave, and when even Griffith or his commander found it necessary to speak, their voices were calmer and their tones more mild than usual. The course of the vessel was changed to an oblique line from that in which their enemy was approaching, though the appearance of flight was to be studiously avoided to the last moment. When nothing further remained to be done, every eye became fixed on the enormous pile of swelling canvas that was rising, in cloud over cloud, far above the fog, and which was manifestly moving, like driving vapour, swiftly to the north. Presently the dull, smoky boundary of the mist which rested on the water was pushed aside in vast volumes, and the long taper spars that projected from the bowsprit of the strange ship issued from the obscurity, and were quickly followed by the whole of the enormous fabric, to which they were merely light appendages. For a moment streaks of reluctant vapour clung to the huge floating pile, but they were soon shaken off by the rapid vessel, and the whole of her black hull became distinct to the eye. 1, 2, 3 rows of teeth, said Boltrope, deliberately counting the tiers of guns that bristled along the sides of the enemy. A 3-decker, Jack Manly, would show his stern to such a fellow, and even the bloody Scotchman would run. "Hard up with your helm, quartermaster," cried Captain Munson. "There is indeed no time to hesitate, with such an enemy within a quarter of a mile. Turn the hands up, Mr. Griffith, and pack on the ship from her trucks to her lower studding sail booms. Be stirring, sir, be stirring. Hard up with your helm, hard up, and be damned to you." The unusual earnestness of their aged commander acted on the startled crew like a voice from the deep, and they waited not for the usual signals of the boatswain and drummer to be given, before they broke away from their guns and rushed tumultuously to aid in spreading the desired canvas. There was 1 minute of ominous confusion that to an inexperienced eye would have foreboded the destruction of all order in the vessel, during which every hand and each tongue seemed in motion, but it ended in opening the immense folds of light duck which were displayed along the whole line of the masts, far beyond the ordinary sails, overshadowing the waters for a great distance on either side of the vessel. During the moment of inaction that succeeded this sudden exertion, the breeze which had brought up the 3-decker fell fresher on the sails of the frigate, and she started away from her dangerous enemy with a very perceptible advantage in point of sailing. "The fog rises," cried Griffith. "Give us but the wind for an hour, and we shall run her out of gunshot." "These 90s are very fast off the wind," returned the captain in a low tone that was intended only for the ears of his first lieutenant and the pilot, "and we shall have a struggle for it." The quick eye of the stranger was glancing over the movements of his enemy while he answered, "He finds we have the heels of him already. He is making ready, and we shall be fortunate to escape a broadside. Let her yaw a little, Mr. Griffith. Touch her lightly with the helm. If we are raked, sir, we are lost." The captain sprang on the taffrail of his ship with the activity of a younger man, and in an instant he perceived the truth of the other's conjecture. Both vessels now ran for a few minutes, keenly watching each other's motions like two skilful combatants. the English ship making slight deviations from the line of her course, and then, as her movements were anticipated by the other, turning as cautiously in the opposite direction, until a sudden and wide sweep of her huge bows told the Americans plainly on which tack to expect her. Captain Munson made a silent but impressive gesture with his arm, as if the crisis were too important for speech, which indicated to the watchful Griffith the way he wished the frigate sheered to avoid the weight of the impending danger. Both vessels whirled swiftly up to the wind with their heads towards the land, and as the huge black side of the three-decker, checkered with its triple batteries, frowned full upon her foe, it belched forth a flood of fire and smoke, accompanied by a bellowing roar that mocked the surly moanings of the sleeping ocean. The nerves of the bravest man in the frigate contracted their fibres as the hurricane of iron hurtled by them, and each eye appeared to gaze in stupid wonder, as if tracing the flight of the swift engines of destruction. But the voice of Captain Munson was heard in the din, shouting while he waved his hat earnestly in the required direction. Meet her, with the helm, boy! Meet her, Mr. Griffith, meet her! Griffith had so far anticipated this movement as to have already ordered the head of the frigate to be turned in its former course, when, struck by the unearthly cry of the last tones uttered by his commander, he bent his head and beheld the venerable seaman driven through the air, his hat still waving, his grey hair floating in the wind, and his eye set in the wild look of death. "Great God!" exclaimed the young man, rushing to the side of the ship, where he was just in time to see the lifeless body disappear in the waters that were dyed in its blood. "He has been struck by a shot. Lower away the boat, lower away the jolly boat, the barge, the Tiger, the—" "'Tis useless," interrupted the calm, deep voice of the pilot. "He has met a warrior's end, and he sleeps in a sailor's grave. The ship is getting before the wind again, and the enemy is keeping his vessel away." The youthful lieutenant was recalled by these words to his duty, and reluctantly turned his eyes away from the bloody spot on the waters which the busy frigate had already passed, to resume the command of the vessel with a forced composure. "He has cut some of our running gear," said the master, whose eye had never ceased to dwell on the spars and rigging of the ship, "and there's a splinter out of the main topmast that is big enough for a fid. He has let daylight through some of our canvas too, but taking it by and large, the squall has gone over and little harm done. Didn't I hear something said of Captain Munson getting jammed by a shot?" "He is killed," said Griffith, speaking in a voice that was yet husky with horror. "He is dead, sir, and carried overboard. There is more need than we forget not ourselves in this crisis." "Dead!" said Boltrope, suspending the operation of his active jaws for a moment in surprise, "and buried in a wet jacket! Well, it is lucky 'tis no worse, for damn me if I did not think every stick in the ship would have been cut out of her." With this consolatory remark on his lips, the master walked slowly forward, continuing his orders to repair the damages with a singleness of purpose that rendered him, however uncouth as a friend, an invaluable man in his station. Griffith had not yet brought his mind to the calmness that was so essential to discharge the duties which had thus suddenly and awfully devolved on him, when his elbow was lightly touched by the pilot, who had drawn closer to his side. "The enemy appear satisfied with the experiment," said the stranger, "and as we work the quicker of the two, he loses too much ground to repeat it, if he be a true seaman." "And yet, as he finds we leave him so fast," returned Griffith, "he must see that all his hopes rest in cutting us up aloft. I dread that he will come by the wind again, and lay us under his broadside. We should need a quarter of an hour to run without his range, if he were anchored." "He plays a sure game. See you not that the vessel we made in the eastern board shows the hull of a frigate? 'Tis past a doubt that they are of one squadron, and that the expresses have sent them in our wake. The English admiral has spread a broad clue, Mr. Griffith, and as he gathers in his ships, he sees that his game has been successful." The faculties of Griffith had been too much occupied with the hurry of the chase to look at the ocean, but startled at the information of the pilot, who spoke coolly, though like a man sensible of the existence of approaching danger, he took the glass from the other, and with his own eye examined the different vessels in sight. It is certain that the experienced officer, whose flag was flying above the light sails of the three-decker, saw the critical situation of his chase, and reasoned much in the same manner as the pilot, or the fearful expedient apprehended by Griffith would have been adopted. Prudence, however, dictated that he should prevent his enemy from escaping by pressing so closely on his rear as to render it impossible for the American to haul across his bows and run into the open sea between his own vessel and the nearest frigate of his squadron. The unpractised reader will be able to comprehend the case better by accompanying the understanding eye of Griffith as it glanced from point to point, following the whole horizon. To the west lay the land, along which the Alacrity was urging her way industriously, with the double purpose of keeping her consort abeam, and of avoiding a dangerous proximity to their powerful enemy. To the east, bearing off the starboard bow of the American frigate, was the vessel first seen, and which now began to exhibit the hostile appearance of a ship of war, steering in a line converging towards themselves, and rapidly drawing nigher, while far in the northeast was a vessel as yet faintly discerned, whose evolutions could not be mistaken by one who understood the movements of nautical warfare. "We are hemmed in effectually," said Griffith, dropping the glass from his eye, "and I know not but our wisest course would be to haul into the land, and cutting everything light adrift, endeavour to pass the broadside of the flagship." "Provided she left a rag of canvas to do it with," returned the pilot. "Sir, 'tis an idle hope. She would strip your ship in 10 minutes to her plank shears. Had it not been for a lucky wave on which so many of her shot struck and glanced upwards, we should have nothing to boast of left from the fire she has already given. We must stand on, and drop the 3-decker as far as possible." "But the frigates," said Griffith, "what are we to do with the frigates?" "Fight them," returned the pilot in a low, determined voice. "Fight them. Young man, I have borne the stars and stripes aloft in greater straits than this, and even with honour. Think not that my fortune will desert me now. We shall have an hour of desperate battle. On that we may calculate. But I have lived through whole days of bloodshed. You seem not one to quail at the sight of an enemy." "Let me proclaim your name to the men," said Griffith. "'Twill quicken their blood, and at such a moment be a host in itself." "They want it not," returned the pilot, checking the hasty zeal of the other with his hand. "I would be unnoticed, unless I am known, as becomes me. I will share your danger, but would not rob you of a tittle of your glory. Should we come to grapple," he continued, with a smile of conscious pride gleamed across his face, "I will give forth the word as a war cry, and believe me, these English will quail before it." Griffith submitted to the stranger's will, and after they had deliberated further on the nature of their evolutions, he gave his attention again to the management of the vessel. The first object which met his eye on turning from the pilot was Colonel Howard, pacing the quarter-deck with a determined brow and a haughty mien, as if already in the enjoyment of that triumph which now seemed certain. "I fear, sir," said the young man, approaching him with respect, "that you will soon find the deck unpleasant and dangerous. Your wards are—" "Mention not the unworthy term," interrupted the colonel. "What greater pleasure can there be than to inhale the odour of loyalty that is wafted from yonder floating tower of the king? And danger, you know but little of old George Howard, young man, if you think he would for thousands miss seeing that symbol of rebellion levelled before the flag of his majesty." "If that be your wish, Colonel Howard," returned Griffith, biting his lip as he looked around at the wondering seamen who were listeners, "you will wait in vain. But I pledge you my word that when that time arrives you shall be advised, and that your own hand shall do the ignoble deed." "Edward Griffith, why not this moment? This is your moment of probation. Submit to the clemency of the crown, and yield your crew to the royal mercy. In such a case I would remember the child of my brother Harry's friend, and believe me, my name is known to the ministry. And you, misguided and ignorant abettors of rebellion, cast aside your useless weapons, or prepare to meet the vengeance of yonder powerful and victorious servant of your prince." "Fall back, back with ye, fellows!" cried Griffith fiercely to the men who were gathering around the colonel, with looks of sullen vengeance. "If a man of you dare approach him, he shall be cast into the sea." The sailors retreated at the order of their commander, but the elated veteran had continued to pace the deck for many minutes before stronger interests diverted the angry glances of the seamen to other objects. Notwithstanding, the ship of the line was slowly sinking beneath the distant waves, and in less than an hour from the time she had fired the broadside, no more than one of her 3 tiers of guns was visible from the deck of the frigate. She yet presented an irresistible obstacle against retreat to the south. On the other hand, the ship first seen drew so nigh as to render the glass no longer necessary in watching her movements. She proved to be a frigate, though one so materially lighter than the American as to have rendered her conquest easy, had not her 2 consorts continued to press on for the scene of battle with such rapidity. During the chase the scene had shifted from the point opposite to St. Ruth to the verge of those shoals where our tale commenced. As they approached the latter, the smallest of the English ships drew so nigh as to render the combat unavoidable. Griffith and his crew had not been idle in the intermediate time, but all the usual preparations against the casualties of a sea fight had been duly made, when the drum once more called the men to their quarters, and the ship was deliberately stripped of her unnecessary sails like a prize fighter about to enter the arena, casting aside the encumbrances of dress. At the instant she gave this intimation of her intention to abandon flight and trust the issue to the combat, the nearest English frigate also took in her light canvas in token of her acceptance of the challenge. "He is but a little fellow," said Griffith to the pilot, who hovered at his elbow with a sort of fatherly interest in the other's conduct of the battle, "though he carries a stout heart." "We must crush him at a blow," returned the stranger. "Not a shot must be delivered until our yards are locking. I see him training his 12s upon us already. We may soon expect his fire." "After standing the brunt of a 90-gun ship," observed the collected pilot, "we shall not shrink from the broadside of a 32. "Stand to your guns, men," cried Griffith through his trumpet. "Not a shot is to be fired without the order." This caution, so necessary to check the ardor of the seamen, was hardly uttered before their enemy became wrapped in sheets of fire and volumes of smoke, as gun after gun hurled its iron missiles at their vessel in quick succession. 10 minutes might have passed, the two vessels sheering close to each other every foot they advanced, during which time the crew of the American were compelled by their commander to suffer the fire of their adversary without returning a shot. This short period, which seemed an age to the seamen, was distinguished in their vessel by deep silence. Even the wounded and dying who fell in every part of the ship stifled their groans under the influence of the severe discipline which gave a character to every man and each movement of the vessel, and those officers who were required to speak were heard only in the lowest tones of resolute preparation. At length the ship slowly entered the skirts of the smoke that enveloped their enemy, and Griffith heard the man who stood at his side whisper the word "Now." "Let them have it!" cried Griffith in a voice that was heard in the remotest parts of the ship. The shout that burst from the seamen appeared to lift the decks of the vessel, and the affrighted frigate trembled like an aspen with the recoil of her own massive artillery that shot forth a single sheet of flame, the sailors having disregarded in their impatience the usual order of firing. The effect of that broadside on the enemy was still more dreadful, for a death-like silence succeeded to the roar of the guns, which was only broken by the shrieks and execrations that burst from her like the moanings of the damned. During the few moments in which the Americans were again loading their cannon, and the English were recovering from their confusion, the vessel of the former moved slowly past her antagonist, and was already doubling across her bows, when the latter was suddenly, and considering the inequality of their forces, it may be added desperately, headed into her enemy. The two frigates grappled. The sudden and furious charge made by the Englishman, as he threw his masses of daring seamen along his bowsprit and out of his channels, had nearly taken Griffith by surprise. Manuel had delivered his first fire with the broadside, now did good service by ordering his men to beat back the intruders by a steady and continued discharge. Even the wary pilot lost sight of their other foes in the high daring of that moment, and smiles of stern pleasure were exchanged between him and Griffith, as both comprehended at a glance their advantages. "Lash his bowsprit to our mizzen-mast," shouted the lieutenant, "and we will sweep his decks as he lies." 20 men sprang eagerly forward to execute the order, among the foremost of whom were Boltrope and the stranger. "Ay, now, he's our own," cried the busy master, "and we will take an owner's liberties with him, and break him up, for by the eternal—" "Peace, rude man," said the pilot in a voice of solemn remonstrance. At the next instant, "You may face your God, mock not his awful name." The master found time, before he threw himself from the spar on the deck of the frigate again, to cast a look of amazement at his companion, who with a steady mien, but with an eye that lighted with a warrior's ardour, viewed the battle that raged around him, like one who marked its progress to control the result. The sight of the Englishmen rushing onward with shouts and bitter menaces warmed the blood of Colonel Howard, who pressed to the side of the frigate, and encouraged his friends by his gestures and voice to come on. "Away with ye, old croaker!" cried the master, seizing him by the collar. "Away with ye to the hold, or I'll order you fired from a gun." "Down with your arms, rebellious dog!" shouted the colonel, carried beyond himself by the ardour of the fray. "Down to the dust, and implore the mercy of your injured prince." Invigorated by a momentary glow, the veteran grappled with his brawny antagonist, but the issue of the short struggle was yet suspended, when the English, driven back by the fire of the marines and the menacing front that Griffith with his boarders presented, retreated to the forecastle of their own ship, and attempted to return the deadly blows they were receiving in their hull from the cannon that Barnstable directed. A solitary gun was all they could bring to bear on the Americans, but this, loaded with canister, was fired so near as to send its glaring flame into the very faces of their enemies. The struggling colonel, who was already sinking beneath the arm of his foe, felt the rough grasp loosen from his throat at the flash, and the two combatants sunk powerless on their knees facing each other. "How now, brother?" exclaimed Boltrope, with a smile of grim fierceness. "Some of that grist has gone to your mill, ha?" No answer could, however, be given before the yielding forms of both fell to the deck, where they lay helpless amid the din of the battle and the wild confusion of the eager combatants. Notwithstanding the furious struggle they witnessed, the elements did not cease their functions, and urged by the breeze and lifted irresistibly on a wave, the American ship was forced through the water still further across the bows of her enemy. The idle fastenings of hemp and iron were snapped asunder like strings of tow, and Griffith saw his own ship borne away from the Englishman at the instant that the bowsprit of the latter was torn from its lashings and tumbled into the sea, followed by spar after spar, until nothing of all her proud tackling was remaining but the few parted and useless ropes that were left dangling along the stumps of her lower masts. As his own stately vessel moved from the confusion she had caused, and left the dense cloud of smoke in which her helpless antagonist lay, the eye of the young man glanced anxiously toward the horizon, where he now remembered he had more foes to contend against. "We have shaken off the 32 most happily," he said to the pilot, who followed his motions with singular interest. "But here is another fellow sheering in for us, who shows as many ports as ourselves, and who appears inclined for a closer interview. Besides, the hull of the 90 is rising again, and I fear she will be down but too soon." "We must keep the use of our braces and sails," returned the pilot, "and on no account close with the other frigate. We must play a double game, sir, and fight this new adversary with our heels as well as with our guns. 'Tis time, then, that we were busy, for he is shortening sail, and as he nears so fast, we may expect to hear from him every minute. What do you propose, sir?" "Let him gather in his canvas," returned the pilot, "and when he thinks himself snug, we can throw out 100 men at once upon our yards, and spread everything alow and aloft. We may then draw ahead of him by surprise if we can once get him in our wake. I have no fears of dropping them all." "A stern chase is a long chase," cried Griffith, "and the thing may do. Clear up the decks here, and carry down the wounded, and as we have our hands full, the poor fellows who have done with us must go overboard at once." This melancholy duty was instantly attended to, while the young seaman who commanded the frigate returned to his duty with the absorbed air of one who felt its high responsibility. These occupations, however, did not prevent his hearing the sounds of Barnstable's voice calling eagerly to young Mary. Bending his head towards the sound, Griffith beheld his friend looking anxiously up the main hatch, with a face grimed with smoke, his coat off, and his shirt bespattered with human blood. "Tell me, boy," he said, "is Mr. Griffith untouched? They say that a shot came in upon the quarter-deck that tripped up the heels of half a dozen." Before Mary could answer, the eyes of Barnstable, which even while he spoke was scanning the state of the vessel's rigging, encountered the kind looks of Griffith, and from that moment perfect harmony was restored between the friends. "Ah, you are there, Griff, and with a whole skin, I see," cried Barnstable, smiling with pleasure. "They have passed poor Boltrope down into one of his own storerooms. If that fellow's bowsprit had held on 10 minutes longer, what a mark I should have made on his face and eyes." "'Tis perhaps best as it is," returned Griffith, "but what have you done with those whom we are most bound to protect?" Barnstable made a significant gesture towards the depths of the vessel as he answered, "On the cable, safe as wood, iron, and water can keep them, though Catherine has had her head up 3 times to—" A summons from the pilot drew Griffith away, and the young officers were compelled to forget their individual feelings in the pressing duties of their stations. The ship which the American frigate had now to oppose was a vessel of near her own size and equipage, and when Griffith looked at her again, he perceived that she had made her preparations to assert her equality in manful fight. Her sails had been gradually reduced to the usual quantity, and by certain movements on her decks, the lieutenant and his constant attendant, the pilot, well understood that she only wanted to lessen her distance a few hundred yards to begin the action. "Now spread everything," whispered the stranger. Griffith applied the trumpet to his mouth, and shouted in a voice that was carried even to his enemy, "Let fall! Out with your booms! Sheet home! Hoist away of everything!" The inspiring cry was answered by a universal bustle. 50 men flew out on the dizzy heights of the different spars, while broad sheets of canvas rose as suddenly along the masts as if some mighty bird were spreading its wings. The Englishman instantly perceived his mistake, and he answered the artifice by a roar of artillery. Griffith watched the effects of the broadside with an absorbing interest as the shot whistled above his head, but when he perceived his masts untouched, and the few unimportant ropes only that were cut, he replied to the uproar with a burst of pleasure. A few men were, however, seen clinging with wild frenzy to the cordage, dropping from rope to rope like wounded birds fluttering through a tree until they fell heavily into the ocean, the sullen ship sweeping by them in cold indifference. At the next instant the spars and masts of their enemy exhibited a display of men similar to their own, when Griffith again placed the trumpet to his mouth and shouted aloud, "Give it to them! Drive them from their yards, boys! Scatter them with your grape! Unreeve their rigging!" The crew of the American wanted but little encouragement to enter on this experiment with hearty goodwill, and the close of his cheering words were uttered amid the deafening roar of his own cannon. The pilot had, however, mistaken the skill and readiness of their foe, for notwithstanding the disadvantageous circumstances under which the Englishman increased his sail, the duty was steadily and dexterously performed. The two ships were now running rapidly on parallel lines, hurling at each other their instruments of destruction with furious industry, and with severe and certain loss to both, though with no manifest advantage in favour of either. Both Griffith and the pilot witnessed with deep concern this unexpected defeat of their hopes, for they could not conceal from themselves that each moment lessened their velocity through the water, as the shot of their enemies stripped the canvas from the yards, or dashed aside the lighter spars in their terrible progress. "We find our equal here," said Griffith to the stranger. "The 90 is heaving up again like a mountain, and if we continue to shorten sail at this rate, she will soon be down upon us." "You say truth, sir," returned the pilot, musing. "The man shows judgment as well as spirit, but—" He was interrupted by Mary, who rushed from the forward part of the vessel, his whole face betokening the eagerness of his spirit and the importance of his intelligence. "The breakers!" he cried, when nigh enough to be heard amid the din. "We are running dead on a ripple, and the sea is white not 200 yards ahead." The pilot jumped on a gun, and bending to catch a glimpse through the smoke, he shouted in those clear, piercing tones that could be even heard among the roaring of the cannon, "Port, port, your helm! We are on the devil's grip. Pass up the trumpet, sir. Port, your helm, fellow! Give it them, boys! Give it to the proud English dogs!" Griffith unhesitatingly relinquished the symbol of his rank, fastening his own firm look on the calm but quick eye of the pilot, and gathering assurance from the high confidence he read in the countenance of the stranger. The seamen were too busy with their cannon and their rigging to regard the new danger, and the frigate entered one of the dangerous passes of the shoals in the heat of a severely contested battle. The wondering looks of a few of the older sailors glanced at the sheets of foam that flew by them, in doubt whether the wild gambols of the waves were occasioned by the shot of the enemy, when suddenly the noise of cannon was succeeded by the sullen wash of the disturbed element, and presently the vessel glided out of her smoky shroud and was boldly steering in the centre of the narrow passages. For 10 breathless minutes longer the pilot continued to hold an uninterrupted sway, during which the vessel ran swiftly by ripples and breakers, by streaks of foam and darker passages of deep water, when he threw down his trumpet and exclaimed, "What threatened to be our destruction has proved our salvation. Keep yonder hill crowned with wood, one point open from the church tower at its base, and steer east by north. You will run through these shoals on that course in an hour, and by so doing you will gain 5 leagues of your enemy, who will have to double their tail." The moment he stepped from the gun, the pilot lost the air of authority that had so singularly distinguished his animated form, and even the close interest he had manifested in the incidents of the day became lost in the cold, settled reserve he had affected during his intercourse with his present associates. Every officer in the ship, after the breathless suspense of uncertainty had passed, rushed to those places where a view might be taken of their enemies. The 90 was still steering boldly onward, and had already approached the 32, which lay a helpless wreck, rolling on the unruly seas that were rudely tossing her on their wanton billows. The frigate last engaged was running along the edge of the ripple, with her torn sails flying loosely in the air, her ragged spars tottering in the breeze, and everything above her hull exhibiting the confusion of a sudden and unlooked for check to her progress. The exulting taunts and mirthful congratulations of the seamen, as they gazed at the English ships, were, however, soon forgotten in the attention that was required to their own vessel. The drums beat the retreat, the guns were lashed, the wounded again removed, and every individual able to keep the deck was required to lend his assistance in repairing the damages of the frigate and securing her masts. The promised hour carried the ship safely through all the dangers, which were much lessened by daylight, and by the time the sun had begun to fall over the land, Griffith, who had not quitted the deck during the day, beheld his vessel once more cleared of the confusion of the chase and battle, and ready to meet another foe. At this period he was summoned to the cabin, at the request of the ship's chaplain, delivering the charge of the frigate to Barnstable, who had been his active assistant, no less in their subsequent labours than in the combat. He hastily divested himself of the vestiges of the fight, and proceeded to obey the repeated and earnest call. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Whither midst falling dew, while glow the heavens with the last steps of day, far through their rosy depths dost thou pursue thy solitary way? Bryant. When the young seaman, who now commanded the frigate, descended from the quarter-deck in compliance with the often repeated summons, he found the vessel restored to the same neatness as if nothing had occurred to disturb its order. The gun-deck had been cleansed of its horrid stains, and the smoke of the fight had long since ascended through the hatches and mingled with the clouds that flitted above the ship. As he walked along the silent batteries, even the urgency of his visit could not prevent him from glancing his eyes towards the splintered sides, those terrible vestiges by which the paths of the shot of their enemy might be traced, and by the time he tapped lightly at the door of the cabin, his quick look had embraced every material injury the vessel had sustained in her principal points of defence. The door was opened by the surgeon of the frigate, who, as he stepped aside to permit Griffith to enter, shook his head with that air of meaning which, in one of his profession, is understood to imply the abandonment of all hopes, and then immediately quitted the apartment in order to attend to those who might profit by his services. The reader is not to imagine that Griffith had lost sight of Cecilia and her cousin during the occurrences of that eventful day. On the contrary, his troubled fancy had presented her terror and distress, even in the hottest moments of the fight. In the instant that the crew were called from their guns, he had issued an order to replace the bulkheads of the cabin, and to arrange its furniture for their accommodation, though the higher and imperious duties of his station had precluded his attending to their comfort in person. He expected, therefore, to find the order of the rooms restored, but he was by no means prepared to encounter the scene he was now to witness. Between two of the sullen cannon, which gave such an air of singular wildness to the real comfort of the cabin, was placed a large couch, on which the colonel was lying, evidently near his end. Cecilia was weeping by his side, her dark ringlets falling in unheeded confusion around her pale features, and sweeping in their rich exuberance the deck on which she kneeled. Catherine leaned tenderly over the form of the dying veteran, while her dark, tearful eyes seemed to express self-accusation blended with deep commiseration. A few attendants of both sexes surrounded the solemn scene, all of whom appeared to be under the influence of the hopeless intelligence which the medical officer had but that moment communicated. The servants of the ship had replaced the furniture with a care that mocked the dreadful struggle that so recently disfigured the warlike apartment, and the stout square frame of Boltrope occupied the opposite settee, his head resting on the lap of the captain's steward, and his hand gently held in the grasp of his friend the chaplain. Griffith had heard of the wound of the master, but his own eyes now conveyed the first intelligence of the situation of Colonel Howard. When the shock of this sudden discovery had a little subsided, the young man approached the couch of the latter, and attempted to express his regret and pity in a voice that afforded an assurance of his sincerity. "Say no more, Edward Griffith," interrupted the colonel, waving his hand feebly for silence. "It seemeth to be the will of God that this rebellion should triumph, and it is not for vain man to impeach the acts of omnipotence. To my erring faculties it wears an appearance of mystery, but doubtless it is to answer the purpose of his own inscrutable providence. I have sent for you, Edward, on a business that I would fain see accomplished before I die, that it may not be said that old George Howard neglected his duty even in his last moments. You see this weeping child at my side. Tell me, young man, do you love the maiden?" "Am I to be asked such a question?" exclaimed Griffith. "And will you cherish her? Will you supply to her the places of father and mother? Will you become the fond guardian of her innocence and weakness?" Griffith could give no other answer than a fervent pressure of the hand he had clasped. "I believe you," continued the dying man, for, however he may have forgotten to inculcate his own loyalty, worthy Hugh Griffith could never neglect to make his son a man of honour. "I had weak and perhaps evil wishes in behalf of my late unfortunate kinsman, Mr. Christopher Dillon, but they have told me that he was false to his faith. If this be true, I would refuse him the hand of the girl though he claimed the fealty of the British realms. But he has passed away, and I am about to follow him into a world where we shall find but one Lord to serve. It may have been better for us both had we more remembered our duty to him while serving the princes of the earth. One thing further, know you this officer of your Congress well, this Mr. Barnstable? I have sailed with him for years, returned Griffith, and can answer for him as myself. The veteran made an effort to rise, which in part succeeded, and he fastened on the youth a look of keen scrutiny that gave to his pallid features an expression of solemn meaning as he continued, "Speak not now, sir, as the companion of his idle pleasures, and as the unthinking associate commends his fellow, but remember that your opinion is given to a dying man who leans on your judgment for advice. The daughter of John Plowden is a trust not to be neglected, nor will my death prove easy if a doubt of her being worthily bestowed shall remain." "He is a gentleman," returned Griffith, "and one whose heart is not less kind than gallant. He loves your ward, and great as may be her merit, he is deserving of it all. Like myself, he has also loved the land that gave him birth before the land of his ancestors. But that is now forgotten," interrupted the colonel. "After what I have this day witnessed, I am forced to believe that it is the pleasure of heaven that you are to prevail. But, sir, a disobedient inferior will be apt to make an unreasonable commander. The recent contention between you—" "Remember it not, dear sir," exclaimed Griffith with generous zeal. "'Twas unkindly provoked, and it is already forgotten and pardoned. He has sustained me nobly throughout the day, and my life on it that he knows how to treat a woman as a brave man should." "Then am I content," said the veteran, sinking back on his couch. "Let him be summoned." The whispering message which Griffith gave requesting Mr. Barnstable to enter the cabin was quickly conveyed, and he had appeared before his friend deemed it discreet to disturb the reflections of the veteran by again addressing him. When the entrance of the young sailor was announced, the colonel again roused himself, and addressed his wondering listener, though in a manner much less confiding and familiar than that which he had adopted towards Griffith. "The declarations you made last night relative to my ward, the daughter of the late Captain John Plowden, sir, have left me nothing to learn on the subject of your wishes. Here then, gentlemen, you both obtain the reward of your attentions. Let that reverend divine here you pronounce the marriage vows, while I have strength to listen, that I may be a witness against ye in heaven, should ye forget their tenor." "Not now, not now," murmured Cecilia. "Oh, ask it not now, my uncle." Catherine spoke not, but deeply touched by the tender interest her guardian manifested in her welfare, she bowed her face to her bosom in subdued feeling, and suffered the tears that had been suffering her eyes to roll down her cheeks in large drops, till they bathed the deck. "Yes, now, my love," continued the colonel, "or I fail in my duty. I go shortly to stand face to face with your parents, my children, for the man who, dying, expects not to meet worthy Hugh Griffith and honest Jack Plowden in heaven, can have no clear view of the rewards that belong to lives of faithful service to the country, or of gallant loyalty to the king. I trust no one can justly say that I ever forgot the delicacy due to your gentle sex, but it is no moment for idle ceremony, when time is shortening into minutes, and heavy duties remain to be discharged. I could not die in peace, children, were I to leave you here in the wide ocean, I had almost said in the wide world, without that protection which becomes your tender years and still more tender characters. If it has pleased God to remove your guardian, let his place be supplied by those he wills to succeed him." Cecilia no longer hesitated, but she arose slowly from her knees, and offered her hand to Griffith with an air of forced resignation. Catherine submitted to be led by Barnstable to her side, and the chaplain, who had been an affected listener to the dialogue, in obedience to an expressive signal from the eye of Griffith, opened the prayer book from which he had been gleaning consolation for the dying master, and commenced reading in trembling tones the marriage service. The vows were pronounced by the weeping brides in voices more distinct and audible than if they had been uttered amid the gay crowds that usually throng a bridal, for though they were the irreclaimable words that bound them forever to the men whose power over their feelings they thus proclaimed to the world, the reserve of maiden diffidence was lost in one engrossing emotion of solemnity. created by the awful presence in which they stood. When the benediction was pronounced, the head of Cecilia dropped on the shoulder of her husband, where she wept violently for a moment, and then resuming her place at the couch, she once more knelt at the side of her uncle. Catherine received the warm kiss of Barnstable passively, and returned to the spot whence she had been led. Colonel Howard succeeded in raising his person to witness the ceremony, and had answered to each prayer with a fervent amen. He fell back with the last words, and a look of satisfaction shone in his aged and pallid features that declared the interest he had taken in the scene. "I thank you, my children," he at length uttered. "I thank you, for I know how much you have sacrificed to my wishes. You will find all my papers relative to the estates of my wards, gentlemen, in the hands of my banker in London, and you will also find there my will, Edward, by which you will learn that Cicely has not come to your arms an unportioned bride. What my wards are in persons and manners your eyes can witness, and I trust the vouchers in London will show that I have not been an unfaithful steward to their pecuniary affairs." "Name it not, say no more, or you will break my heart," cried Catherine, sobbing aloud, in the violence of her remorse at having ever pained so true a friend. "Oh, talk of yourself, think of yourself. We are unworthy, at least I am unworthy of another thought." The dying man extended a hand to her in kindness, and continued, though his voice grew feebler as he spoke, "Then to return to myself, I would wish to lie, like my ancestors, in the bosom of the earth, and in consecrated ground." "It shall be done," whispered Griffith. "I will see it done myself." "I thank thee, my son," said the veteran, "for such thou art to me in being the husband of Cicely. You will find in my will that I have liberated and provided for all my slaves, except those ungrateful scoundrels who deserted their master. They have seized their own freedom, and they need not be indebted to me for the same. There is, Edward, also an unworthy legacy to the king. His majesty will deign to receive it from an old and faithful servant, and you will not miss the trifling gift." A long pause followed, as if he had been summing up the account of his earthly duties, and found them duly balanced, when he added, "Kiss me, Cicely, and you, Catherine. I find you have the genuine feelings of honest Jack your father. My eyes grow dim. Which is the hand of Griffith? Young gentlemen, I have given you all that a fond old man had to bestow. Deal tenderly with the precious child. We have not properly understood each other. I had mistaken both you and Mr. Christopher Dillon, I believe. Perhaps I may also have mistaken my duty to America. But I was too old to change my politics or my religion. I love the king. God bless him." His words became fainter and fainter as he proceeded, and the breath deserted his body with this benediction on his livid lips, which the proudest monarch might covet from so honest a man. The body was instantly borne into a stateroom by the attendants, and Griffith and Barnstable supported their brides into the after cabin, where they left them seated on the sofa that lined the stern of the ship, weeping bitterly in each other's arms. No part of the preceding scene had been unobserved by Boltrope, whose small hard eyes were observed by the young men to twinkle when they returned into the state apartment, and they approached their wounded comrade to apologize for the seeming neglect that their conduct had displayed. "I heard you were hurt, Boltrope," said Griffith, taking him kindly by the hand, "but as I know you are not unused to being marked by shot, I trust we shall soon see you again on deck." "Ay, ay," returned the master. "You'll want no spy glasses to see the old hulk as you launch it into the sea. I've had shot, as you say, before now, to tear my running gear, and even to knock a splinter out of some of my timbers, but this fellow has found his way into my bread room, and the cruise of life is up." "Surely the case is not so bad, honest David," said Barnstable. "You have kept afloat, to my knowledge, with a bigger hole in your skin than this unlucky hit has made." "Ay, ay," returned the master, "that was in my upper works, where the doctor could get at it with a plug. But this chap has knocked away the shifting boards, and I feel as if the whole cargo was broken up. You may say that tourniquet rates me all the same as a dead man, for after looking at the shot hole, he has turned me over to the parson here, like a piece of old junk, which is only fit to be worked up into something new. Captain Munson had a lucky time of it. I think you said, Mr. Griffith, that the old gentleman was launched overboard with everything standing, and that death made but one rap at his door before he took his leave. His end was indeed sudden, returned Griffith, but it is what we seamen must expect, and for which there is so much the more occasion to be prepared, the chaplain ventured to add in a low, humble, and perhaps timid voice. The sailing master looked keenly from one to the other as they spoke, and after a short pause he continued with an air of great submission. "'Twas his luck, and I suppose it is sinful to begrudge a man his lawful luck. As for being prepared, parson, that is your business and not mine. Therefore, as there is but little time to spare, why, the sooner you set about it the better. And to save unnecessary trouble, I may as well tell you not to strive to make too much of me, for I must own it to my shame I never took learning kindly. If you can fit me for some middling berth in the other world, like the one I hold in this ship, it will suit me as well, and perhaps be easier to all hands of us." If there was a shade of displeasure blended with the surprise that crossed the features of the divine at this extraordinary limitation of his duties, it entirely disappeared when he considered more closely the perfect expression of simplicity with which the dying master uttered his wishes. After a long and melancholy pause, which neither Griffith or his friend felt any inclination to interrupt, the chaplain replied, "It is not the province of man to determine on the decrees of the merciful dispensations of the Deity, and nothing that I can do, Mr. Boltrope, will have any weight in making up the mighty and irrevocable decree. What I said to you last night in our conversation on this very subject must still be fresh in your memory, and there is no good reason why I should hold a different language to you now." "I can't say that I logged all that passed," returned the master, "and that which I do recollect fell chiefly from myself, for the plain reason that a man remembers his own better than his neighbour's ideas. And this puts me in mind, Mr. Griffith, to tell you that one of the 42s from the 3-decker travelled across the forecastle and cut the best bower within a fathom of the clinch, as handily as an old woman would clip her rotten yarn with a pair of tailor's shears. If you will be so good as to order one of my mates to shift the cable end for end and make a new bend of it, I'll do as much for you another time." "Mention it not," said Griffith. "Rest assured that everything shall be done for the security of the ship in your department. I will superintend the whole duty in person, and I would have you release your mind from all anxiety on the subject to attend to your more important interests elsewhere." "Why," returned Boltrope, with a little show of pertinacity, "I have an opinion that the cleaner a man takes his hands into the other world of the matters of duty in this, the better he will be fitted to handle anything new. Now the parson here undertook to lay down the doctrine last night that it was no matter how well or how ill a man behaved himself, so that he squared his conscience by the lifts and braces of faith, which I take to be a doctrine that is not to be preached on shipboard, for it would play the devil with the best ship's company that was ever mustered." "Oh, no, no, dear Mr. Boltrope, you mistook me and my doctrine altogether," exclaimed the chaplain. "At least you mistook—" "Perhaps, sir," interrupted Griffith gently, "our honest friend will not be more fortunate now. Is there nothing earthly that hangs upon your mind, Boltrope? No wish to be remembered to any one, nor any bequest to make of your property?" "He has a mother, I know," said Barnstable in a low voice. "He often spoke of her to me in the night watches. I think she must still be living." The master, who distinctly heard his young shipmates, continued for more than a minute rolling the tobacco, which he still retained, from one side of his mouth to the other, with an industry that denoted singular agitation for the man, and raising one of his broad hands, with the other he picked the worn skin from fingers which were already losing their brownish yellow hue in the fading colour of death, before he answered, "Why, yes, the old woman still keeps her grip upon life, which is more than can be said of her son David. The old man was lost the time the Susan and Dorothy was wrecked on the back of Cape Cod. You remember it, Mr. Barnstable. You were then a lad, sailing on whaling voyages from the island. Well, ever since that gale, I've endeavoured to make smooth water for the old woman myself, though she has had but a rough passage of it at the best. the voyage of life with her having been pretty much crossed by rugged weather and short stores. "And you would have us carry some message to her?" said Griffith, kindly. "Why, as to messages," continued the master, whose voice was rapidly growing more husky and broken, "there never has been many compliments passed between us, for the reason that she is not more used to receive them than I am to make them. But if any one of you will overhaul the purser's books, and see what there is standing here to my side of the leaf, and take a little pains to get it to the old woman, you will find her moored in the lee side of a house. Here it is, number 10 Cornhill, Boston. I took care to get her a good warm berth, seeing that a woman of 80 wants a snug anchorage at her time of life, if ever." "I will do it myself, David," cried Barnstable, struggling to conceal his emotion. "I will call on her the instant we let go our anchor in Boston harbor, and as your credit can't be large, I will divide my own purse with her." The sailing master was powerfully affected by this kind offer, the muscles of his hard, weather-beaten face working convulsively, and it was a moment before he could trust his voice in reply. "I know you would, Dicky, I know you would," he at length uttered, grasping the hand of Barnstable with a portion of his former strength. "I know you would give the old woman one of your own limbs, if it would do her service to the mother of a messmate, which it would not, seeing that I am not the son of a cannibal. But you are out of your own father's books, and it's too often shoal water in your pockets to help any one, more especially since you have just been spliced to a pretty young body that will want all your spare coppers." "But I am master of my own fortune," said Griffith, "and am rich." I have heard it said you could build a frigate and set her afloat all a-taunt without thrusting your hand into any man's purse but your own." "And I pledge you the honour of a naval officer," continued the young sailor, "that she shall want for nothing, not eyes the care and tenderness of a dutiful son." Boltrope appeared to be choking. He made an attempt to raise his exhausted frame on the couch, but fell back exhausted and dying, perhaps a little prematurely, through the powerful and unusual emotions that were struggling for Boltrope appeared to be choking. He made an attempt to raise his exhausted frame on the couch, but fell back exhausted and dying, perhaps a little prematurely, through the powerful and unusual emotions that were struggling for utterance. "God forgive me my misdeeds," he at length said, "and chiefly for ever speaking a word against your discipline. Remember the best bower, and look to the slings of the lower yards, and he'll do it, Dicky, he'll do it. I'm casting off the fasts of life, and so God bless ye all, and give ye good weather, going large or on a bowline." The tongue of the master failed him, but a look of heartfelt satisfaction gleamed across his rough visage, as its muscles suddenly contracted when the fated lineaments slowly settled into the appalling stiffness of death. Griffith directed the body to be removed to the apartment of the master, and proceeded with a heavy heart to the upper deck. The alacrity had been unnoticed during the arduous chase of the frigate, and favoured by daylight and her light draught of water, she had easily effected her escape also among the mazes of the shoals. She was called down to her consort by signal, and received the necessary instructions how to steer during the approaching night. The British ships were now only to be faintly discovered, like white specks on the dark sea, and as it was known that a broad barrier of shallow water lay between them, the Americans no longer regarded their presence as at all dangerous. When the necessary orders had been given, and the vessels were fully prepared, they were once more brought up to the wind, and their heads pointed in the direction of the coast of Holland. The wind, which freshened towards the decline of the day, hauled round with the sun, and when that luminary retreated from the eye, so rapid had been the progress of the mariners, it seemed to sink in the bosom of the ocean, the land having long before settled into its watery bed. All night the frigate continued to dash through the seas with a sort of sullen silence that was soothing to the melancholy of Cecilia and Catherine, neither of whom closed an eye during that gloomy period. In addition to the scene they had witnessed, their feelings were harrowed by the knowledge that in conformity to the necessary plans of Griffith, and in compliance with the new duties he had assumed, they were to separate in the morning for an indefinite period, and possibly for ever. With the appearance of light, the boatswain sent his rough summons through the vessel, and the crew were collected in solemn silence in her gangways to bury the dead. The bodies of Boltrope, of one or two of her inferior officers, and of several common men who had died of their wounds in the night, were with the usual formalities committed to the deep. When the yards of the ship were again braced by the wind, and she glided along the trackless waste, leaving no memorial in the midst of the ever-rolling waters to mark the places of their sepulture. When the sun had gained the meridian, the vessels were once more hove to, and the preparations were made for a final separation. The body of Colonel Howard was transferred to the Alacrity, whither it was followed by Griffith and his cheerless bride, while Catherine hung fondly from the window of the ship, suffering her own scalding tears to mingle with the brine of the ocean. After everything was arranged, Griffith waved his hand to Barnstable, who had now succeeded to the command of the frigate, and the yards of the latter were braced sharp to the wind, when she proceeded to the dangerous experiment of forcing her way to the shores of America by attempting the pass of the Straits of Dover, and running the gauntlet through the English ships that crowded their own channel, an undertaking, however, for which she had the successful example of the Alliance frigate, which had borne the Stars of America along the same hazardous path but a few months previously. In the meanwhile, the Alacrity, steering more to the west, drew in swiftly towards the shores of Holland, and about an hour before the setting of the sun had approached so nigh as to be once more hove into the wind, in obedience to the mandate of Griffith. A small light boat was lowered into the sea, when the young sailor and the pilot, who had found his way into the cutter unheeded and almost unseen, ascended from the small cabin together. The stranger glanced his eyes along the range of coast, as if he would ascertain the exact position of the vessel, and then turned them on the sea and the western horizon to scan the weather. Finding nothing in the appearance of the latter to induce him to change his determination, he offered his hand frankly to Griffith, and said, "Here we part. As our acquaintance has not led to all we wished, let it be your task, sir, to forget we ever met." Griffith bowed respectfully, but in silence, when the other continued, shaking his hand contemptuously towards the land. "Had I but a moiety of the navy of that degenerate republic, the proudest among those haughty islanders should tremble in his castle, and be made to feel there is no security against a foe that trusts his own strength and knows the weakness of his enemy." But he muttered in a lower and more hurried voice, "This has been like Liverpool, and Whitehaven, and Edinburgh, and 50 more. It is past, sir, let it be forgotten." Without heeding the wondering crew, who were collected as curious spectators of his departure, the stranger bowed hastily to Griffith, and springing into the boat, he spread her light sails with the readiness of one who had nothing to learn, even in the smallest matters of his daring profession. Once more, as the boat moved briskly away from the cutter, he waved his hand in adieu, and Griffith fancied that even through the distance he could trace a smile of bitter resignation lighting his calm features with a momentary gleam. For a long time the young man stood an abstracted gazer at his solitary progress, watching the small boat as it glided towards the open ocean, nor did he remember to order the head sheets of the Alacrity drawn, in order to put the vessel again in motion, until the dark speck was lost in the strong glare that fell obliquely across the water from the setting sun. Many wild and extraordinary conjectures were tittered among the crew of the cutter, as she slowly drew in towards her friendly haven, on the appearance of the mysterious pilot during their late hazardous visit to the coast of Britain, and on his still more extraordinary disappearance, as it were, amid the stormy wastes of the North Sea. Griffith himself was not observed to smile, nor to manifest any evidence of his being a listener to their rude discourse, until it was loudly announced that a small boat was pressing for their own harbour across the forefoot of the cutter under a single lug sail. Then indeed the sudden and cheerful lighting of his troubled eye betrayed the vast relief that was imparted to his feelings by the interesting discovery. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Come, all you kindred chieftains of the deep, in mighty phalanx round your brother bend. Hush every murmur that invades his sleep, and guard the laurels that o'ershade your friend. Lines on Trip. Here, perhaps, it would be wise to suffer the curtain of our imperfect drama to fall before the reader, trusting that the imagination of every individual can readily supply the due proportions of health, wealth, and happiness that the rigid rules of poetic justice would award to the different characters of the legend. But as we are not disposed to part so coldly from those with whom we have long held amicable intercourse, and as there is no portion of that in reservation which is not quite as true as all that has been already related, we see no unanswerable reason for dismissing the dramatis personae so abruptly. We shall therefore proceed to state briefly the outlines of that which befell them in after life, regretting at the same time that the legitimate limits of a modern tale will not admit of such dilatation of many a merry or striking scene as might create the pleasing hope of beholding hereafter some more of our rude sketches quickened into life by the spirited pencil of Dunlap. Following the course of the frigate, then, towards those shores from which, perhaps, we should never have suffered our truant pen to have wandered, we shall commence the brief task with Barnstable, and his laughing, weeping, gay, but affectionate bride, the black-eyed Catherine. The ship fought her way gallantly through swarms of the enemy's cruisers to the port of Boston, where Barnstable was rewarded for his services by promotion and a more regular authority to command his vessel. During the remainder of the war he continued to fill that station with ability and zeal, nor did he return to the dwelling of his fathers, which he soon inherited by regular descent, until after peace had established not only the independence of his country, but his own reputation as a brave and successful sea officer. When the federal government laid the foundation of its present navy, Captain Barnstable was once more tempted by the offer of a new commission to desert his home, and for many years he was employed among the band of gallant seamen who served their country so faithfully in times of trial and high daring. Happily, however, he was enabled to accomplish a great deal of the more peaceful part of his service, accompanied by Catherine, who, having no children, eagerly profited by his consent to share his privations and hardships on the ocean. In this manner they passed merrily, and we trust happily down the vale of life together, Catherine entirely discrediting the ironical prediction of her former guardian, by making, everything considered, a very obedient, and certainly, so far as attachment was concerned, a most devoted wife. The boy Mary, who in due time became a man, clung to Barnstable and Catherine so long as it was necessary to hold him in leading strings, and when he received his regular promotion, his first command was under the shadow of his kinsman's broad pennant. He proved to be, in his meridian, what his youth had so strongly indicated, a fearless, active, and reckless sailor, and his years might have extended to this hour had he not fallen untimely in a duel with a foreign officer. The first act of Captain Manuel, after landing once more on his native soil, was to make interest to be again restored to the line of the army. He encountered but little difficulty in this attempt, and was soon in possession of the complete enjoyment of that which his soul had so long pined after, a steady drill. He was in time to share in all the splendid successes which terminated the war, and also to participate in his due proportion of the misery of the army. His merits were not forgotten, however, in the reorganization of the forces, and he followed both St. Clair and his more fortunate successor, Wayne, in the western campaigns. About the close of the century, when the British made their tardy relinquishment of the line of posts along the frontiers, Captain Manuel was ordered to take charge, with his company, of a small stockade on our side of one of those mighty rivers that sets bounds to the territories of the Republic in the north. The British flag was waving over the ramparts of a more regular fortress that had been recently built directly opposite, within the new lines of the Canadas. Manuel was not a man to neglect the observances of military etiquette, and understanding that the neighboring fort was commanded by a field officer, he did not fail to wait on that gentleman in proper time, with a view to cultivate the sort of acquaintance that their mutual situations would render not only agreeable but highly convenient. The American martinet, in ascertaining the rank of the other, had not deemed it at all necessary to ask his name, but when the red-faced, comical-looking officer with one leg, who met him, was introduced as Major Burrowcliffe, he had not the least difficulty in recalling to recollection his quondam acquaintance of St. Ruth. The intercourse between these worthies was renewed with remarkable gusto, and at length arrived to so regular a pass that a log cabin was erected on one of the islands in the river as a sort of neutral territory, where their feastings and revels might be held without any scandal to the discipline of their respective garrisons. Here the qualities of many a saddle of savoury venison were discussed, together with those of sundry pleasant fowls, as well as of divers strange beasts that inhabit those western wilds, while at the same time the secret places of the broad river were vexed, that nothing might be wanting that could contribute to the pleasures of their banquets. A most equitable levy was regularly made on their respective pockets to sustain the foreign expenses of this amicable warfare, and a suitable division of labour was also imposed on the two commandants, in order to procure such articles of comfort as were only to be obtained from those portions of the globe where the art of man had made a nearer approach to the bounties of nature than in the vicinity of their fortifications. All liquids in which malt formed an ingredient, as well as the deep-coloured wines of Oporto, were suffered to enter the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and were made to find their way, under the superintendence of Burrowcliffe, to their destined goal. But Manuel was solely entrusted with the more important duty of providing the generous liquor of Madeira, without any other restriction on his judgment than an occasional injunction from his coadjutor that it should not fail to be the product of the south side. It was not unusual for the young officers of the two garrisons to allude to the battle in which Major Burrowcliffe had lost his limb, the English ensign invariably whispering to the American on such occasions that it occurred during the late contest in a desperate affair on the north-eastern coast of their island, in which the Major commanded in behalf of his country with great credit and signal success, and for which service he obtained his present rank without purchase. A sort of national courtesy prevented the two veterans, for by this time both had earned that honourable title, from participating at all in these delicate allusions, though whenever by any accident they occurred near the termination of the revels, Burrowcliffe would so far betray his consciousness of what was passing as to favour his American friend with a leer of singular significance, which generally produced in the other that sort of dull recollection which all actors and painters endeavour to represent by scratching the head. In this manner year after year rolled by, the most perfect harmony existing between the two posts, notwithstanding the angry passions that disturbed their respective countries, when an end was suddenly put to the intercourse by the unfortunate death of Manuel. This rigid observer of discipline never trusted his person on the neutral island without being accompanied by a party of his warriors, who were posted as a regular picket, sustaining a suitable line of sentries, a practice which he also recommended to his friend as being highly conducive to discipline, as well as a salutary caution against a surprise on the part of either garrison. The Major, however, dispensed with the formality in his own behalf, but was sufficiently good-natured to wink at the want of confidence it betrayed in his boon companion. On one unhappy occasion, when the discussion of a new importation had made a heavy inroad on the morning, Manuel left the hut to make his way towards his picket, in such a state of utter mental aberration as to forget the countersign when challenged by a sentinel, when, unhappily, he met his death by a shot from a soldier whom he drilled to such an exquisite state of insensibility that the man cared but little whether he killed friend or enemy, so long as he kept within military usage and the hallowed limits established by the Articles of War. He lived long enough, however, to commend the fellow for the deed, and died while delivering an eulogium to Burrowcliffe on the high state of perfection to which he had brought his command. About a year before this melancholy event, a quarter cask of wine had been duly ordered from the south side of the island of Madeira, which was, at the death of Manuel, toiling its weary way up the rapids of the Mississippi and the Ohio, having been made to enter by the port of New Orleans, with the intention of keeping it as long as possible under a genial sun. The untimely fate of his friend imposed on Burrowcliffe the necessity of attending to this precious relic of their mutual tastes, and he procured a leave of absence from his superior, with the laudable desire to proceed down the streams and superintend its farther advance in person. The result of his zeal was a high fever that set in the day after he reached his treasure, and as the doctor and the major espoused different theories in treating a disorder so dangerous in that climate, the one advising abstemiousness, and the other administering repeated draughts of the cordial that had drawn him so far from home, the disease was left to act its pleasure. Burrowcliffe died in 3 days, and was carried back and interred by the side of his friend in the very hut which had so often resounded with their humours and festivities. We have been thus particular in relating the sequel of the lives of these rival chieftains, because from their want of connection with any kind heart of the other sex, no widows and orphans were left to lament their several ends. And furthermore, as they were both mortal, and might be expected to die at a suitable period, and yet did not terminate their career until each had attained the mature age of 60, the reader can find no just grounds of dissatisfaction at being allowed this deep glance into the womb of fate. The chaplain abandoned the seas in time to retrieve his character, a circumstance which gave no little satisfaction to Catherine, who occasionally annoyed her worthy husband on the subject of the informality of their marriage. Griffith and his mourning bride conveyed the body of Colonel Howard in safety to one of the principal towns in Holland, where it was respectfully and sorrowfully interred, after which the young man removed to Paris with a view of erasing the sad images which the hurried and melancholy events of the few preceding days had left on the mind of his lovely companion. From this place Cecilia held communion by letter with her friend Alice Dunscombe, and such suitable provision was made in the affairs of her late uncle as the times would permit. Afterwards, when Griffith obtained the command which had been offered him before sailing on the cruise in the North Sea, they returned together to America. The young man continued a sailor until the close of the war, when he entirely withdrew from the ocean, and devoted the remainder of his life to the conjoint duties of a husband and a good citizen. As it was easy to reclaim the estates of Colonel Howard, which in fact had been abandoned more from pride than necessity, and which had never been confiscated, their joint inheritances made the young couple extremely affluent, and we shall here take occasion to say that Griffith remembered his promise to the dying master, and saw such a provision made for the childless mother as her situation and his character required. It might have been some 12 years after the short cruise which it has been our task to record in these volumes, that Griffith, who was running his eyes carelessly over a file of newspapers, was observed by his wife to drop the bundle from before his face, and pass his hand slowly across his brow, like a man who had been suddenly struck with renewed impressions of some former event, or who was endeavouring to recall to his mind images that had long since faded. "See you anything in that paper to disturb you, Griffith?" said the still lovely Cecilia. "I hope that now we have our Confederate government, the States will soon recover from their losses. But it is one of those plans to create a new navy that has met your eye. Ah, truant, you sigh to become a wanderer again, and pine after your beloved ocean." "I have ceased sighing and pining since you have begun to smile," he returned with a vacant manner, and without removing his hand from his brow. Is not the new order of things, then, likely to succeed? Does the Congress enter into contention with the President? The wisdom and name of Washington will smooth the way for the experiment until time shall mature the system. Cecilia, do you remember the man who accompanied Manuel and myself to St. Ruth the night we became your uncle's prisoners, and who afterwards led the party which liberated us and rescued Barnstable? Surely I do. He was the pilot of your ship, it was then said, and I remember the shrewd soldier we entertained even suspected that he was one greater than he seemed. The soldier surmised the truth, but you saw him not on that fearful night when he carried us through the shoals, and you could not witness the calm courage with which he guided the ship into those very channels again, while the confusion of battle was among us. I heard the dreadful din, and I can easily imagine the horrid scene, returned his wife, her recollections chasing the colour from her cheeks even at that distance of time. But what of him? Is his name mentioned in those papers? Ah, they are English prints. You called his name Grey, if I remember. That is the name he bore with us. He was a man who had formed romantic notions of glory, and wished everything concealed in which he acted a part that he thought would not contribute to his renown. Can there have been any connection between him and Alice Dunscombe? Said Cecilia, dropping her work in her lap in a thoughtful manner. She met him alone at her own urgent request the night Catherine and myself saw you in your confinement, and even then my cousin whispered that they were acquainted. The letter I received yesterday from Alice was sealed with black, and I was pained with the melancholy, though gentle manner in which she wrote of passing from this world into another. Griffith glanced his eye at his wife with a look of sudden intelligence, and then answered, like one who began to see with the advantages of a clearer atmosphere, Cecilia, your conjecture is surely true. 50 things rushed to my mind at that one surmise. His acquaintance with that particular spot, his early life, his expedition, his knowledge of the Abbey, all confirm it. He altogether was indeed a man of marked character. Why has he not been among us? Asked Cecilia. He appeared devoted to our cause. His devotion to America proceeded from desire of distinction, his ruling passion, and perhaps a little also from resentment at some injustice which he claimed to have suffered from his own countrymen. He was a man, and not therefore without foibles, among which may have been reckoned the estimation of his own acts, but they were most daring and deserving of praise. Neither did he at all merit the obloquy that he received from his enemies. His love of liberty may be more questionable, for if he commenced his deeds in the cause of these free states, they terminated in the service of a despot. He is now dead, but had he lived in times and under circumstances when his consummate knowledge of his profession, his cool, deliberate, and even desperate courage could have been exercised in a regular and well-supported navy, and had the habits of his youth better qualified him to have borne meekly the honours he acquired in his age, he would have left behind him no name in his list that would have descended to the latest posterity of his adopted countrymen with greater renown. Why, Griffith, exclaimed Cecilia in a little surprise, you are zealous in his cause. Who was he? A man who held a promise of secrecy while living, which is not at all released by his death. It is enough to know that he was greatly instrumental in procuring our sudden union, and that our happiness might have been wrecked in the voyage of life had we not met the unknown pilot of the German Ocean. Perceiving her husband to rise and carefully collect the papers in a bundle before he left the room, Cecilia made no further remark at the time, nor was the subject ever revived between them. End of chapter 35. End of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper.